Terrific. So I declare open this hearing of the Senate Community Affairs References Committee's inquiry into the extent and nature of poverty in Australia. And I want to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we're on, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, and pay my respects to their elders past and present. Extend that respect to all First Nations peoples, particularly any who may be joining us at any time today, and acknowledge that we're on stolen land. I'm Senator Janet Rice, the Chair of the Committee, and joining us via video conference we've got Senators Marielle Smith, the Deputy Chair, and Senator Slade Brockman, and via teleconference we've got Senator Tammy Tyrrell. And these are public proceedings being audio streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It's unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It's also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. I now welcome representatives in person in the room with us today from the Anti-Poverty Week, Carers Australia and the Anti-Poverty Centre. And I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. So for the Hansard record, will you please each state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Hi.
Okay. Go. Yep.
I'm Toni Wren and I'm the Executive Director at Anti-Poverty Week.
Thank you, Ms Wren.
My name is Jay Coonan and I'm a co-coordinator and policy researcher with the Anti-Poverty Centre.
Thank you, Mr Coonan.
My name's Kristen O'Connell and I also do policy and research and am a co-coordinator at the Anti-Poverty Centre.
Thank you, Ms O'Connell.
Alison Brooks, CEO of Carers Australia.
Thanks, Ms Brooke.
Sue Elderton, Senior Policy Officer, Carers Australia.
Thank you, Ms Elderton. Thanks for joining us today. So I now invite each organisation to make a brief opening statement and then we will ask you some questions. Thank you. So who would like to kick off?
I'd like to, if that's okay.
Go.
I'd like to acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people as the traditional custodians of the land we're meeting on here today, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. I'd also like to state that Anti-Poverty Week accepts the invitation to walk with our First Nations brothers and sisters in seeking a voice to Parliament enshrined in the Constitution. Long overdue, it's simply the right thing to do. It's also the smart thing to do, as we can't work together to tackle poverty without their voice. As Catherine Little, CEO of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Children's Peak, SNAIC, has said, when you look at all the investigations as a result of the despair we see in our communities, they all point to poverty. And that poverty absolutely is rooted in a lack of self-determination. Thanks for the opportunity to speak in person at the hearing. I appreciate you've got a very long day and you're going to hear some harrowing testimony from people who are trying to live as best they can while trapped in poverty. And that's in Australia, one of the wealthiest countries in the world. You're also going to have some significant evidence about the extent of poverty and solutions to it. But before we go into all that, I wanted to quote the great Nelson Mandela. Overcoming poverty is not a gesture of charity, it's an act of justice. The pandemic and the associated lockdowns shone a light on what is important for us as a society. It was a time when millions of Australians experienced the pain of having our health, income, freedom, our connection to others, maybe even our hope for a better future, diminished and constrained. And I know, Senator Rice, you were in Melbourne, so you were right at the heart of that. But poverty does all of that. Living in poverty is like living in a permanent lockdown. The response to the pandemic also showed us that if we increase JobSeeker and the associated payments, we can actually dramatically reduce poverty. Our submission and many others detail the remarkable improvement provided by the temporary coronavirus supplement. For example, child poverty was more than halved. Yet, as a parliament, we chose to reverse this. We chose a return to poverty, to trap millions of Australians and their children in poverty and impede their ability to thrive and be healthy. It's also important to understand that poverty in Australia is gendered, like violence. Women at the time of separation are punished with an inadequate system of support, and the consequences can affect their lives right through deep into retirement. For example, I'll give you one single mum that has come to our attention. Let's call her Cherie. She's 36. She's got 3 children, 7, 12 and 14. She's got a domestic violence order against her former partner, whom she left 5 years ago. She's one of thousands of women who were forced with the impossible choice of violence or poverty. She chose to protect herself and her children from violence. She now receives the parenting payment single and a carer's allowance because her youngest child is severely autistic. When that child turned 6, she was subjected to mutual obligations to look and work and look for work. In addition to the caring responsibility she has as a single parent for 3 children, Cherie studies full-time and works part-time. When her children were younger, her family's income support was cut twice because she was in hospital and was late to report to the shocking program Parents Next. This week, she will be transferred to JobSeeker from the parenting payment because her youngest child is turning 8. A child's birthday that is dreaded by thousands of women across Australia, thousands of mothers. Transferring to JobSeeker for Cherie means a loss of at least $100 a week in income support, plus a harsher income test, so she will keep less of her earnings. So there'll be less income for her and her children due to this inadequate support system we allow to perpetuate. Our submission includes evidence from a 2020 London School of Economics paper which concluded that money itself makes a difference to children's outcomes. And I also thank the Australian Centre for Community Child Health for their submission to this inquiry, which includes some new US evidence just published last month from the Baby's First Year study, which conclusively shows giving money directly to mothers living in poverty promotes their baby's brain activity. Direct correlation. Again, I'll finish by quoting Nelson Mandela. There can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ms Wren, and thank you for your comprehensive submission as well.
Thanks, Senator Rice. I acknowledge that we're meeting on Ngunnawal and Ngambri land that's never been ceded. I pay my respect to all members of local First Nations communities. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about our submission and answer any questions you might have. Our submission focuses on Australia's 2.65 million unpaid carers and their experience of poverty. We're acutely aware that poverty impacts at the foundation level of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. This foundation includes food, shelter, dealing with extremes of heat and cold, and the ability to move around, basic physiological requirements. Without these things, the ability to achieve higher level needs, integral to a decent life, dissipates. These include a sense of safety, including economic safety, a sense of community inclusion, scope for framing and pursuing aspirations, and self-actualisation. As would be expected, we've focused on how providing unpaid care to someone with a disability, a mental health condition, a chronic health condition, who have drug and alcohol-related problems or who are frail and aged can drive many carers into long-term poverty and others to near poverty. The most significant driver of carer poverty is the inability to combine employment and providing substantial care, often over a great many years, which is the case for many of Australia's carers, and especially of the more than 860,000 primary carers. A large national carers survey conducted by Carers New South Wales in 2020 found that, combined with having to retire early to continue caring, nearly half of respondents reported having left the workforce due to their caring responsibilities. The second most common impact was much reduced working hours and more precarious employment. It's not surprising then that the 2018 survey of disability, ageing and carers found that primary carers were nearly twice as likely to be in the lowest income quintile as non-carers and twice as likely to rely on a government pension or allowance to meet their costs of living. With respect to income support payments, as of September last year, 302,444 Australians were in receipt of the carer payment, and just under a third of these were in private rental accommodation, which we all know is becoming harder and harder to access and has been subject to exorbitant increases in the rent demanded. In economic modelling undertaken in 2022, carers are shown to be, on average, $175,000 less well off in lifetime superannuation savings and around $400,000 worse off in lifelong earnings than those without caring responsibilities. In our submission, we reference research conducted by the ANU Centre for Social Research and Methods that found that of those dependent on government income support, people receiving the job seeker payments, the disability support pension, single parenting payments and the carer payment were at most risk of deep poverty, along with renters, single parents and young people. Carers cross several of these categories. The authors of the report acknowledge the unwillingness of successive governments to boost the base level of welfare payments subsidised by increased taxation, but identify what they describe as modest tax increases which have the capacity to cover a range of increases to welfare payments, contribute most to poverty. As an aside, we note that the Treasurer has announced he is open to policy changes in the tax treatment of people with very high retirement balances. We believe it's high time for an independent review of the base rates of income support payments. Finally, we've also commented on the additional non-discretionary costs of providing high levels of informal care support, including the rising costs of healthcare, and we draw attention to negative educational outcomes of caring on young carers, especially those in income-poor households, and their impact on future prospects. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms Brooke.
My name is Kristen O'Connell. I'm from the Anti-Poverty Centre, and we acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people and pay respect to elders past and present across the continent. We stand with all First Peoples in the quest for justice and seek an end to colonial violence, including that inflicted through the welfare system and the carceral system. Poor people in this country are not being left behind, we are being actively held back. We want to begin by thanking the hundreds of people who, despite the strain of living in poverty, have contributed their expertise to the many proposals included in our submission to this inquiry. We extend our solidarity to everyone living in poverty in and out of work. The purpose of this inquiry is to understand the extent and nature of poverty, but fact-finding does not help us eat or make rent now or into the future. We need a new, sophisticated measure of poverty for the 21st century, developed with unemployed advocates in a leading role and other people on low incomes as well. We need an independent body tasked with revising the poverty line, and we need Centrelink payments tied to it. But we can't wait for action. Immediate relief is desperately needed. We urgently need income support payments lifted to at least the Henderson poverty line, like they were overnight in 2020. Poverty disproportionately harms First Nations people, trans folks, single-parent families, disabled people, older people and migrants. And we have heard enough from people who speak over and for us. Our recommendations are simple, clear and provide a phased approach to the poverty crisis that doesn't leave us languishing in deep poverty while wealthy people pontificate about a patchwork of programs that aspire to shift the dial in 1 or maybe 2 generations. This government has had a lot to say about its values, but it's done little to live up to that rhetoric. Yes, people need health, housing, education, training and employment supports, but these supports mean little and they don't succeed when we can't afford to live. The Albanese government says it cares about people who are struggling, but it ignores the blindingly obvious policy choice that would do the most for us. There's no such thing as a silver bullet for addressing so-called disadvantage, but there is something that comes pretty close. Poverty and mutual obligations are barriers to work. If you want to help people find and keep a sustainable job, abolish mutual obligations and raise the rate. In the past 4 years, there was a 27% increase in people seeking help at homelessness services. If you want to help people get and keep a roof over their head, raise the rate. More than 60,000 women aged 15 to 24 years old who experienced violence in 2019 were in financial hardship. If you want to help people leave and stay out of violent homes, raise the rate. People on poverty level payments, I talk to a lot of people, die by suicide at roughly twice the rate of the general population. If you want to reduce the number of people experiencing mental ill health and relieve pressure on the mental health system, raise the rate. The welfare system kills people. More than 3 million people, that's more than 1 in 10 of us, are living in poverty. If you want to leave nobody behind, poverty is a political choice. Don't make it yours. Raise the rate. Sorry, I just have been providing a lot of help to people
Yes.
lately.
Thank you, Ms O'Connell. Thank you, and I really thank you for your passion and your advocacy and your work for people who are really doing it tough. Okay. Look, I'll start. You've all, as Ms O'Connell just very passionately said, you're all advocating to raise the rate. There are different views as to how much it should be raised by, and then there are people who basically say if you raise it by too much, you're going to disincentivise people to be looking for work. So, I'll start with the first part of that in terms of we know, so much evidence has been put towards us of the need to raise the rate. How should we be deciding how much to raise it by?
Can we just start by pointing out that in 2020, people who had previously been living on payments long term felt very guilty, and they felt that it was the best year of their life, unlike most people who had suffered a lot in 2020, because they felt better equipped than ever to look for and secure work and to keep it. That's because they had enough energy and good enough health to do so, and no mutual obligations. And I think it's very important to look always to the piece of ACOS research from that year that showed when people had payments at the Henderson poverty line, a third of people were regularly skipping meals and 42% were skipping healthcare. So there's no real excuse. It's morally repugnant to decide that people have to live in poverty or else they won't work, but we've also seen that the stick approach does not help anyone, and that giving people support does enable them, and people do seek work.
Thank
Just
you.
to note too that people on pensions didn't get the coronavirus supplement.
Yes, we
see it on
the poverty line.
So, would you like to respond in terms of how should we determine how much the rate should be raised by?
It's a very difficult question for a non-economist. I think the thing to do is draw in the expertise that's available on how much it should be raised by. I mean, we can't hold a finger to the wind and say this much. We do in our submission point to work that's been done by ANU about how with what they call modest treatment of taxation, if you want to put it that way, on capital gains, on superannuation, on some other things, how much across low, medium and high options for raising the rate could be funded by the government. We would go for the high rise, which is, sorry, I need my glasses for this, which is, raising JobSeeker by $436 per fortnight. The disability support and carer payments by $200. We would want more than that, but that's the modelling. Parenting payments would rise to the equivalent of the rise in the JobSeeker. And I mean, one of the reasons we've turned to this work is that it is set against a background where the authors acknowledge the reluctance of governments over time to do anything really about social security payments, and especially not to use taxes to cover the necessary rates. So that's a start. ACOS has got its own approach to this, but how much it has to rise, if you're asking us, we don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's more than what it is at the moment. Yes. Yeah. Ms. Wren, do you have a view about how? Yeah. How much? And how should it be determined?
Sure. Obviously, there's a number of ways, and initially, we don't have an agreed definition in Australia of the poverty line. That would be a good step forward and has been recommended by many, because unless we have that agreed definition, it's hard to then start to move. We think there's a good opportunity to just simply take the 50% of median household income rather than do a big inquiry. The standard one that's used by the OECD at the kind of modest end, 50%, not 60, that's used mostly in Australia by UNSW, ACOS, Poverty and Inequality Partnership. It's used by the HILDA study, which is funded by DSS. So if we use that definition rather than spend a lot of time, we'd say go for that. And then we would definitely want payments to be at that level. Initially, I think a job seeker could easily be moved, and the related payments, because that's the important thing. Job seeker is a bit like the minimum wage in the welfare system, because when job seeker goes up, it affects a whole lot of other payments. So it affects parenting payments, payments for students. That's why it's so important. So at the moment, there's about 1.4 million Australians who get those payments. So an increase has a big impact in terms of poverty as well. So we would say at least to the pension rate would be a good start. And I note the government has an economic inclusion advisory panel recently established. We strongly believe people with lived experience need to be included on that, but that is has a good selection of academics and others as well that could be part of recommending this approach. So yeah, that would be where we'd start. But job seeker is absolutely the most effective way to reduce poverty in Australia. Full stop. Increasing job seeker and related payments. So again, it answers the question. This is not a problem with a solution we don't have.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Anti-Poverty Centre, I mean, you say in your submission that all existing poverty measures are flawed, so...
Yeah. Yeah, so I think in determining where it needs to be, the reason that we support the Henderson Poverty Line is because we saw that in response to a societal crisis, which was COVID, that it worked effectively. It wasn't perfect, and it's by no means, a cure-all. However, we do know that from studies at the time, one led by Dr. Elise Klein, who you'll be hearing from this afternoon, pointed out that time use under COVID and the payments were effective. People were more fully equipped to look for work, to study, to take care of themselves and others in the community as well. And given that people on payments generally are, if they're not with support services, are caring for one another. And that's a fundamental thing that we do in our work, is caring for a lot of people, particularly when it comes to mental health supports as well, because again, the social wage, I should say, when it comes to healthcare is just, it's degrading, and we're seeing that rapidly degrade as it has done over the past 2 decades. We're seeing it without access to GPs, affordable healthcare. We're seeing it without access to mental health. We're seeing it without access to a variety of other things. So if we're to go round back to what we should be looking at in terms of the rate, we need to, and that's why we advocate for the Henderson Poverty Line, is to consider that the social wage is essentially almost dead in Australia, and we cannot wait to restore it to help people. And yeah, that's why we support the Henderson Poverty Line. And
what do you mean by saying the social wage is almost dead?
Well, seeing a GP is becoming unaffordable, or the GPs that you do see, speaking from experience, not that they're bad doctors, but they're overburdened by the amount of people that rely on them. When it comes to mental health, it's just not possible. Waiting lists for free under the GPs,
It's never
very
free.
long, and it's not free as it is. So,
Schools have fees now.
public education is eroding while we're seeing private education record sky-high profits. And then we're also seeing, other so-called social supports like employment services, which are recording profits, which is just, antithetical for the purpose of, frontline social welfare programs. So we really need to, and that's why we advocate for a new poverty line that's fully equipped for the end of the social wage as we see it, in order to create a fundamental baseline for where we can begin to work to restore a new social wage that actually protects people, because it's eroded, it's almost eroded.
And in terms of that mechanism that we're proposing, there's two components to it. There's expertise in the process for developing a poverty line, but then there's also the way that we would like to see a poverty line operate, which, in the future that we would like to see, we would see a return to a really substantive social wage. And of course, if that happens, people will not need as much cash in their pocket, because everyone in the country who wants it would be able to live in public housing if that's what they preferred. People would be able to send their kids to school for free and access a whole range of essential things without having to pay much or any money at all. So that's the kind of intention, to come up with a sophisticated measure of poverty that responds to other changes in other government policy areas, and to therefore push for changes in those areas to see things like housing decommodified. That's one example. In terms of getting there, we think one of the biggest problems with existing poverty measures, there's lots of problems, but it's all well and good for a whole bunch of people with well-paid jobs to say the median poverty line is a good one to start, but it's not if you have to live on it. Like, that's fine to say if you don't have to live on it, and that's the only people who say it. We know that one of the problems with even what are called basket of goods approaches to developing poverty lines is that they start from a very deficit-based perspective. And the idea, again, you will have people who get paid a lot of money to sit down and go, what is the barest minimum we can give a person to just scrape by in survival? And they always fail to factor in the realities of life. There has been some recent work done. I will not mention the university because I'm not going to say anything pleasant about it, but in the last few years, someone did a piece of work, or a group did a piece of work that said, oh, well, here's the basics if we do a basket of goods. Well, it didn't account for the fact that you need to buy a fridge, you get kicked out of your private rental regularly, and that costs money. None of that was factored in. It was like, here's the minimum you could spend on groceries if you had a basic diet. And so we need to have people who are experts. People who are experts are people who have to live on low incomes, leading and informing these processes at the top level and being centred with the support of people like economists to engage with that process, but not to be top down and in charge of it.
Thank you.
Senator Rice, I was just going to speak to the second part of the question,
Yes.
around the disincentive to work. I think that's always been an argument about why we shouldn't have a higher rate, but the reality is the rate of job seeker, even with the $25 a week increase that we saw in 2021 after the coronavirus supplement was abolished, it's still only 42% of the minimum wage. So in terms of people not gaining an incentive to take a job, it's so far below historically where it was as well, that there is no issue there. What we're seeing as well is that employers continue to advocate for an increase in job seeker. At the Job Summit, we had the Business Council of Australia joining again with the ACTU and ACOS to say the rate should be raised, because just from a self-interest point of view, they can see that people who have not got enough money to feed themselves well, to buy the medications they need, to put petrol in their car, to go to a job interview, are not actually going to be able to take up job opportunities that may exist. So that's where we see. And the other thing we did see, and I don't know if you'll have any evidence from Professor Borland, Jeff Borland, but he's on the Economic Inclusion Advisory Panel. He did some work actually in the pandemic on whether or not that doubling of payments was a disincentive, and he concluded it was not. And he's one of our eminent labour market economists. So I think we can just dismiss that argument. What we also need to recognise is that many people who are reliant on job seeker are not what you would typically call unemployed. Many of them, 40%, have a disability or an incapacity to work. I call it a waiting room for the age pension. The majority are over 45. They can't get disability support pension because you need legal representation in this country now to get it. It's so tough. And then we also know there's 85,000 single parent family mothers, mainly, who are on job seeker, who have many other conflicting responsibilities. So there is a large proportion of people who are receiving those payments who have other issues around either employers who have discrimination against them and don't want to hire them, or simply have barriers to getting work. So that's where I'd leave it.
Thank
Just
you.
one more thing on that as well is that 1 in 5 people on the job seeker payment has a job, a paid job. Like, people are struggling to survive having a paid job, living in poverty because the wages aren't enough. And so it's very simple. People don't not want to work. They have those structural barriers to employment, and lots of them already have paid work as well.
Thank you. I just wanted to note that we've got Mr. Jonathan Davis, one of the ACT MLAs, in the audience with us today, who would like to take some photos. So are you all happy to have photos taken? Yeah. Just note, Mr. Davis, yes, not allowed to take photos of our papers here, of my papers here. Thank you. I'm going to throw very soon to Senator Smith, who's got some questions, but I did have one last question to Ms O'Connell or Mr Coonan. You, in your submission, you talk about Commonwealth rent assistance and why you think an increase in income support is a better way to go rather than increasing Commonwealth rent assistance. Could you talk through that for us, please?
Sure. Yes, I do want to talk to that. Rent assistance is a deeply problematic payment. I'm one of the few people who's fortunate to receive it, but lots of people, and particularly people on job seeker and youth allowance, the lowest payments cannot get it. And one of the barriers to accessing rent assistance is poverty, because you cannot get into a rental when you're living on those payments. Rent assistance is not much. It doesn't go anywhere near enough. $70 a week hopefully doesn't surprise anyone. That's not really enough to cover any meaningful proportion of rent these days. And doubling it is not going to improve that very much either. But it is more the fact that it excludes so many people. Raising the base rate of income support immediately provides relief without administrative burden to every single person who relies on income support. Rent assistance, even by expanding eligibility, still does have that administrative burden. And not only that, actually, I think this happened to Jay a few months ago, you get cut off because Centrelink stuffs up the paperwork, right? Like, Centrelink is understaffed, the paperwork is complicated, mistakes happen and people lose access to it or never get access to it in the first place for these reasons. Sometimes payment isn't the paperwork isn't processed correctly, and people then incur a Centrelink so-called debt, which is a result of an administrative error, and then people end up obviously in severe distress because of that. So it's deeply inadequate, and increasing it by anything other than, I don't know, quadrupling it and tying it to geographic rent, like rents on geographic basis, would not bring it anywhere to being meaningful. But it's the fact that it excludes so many people. And we do have, I think, in the documents we've tabled this morning, which actually I don't think we did at the beginning, we did send through some documents to the Secretariat to table. And I believe in there we've got a story from someone called Karen who lost her home because job seeker's so low. An older woman who, you know, as with the case that we always hear, you know, out of the workforce, raising children, not a high overall lifelong earnings, ending up on job seeker in middle age, losing her home. And then because she had to sell her home because she couldn't afford to pay the very modest mortgage on it, was excluded from job seeker payments until that money was gone. And then, of course, having run down her savings, became reliant on the government again and probably qualified for rent assistance at that point. So we don't think people should have to become homeless to qualify for rent assistance, but that's just some, I think, of the things. Did I miss anything there?
So I suppose that, yeah, the issue being with Commonwealth rent assistance and why we advocate for a raise to the base payment instead is just, you know, all payments just need to be lifted, regardless of what it is or who it's for. It just needs to be lifted. The additional bureaucracy that is in the way of receiving Commonwealth rent assistance is itself a barrier and a disincentive towards claiming that allowance. So, for example, a person may not be on a lease and they'll be sharing a house. And if they're not on a lease, they're not able to qualify for a rent certificate, so therefore they don't qualify for Commonwealth rent assistance. Even though, like, recently my own personal experience, I am on a lease. I share a house with a good friend of mine, and I submitted that lease to Centrelink, which by its own guidelines is a correct documentation. However, they cut my rent assistance, and it took me a few weeks of waiting on the very long wait list or call lists, and speaking to 3 or 4 different people in order to kind of push through to get them to recognise it. And it took me, saying that I was going to make a complaint and had intentions of going to the AET if they weren't to correct it. And then instantly I was put on hold, and that person returned and said, "Oh no, your paperwork is correct, no worries, we'll reinstate it." And it also happened to, the person that I share with. And it took him far longer with the same documentation that I pointed him towards, the same methods. And he was had to be back paid because of how long he had not been in receipt of Commonwealth rent assistance. So expanding its eligibility is one way to do it, but that's why we think, well, steer clear of that bureaucracy and afford more people the right to be able to feed themselves and house themselves by just installing that right into the base rate of payments.
I forgot the biggest problem with the payment, which is that it goes straight to landlords. And so what that means is you can't access it unless your rent is high enough. And you also can't access it as soon as you have rent to pay. It does not apply to the first proportion of your rent, right? There's a threshold. Once you're over that threshold, it does not cover every dollar over that threshold, even up to the cap. So you're falling behind even when you're receiving it. You cannot get that money unless your rent goes up if you're not above the maximum. So if you get a higher payment, you can make judgments about your life and where you can save money and where you can't. The other problem, of course, is that it will make no difference to any person living in community housing which is basically getting, back channel funding from government, because the government doesn't want to fund community housing. Instead, they have this thing called rent assistance. 100% of that goes straight to the provider. So we've made very clear that community housing providers need to be funded, and that people who live in community housing need to have money to live their life. Rent assistance doesn't do either of those things, really.
Thank you. Ms Elderton. Quickly.
Yes, I actually agree with everything that's been said, but if the government won't raise the base rate, rent assistance has to be increased now.
Thank you. Senator Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to our witnesses for attending today and for your evidence. I wanted to start with you, Ms O'Connell. You made reference in your opening statement to mutual obligations. I appreciate sort of the evidence you've given on the rate of job seeker, but I was just hoping you could unpack your concerns around the mutual obligation scheme a bit more and why you think it's so problematic.
Yeah, thank you for the question. There are 2 big issues. One is that if you have mutual obligations, you take longer to find a job. So there was a fantastic study that came out in 2021. It was a long-term study. I think it was 19 years, if I recall correctly, comparing long-term unemployed people with other long-term unemployed people. One cohort had mutual obligations and the other didn't. The cohort with mutual obligations took longer to get a job. The jobs they got were lower paid and did not last as long. They ended up back in the social security system faster if they got out of it at all. So first and foremost, aside from anything else, they're stupid. So they don't work. Second to that, at the moment, with the way they are structured, is that the whole system is geared to almost enable and encourage abuse. People are we're struggling to live on these payments, and I'm so lucky I don't have mutual obligations anymore because I'm on the disability support pension. But when you make a mistake, or the job agency makes a mistake, or the computer system makes a mistake, your payment doesn't arrive. You can't eat, you can't pay your bills, you can't pay your rent. That is too great a threat. What people want is support. So they want actual help with things they need. People know what they need. We are experts in our own lives. So, for example, when I went to Serena Russo and they told me that they didn't know what human rights were, which was my previous job, I knew that I didn't need their help. People who know that they want support with a particular thing want to be able to go and get it. And one of the things we hear from a lot of folks we work with is that, for example, they would like help with writing their resume. Now, that is something job agencies are supposed to do, but people who see job agencies don't get help, and their resumes are worse after they get that so-called help. So they're harming people, they make it harder to get a job, and they don't offer what people actually do want. They're not supportive.
Yeah, so I'd just also like to, add on to that is that, again, mutual obligations have been a construction of, the past 3 decades, and were, essentially built for a different, economic system that we had through the 80s, 90s and 2000s, and also for a completely different cohort that was, on working age payments. So now, as we've, from basic social security data, we know that the majority, as it's been said on the panel today, that 40% are disabled, more likely to be single parents, carers, people already working. That's obviously a stark difference to what it was in the early 90s, particularly after the recession then, when it was mainly males with the ability to work and limited disabilities. So the mutual obligation systems are totally ill-equipped and serve absolutely no purpose for the cohort that rely on social security payments today. So basically what we have now is a system of punishment rather than support. And, as somebody who has mutual obligations at the moment, being in Workforce Australia, I've had 4 different consultants since, July of this year, and most of them have told me that it's only a short-term job for them. So the people who are employed aren't even qualified to be able to provide that support. And the people who are going in there, they need actual social supports. They need, whether it's drug and alcohol, whether it's housing, whether it's even finding access to, a community pantry. But these services don't do that. They're based on a marketised system of outcome payments based on employment that people generally find themselves if they're lucky enough to find employment. So that is why we and many others, including the Australian Unemployed Workers Union, advocate for the end of mutual obligations. And what we need to see is a far better social safety net that actually supports people rather than just punishing them.
And work for the dole in particular is undermining the labour market, because those should be real jobs. Those jobs should exist, and they're retail jobs often. And at the moment, people are doing free labour, and organisations are being paid to get free labour.
And is it your evidence that there's nothing we can do to really fix the mutual obligation scheme, that you just don't want to see it at all? Or do you think there are things that government could do to reform or improve that scheme to make it work better for those seeking to get back into the workforce and get into work?
Well, when it comes to reform, I find that a difficult word, because it's like, well, what we have now it just simply doesn't work. So I don't know what point there is in reforming something that has just proven to fundamentally be a failure and a social harm. So that's why we go, well, end the mutual obligation system as it is, and then centre the people who are relying on income or social security payments, and work with them, find out what they want and what they need in order to be able to improve their lives. And from somebody who's been doing this for 3 years now and has been on and off payments quite a while, that is a higher payment. I'm lucky enough to be able to have worked in hospitality. Some people don't have that. So it's like, well, what we need to do is just give the people who cannot get off these payments for no fault of their own, and provide them with the supports by what they ask. And that's obviously going to vary based on completely different geographical locations. People, in the Northern Territory are going to need fundamentally far different supports than they do in, North or Northwestern Tasmania. So that's what we need to do, is just centre the people who are on those payments, find out what they need, and then build a better, far supportive system based off of geographical instances of poverty.
But if it's compulsory, it will never work, because you cannot have trust in a system that can leave you starving and unable to pay your rent. And to get the support that people want, they need to be able to trust the people providing them that support, and trust that they're not going to wake up on payday with nothing in their bank account. And even if people are fulfilling all of the requirements, mistakes are happening with these systems. And even when you have done everything you're supposed to, nothing comes, you get cut off. So that's why compulsory systems will not work.
And are you both, I'm sure you are, but participating in Mr Hill's inquiry?
Yes, absolutely. And we've been doing the work Jay just talked about.
Yeah.
We've actually gone and run workshops with folks, talking to them about what they want, what would work in their community, and we've got a whole proposal ready to go for that. So hopefully the
Yeah.
committee will take it seriously.
Senator Smith.
I appreciate there's two things running concurrently, but that one is very interesting to...
Senator Smith, Ms Wren wanted to respond to your question as well.
I just wanted to, I've had some experience particularly in the past with a scheme called JET, which was Jobs, Education and Training. It was introduced quite a long time ago, and that was to support single parents get back to work. And as we know, single parents have the highest poverty rates and their children have the highest poverty rates still in Australia. And that was a voluntary scheme. It was very effective. It supported those mainly mothers to get better jobs because it supported them to study for higher level roles where they can then actually support their families out of poverty. That scheme sadly was abolished, I think probably by the Howard government. We've now got this ridiculous scheme called Parents Next, which I did mention again, that seems to only be about punishing. And we have so many shocking stories, particularly Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander single mums who are affected by that. And I would just strongly urge that Parents Next be abolished. We also know the women mainly on parenting payments single who have very young children have the highest rate of earnings of anyone in the income support system. Around 30% are already working and they don't actually mostly have mutual obligations. So again, that's a bit more evidence that we don't need to use the stick. We need more help. Thanks.
Thanks, Ms Wren. My next question was actually to you anyway, so we'll stay here. You mentioned in your evidence, you spoke about, a sign of the success or value of a society. I can't remember the exact word you used, was how it treats its children. And I'm just interested if you have a perspective on the role of early learning and care in breaking cycles of poverty, addressing disadvantage, and where that sort of access piece might sit.
Sure, thanks very much. Yeah, it's actually Nelson Mandela I'm quoting about the society.
I absolutely butchered Mr Mandela's quote.
I was trying to lift us up on this day. It's about our soul. How do we treat our children reflects our soul. I love that quote. I think early years is very important, but it doesn't matter how great your early years program is. If parents are having to send their kids to early years with hungry tummies, where the family is worried about becoming homeless because their rent are so high they can't afford them. We know from Food Bank Australia's report last year in Anti-Poverty Week, 1.3 million children lived in a household that was hungry in Australia. We're one of the richest countries in the world. If we don't address the income, we can't do anything else. Early years can't fix that. The best parenting program in the world can't fix those core basic things that every child needs. And we know that the mothers and fathers in those very poor families are incredibly stressed, trying to do the best they can. That stress translates. Professor Sharon Bassel has done some incredible research talking to children and parents who are on the ground. And it's heartbreaking. The kids know. They stop giving the parents birthday party invitations, excursion notes for school. They know the parents can't afford to do that. So it's absolutely something we have to tackle. And we know, again, from the research, income makes a difference. The money is spent on the children. We saw that with the coronavirus supplement, and we've seen that with heaps of other evidence.
Thank you, Ms Wren. Chair, I've just got one more question for Carers Australia. We're okay for time?
Yep, all good.
I just was interested in your perspective, and correct me if this isn't something you're working on, but I get a lot of informal feedback from grandparents who are caring for grandchildren and the impact on those grandparents and their income and I guess our economy and our community relies a lot on unpaid grandparent care. So I was just wondering if Carers Australia had a perspective on that, which might be relevant to our inquiry.
So the current definition of caring falls under the Commonwealth Carer Recognition Act, which specifies some of the conditions of the person being cared for. So it's not just children, but it could be children with a disability or children with a mental illness or so on. So there are specific definitions. It doesn't include sort of kinship care, although some of the state carer recognition acts do include kinship care. So I would say absolutely that grandparents who are caring for grandchildren will have very serious financial burdens as part of that caring process, but that doesn't fall under carer as sort of guides our work because of that Recognition Act.
No, understood. I thought that might be the case, but I thought it was worth placing the question. Yeah.
Just if I could just say one thing, we've been talking about the inadequacy of the sort of income support systems. I just wanted to say something about the compounding impact in respect to carers. So carers, by their nature, have put aside their own needs for the interests of the person for whom they're caring. And sometimes that makes them quite invisible, including invisible to themselves and their own needs and their own health needs and so on. And so there's this compounding impact where the needs of the person they're caring for requires them to incur extra expenses that need to be met often by these carer payments. So these are transport needs to medical appointments, they're gap payments, pharmaceuticals and so on that otherwise couldn't be met unless it was from their support payment. I just want to make that point. And the result of that is that there's very little left over. Often there are meals missed, bills are unpaid, and often, in fact, there's overwhelming evidence about the extent to which carers have poorer health outcomes, mental health outcomes, they're socially isolated and so on. I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
And I think
Thank you.
a third of carers are also disabled. Is that about right?
That's correct.
Chris? Yeah.
Yes, and thank you, Ms Brooke and Ms Elderton, for your submission that outlines those cascading effects on carers. I thought it was very sobering.
Just to expand on older people who are carers, caring, for example, for somebody on a disability support pension, who can't get by on that pension unless their carers regularly supply them with extra money. The thing that grandparent carers, people with disability, etc., fear most is dying, is getting too old to be employed. And it's just a constant worry. If I go, what on earth is going to happen to them? And again, that worry would be less if the base rates of the pensions, of the income support payments were lifted.
That real sense that our so-called safety net is not safe.
Yeah.
Yes. Could I just finish with ask you all what a couple of you in your submissions talk about legislation you would like to see, but just sort of talk through what legislative changes would you like to see?
Shall I go first?
Yes.
We at Anti-Poverty Week have looked to the New Zealand model. The previous Prime Minister there made a huge commitment to halve child poverty by 2030 when she was in opposition. And she introduced legislation within 100 days of her election. She was also the Minister for Poverty Reduction, Child Poverty Reduction. We've looked at what has been achieved through that model, and a lot has been achieved for children, but also for people in poverty who don't have children. So we think that model should be adopted. We think legislation to committing to halve child poverty means that there is, with actions and measurable targets that need to be reported on by the Parliament, would be a very positive way to go. It's independent, and as we see in New Zealand, the fact that that Prime Minister has now gone is irrelevant. Those commitments remain, and the Parliament is held accountable.
Before going on to the other two organisations, what have been the key measures that they've introduced in New Zealand?
They did 3 increases to the base rate of payments. So again, speaking to our increase in JobSeeker, they did some specific increases around family payments equivalent, and again, we've called for that and a review of our family payment system. They've also looked at reviewing and improving child support, which is another critical piece to the child poverty reduction that we need to address. We've got at least $2 billion in unpaid child support owed to children here in Australia. So they've also worked in the housing space. So there's been a range of measures, and we've got a paper it's referred to. There's a link in our submission to our paper on what New Zealand's achieved. Of course, there's lots more to do there, but they did have achieved quite a lot. So we would definitely advocate for that. Right. And I just wanted to quickly say we really welcome this inquiry, but we also are acutely aware there was a significant inquiry into the adequacy of Newstart in the previous Parliament. It had 471 submissions, hundreds of hours of testimony. And
you want to see action.
Well, exactly. Yes. And sadly, that is one of 13 parliamentary inquiries that were never responded to by the due date in the previous Parliament. So I know this is beyond your control. I guess I'm appealing more to the Parliament, please, and to the government of the day to please respond in a timely manner to this report. And absolutely, we need to act, not just study.
Thanks, Ms. Wren. So,
yeah, well, I think we obviously, as we've said ad nauseum today, is to obviously just increase the base rates of payment. I think the time for targeted kind of, action or, targeted measures is over. We just really need to have a fundamental lift to bring everyone up. But I suppose what is the other thing that is upcoming, which is the Economic Inclusion Committee, and we know that there's going to be legislation around that towards the end of this year. What we need to see is, within that structure, more power to centering people who are in poverty or on low incomes to actually have a voice and say in what those policy measures and decision making actually is. So it's all well and good that we want to have representation through this committee, but it actually needs to centre the voices and cede that ground to people who are living in poverty. Yeah.
And to be clear, we don't want legislation for a body that doesn't have power itself. So we want to see a body that has people who are in these systems, and there are many ways in which we're economically excluded, and we have attached a letter to this submission that lists some of the groups that we would suggest be included in any form of body, but that it should not be an advisory body, that there needs to be power put in the hands of people who aren't government, because our lives should not be subject to the whims of politicians who use us as political footballs.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms O'Connell. Carers Australia, you have legislative asks?
What everybody else has just said, but also in our submission, we've identified some changes that could be made by the next budget. One of those changes is that recently legislation has been introduced so that people over the age of 65 on pensions, including the carer payment, can earn an extra $300 a fortnight before the taper rate kicks in. We can't see why it should only be people on those pensions over the age of 65. There's just no logic as far as we're concerned to that.
Yeah, so everybody should be able to access that. Ability to earn more.
Yeah. We're still waiting to see what comes out of strengthening the strengthening Medicare task force. But certainly one thing we hope they're looking at is the adequacy of the Medicare safety net. And then there are some other things that actually don't require legislation, and we've mentioned the young carer bursary. There are only 1,000. Many more bursaries are needed for young carers. Yep.
We forgot to also mention a permanent end to dangerous debt collection practices. We've got obviously some detailed proposals in there, but the debt collection regime in this country needs to be transformed into a payment accuracy model, where we're actually looking to make sure that people got the right amount of payment and that no one is forced to repay money until they have a livable income.
Thank you. Look, thank you all very much for your testimony today, for your submissions and for your powerful advocacy on behalf of people who are living in poverty. Thank you. I don't think any of you took questions on notice, but if there was further information that you suddenly think you should have said, if you could get that to us by the 17th of March, that would be valuable.
Those documents come through that I sent this morning?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
And we're going to be reporting to the Senate on the 31st of October, so we've got a bit of a way to go yet. Thank you. Thanks very much. So I now welcome via video conference and in person representatives from Economic Justice Australia. Well, thank you. So look, I'm Senator Janet Rice, the chair of the committee, and I've got joining me via video conference Senators Marielle Smith and Senator Slade Brockman. I think we've got Senator Tammy Terrell also joining us on the teleconference. So, oh, and Senator Pratt on the teleconference. So have we got Senator Terrell as well? Doesn't sound like it. Okay, thank you. So, look, thank you for appearing before the committee today. So for the Hansard record, would you each please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today, and we'll start with Ms Sivasamy in the room.
Hello, my name is Kavita Sivasamy. I am here as a representative from Economic Justice Australia, and I work at Canberra Community Law, which is a member centre.
Thank you.
Sarah Saka. I am a law officer at Economic Justice Australia.
Thank you, Ms Sasha.
And I'm Abby Cohn. I'm here as a representative for EJA and I work as a solicitor at the Member Centre of Townsville Community Law.
Thank you, Ms Cohn. So I now invite you to make an opening statement and then we will ask you some questions.
Thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee as representatives of Economic Justice Australia and member centres Canberra Community Law and Townsville Community Law. I am here as Kavita Sivasamy, a solicitor from Canberra Community Law, and I will start by setting the scene with one of our case studies. Then Sarah will summarise some of our key policy asks, and Abby will provide stories to illustrate these from her casework. Anne's job seeker payment was automatically suspended because she was ill and unable to attend a job interview. She called up her employment services provider to explain, but they refused to lift her suspension or accept her medical certificate for non-attendance. Anne advised that she desperately needed to have her suspension lifted as it was the end of her payment fortnight and she had no money left for food or other essentials. So she decided to go by train to her employment services office to sort it out. She didn't have any money to top up her transport card, but was desperate, so decided to catch the train anyway. Anne was apprehended at the train station and issued with a fine for over $400. Upon arrival at the employment service, they initially refused to see her and told her to come back the next day. Anne knew that if she left, she risked getting another fine and she wouldn't be able to buy any food until her payments were reinstated. With the help of one of our member centre's lawyers, Anne's suspension was lifted that afternoon. However, the money was not credited to her account in time for her to add credit to her transport card, and she received a further $200 fine on the way home. Anne now had a $600 debt with no savings to draw from, so she decided to cut back from 2 meals a day to just 1 meal a day for the next few months in order to pay it off. A fair and accessible social security system is fundamental to addressing poverty. It provides a safety net to keep a person clothed, housed and fed, as well as the stability to enable them to plan for the future, raise their family and engage in their community. We have provided a submission with recommendations for reform of the social security system. Our submission and our evidence today are informed by the work of EJA's membership, comprised of community legal centres that provide specialist social security advice. Urgent action is needed to substantially raise social security income support rates, particularly in light of the soaring costs of living. The temporary coronavirus supplement provided during the peak of COVID-19 indicates that it is simple to increase social security payment rates. All that is required is a political will to do so.
Thank you, Ms. Sudasani.
I will now pass on to Sarah from EJA, my colleague.
Thank you. So there are holes in our social safety net that lead to some of the most vulnerable members of our community being excluded from receiving any income support whatsoever. Legislative and systemic exclusions can arbitrarily prevent people from accessing payments that are necessary for their survival. The social security system without first addressing these inequities. I'd like to draw the committee's attention to some of our key recommendations in this regard. The first is that arbitrary waiting periods must be abolished. The date of certain income support payments for those who are eligible may be delayed due to waiting periods. We particularly highlight the newly arrived waiting period, which generally applies to new arrivals who must wait 4 years before they are able to access Social Security working age payments. This fuels poverty and homelessness. It leads to pressures on charities and community organisations, and it exposes new migrants to workforce exploitation. Secondly, long-stay visa holders should be provided with access to special benefit. There are cohorts of people living in Australia on long-stay work or student visas who can't qualify for income support. This includes special benefit, which is designed to be a payment of last resort. During the COVID-19 lockdowns, many international student and migrant workers had no choice but to leave Australia or depend on charitable support due to this exclusion. Thirdly, barriers to accessing the disability support pension must be removed. The current legislative framework and system for assessing eligibility for disability support pension is not fit for purpose. Many people with disability in Australia are effectively consigned to job seeker indefinitely and struggle to comply with mutual obligations. The debt waiver provisions need to be updated. Current debt waiver provisions do not reflect the reality that domestic violence victims may accrue Social Security debt as a direct result of the actions of their abuser. The legislation is out of line with community expectations and leads to further victimisation for those caught by the provisions. I will now pass on to Abby, who has some further examples and cases.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. So for the sake of brevity, I will just speak to one case, but I am happy to provide further examples if it would assist the committee. I want to deal briefly with the complexities of exemptions from the non-resident waiting period. So I assisted a 70-year-old woman who had come here from Malaysia. She had a primary school education and basic English skills. She was being supported by her son and his family, who had applied for a parent visa in 2018. However, there had been significant delay from Centrelink in relation to approving an assurance, what's called an assurance of support, and that visa was only granted at the end of 2019. So this effectively meant that instead of the 2-year waiting period, she was then subject to a 4-year waiting period. She was living and supported by her son for 2.5 years, as well as working as a cashier. However, during the COVID-19 crisis, she had to stop that work and she found work as a cleaner. Unfortunately, given her age and her declining physical health, she suffered a few injuries at work and a few falls and had to stop that work as well. Her son also suffered an injury at work and was made redundant towards the end of 2022. And her daughter-in-law had medical complications and was also unable to work. So we ended up with a family of 6 people who were all living in the one house with no income. This is when Lee came to us, and we assisted her with a review to the tribunal that found that she was in fact able to take special benefit from her application date in July, after she had been told by Centrelink that she couldn't because of the 4-year waiting period. But this meant that there were 4 months where that family had no access to income of any kind. Lee was also hoping to move out into public housing because the relationship with her family had broken down by this point. But public housing had told her that until she was receiving any sort of benefit, she would not be able to get into public housing at all. This was a complex case because there were issues around the temporality of the change. So whether the son's injury was the change, whether it was his redundancy, at what point that change had occurred. And that is important because of the complexities of the law, which says that the change has to occur after the arrival in Australia. There were also issues around a compensation payment that had been paid to her daughter-in-law and whether that meant that she could not be considered to be in severe financial hardship for those purposes. So legislative and administrative reform will only be effective if Services Australia's resourcing priorities are refocused. And that's a refocusing away from a culture of compliance to a culture of focusing on measures to enhance equitable access to entitlement and rights. Investment is particularly needed to improve vulnerable cohorts' access to locally based Services Australia social workers and specialist support staff. Internal review processes also need to be better resourced to address systemic barriers to appealing adverse decisions. We emphasise the importance of ensuring access to justice for those subject to unfair or inaccurate social security decisions. The social security system and legal framework can be difficult, if not impossible, for individuals to navigate without specialist assistance, and this is especially true for vulnerable people. I speak as a solicitor from a member centre in a generalist service where almost 25% of our casework is generally legal representation for social security matters. We do not have a specialist social security lawyer, and the work that we do in this space is in addition to the daily cases that we deal with in all other areas. Social security legal assistance services must be adequately funded to address the high levels of unmet need in the community. And this is including people in remote and very remote communities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms Cone, for that, and thank you all of you, and thank you for the work that you're doing to be supporting people who are struggling so much. And thank you for your focus on people who aren't receiving any social security, any income support at all. I mean, a lot of this, the focus of this inquiry has been on people who at least are receiving something. But yes, just the reality that there are many people in our community who are not receiving income support. But could you give us a bit of a sense of, you talk about the need for people who are not covered. So what numbers of people are we talking about in Australia who are trying to live on zero income?
Well, Chair, if I may, there is a newly arrived resident waiting period that is applied to most social security benefits, including the special benefit, which is generally accessed in instances of financial hardship when people aren't eligible for other benefits. But that is quite difficult to demonstrate, and we do come across that very often. And I think it's the newly arrived resident waiting period, and my colleagues can elaborate, is particularly concerning because these are people who are often have been granted permanent residency, but regardless of that, I mean, our human rights obligations extend to people who reside in Australia regardless of their residency status. But there are people who have been granted permanent residency who aren't able to access any benefits and special benefits. And there are exceptions to qualifying for, special benefit. Like if you can demonstrate a substantial change of circumstances since your arrival for reasons beyond your control, you can access that special benefits. But in practice, it's quite hard. And I mean, I would probably like to draw on a case study of someone who I came across, and we come across these people very often. And just to explain as well the implications that it has for her and the implications that it could have for her. So this person's name was Priya. In my line of work, I mainly assist people with public housing law, but that's quite often intertwined with social security issues as well, because a lot of people who do seek our support in public housing are often, their only source of income is Centrelink benefits. So Priya was living at a women's refuge in Tura with 2 of her children. She actually had 3, she has 3 children, but Tura could only accommodate 2 children, so one of her daughters had to actually go and live by herself at a very young age in Sydney. Priya had actually arrived in Australia a long time ago, and she was with her partner and she had 2 of her children here. It was a long road to be granted permanent residency, and she was on visa subclasses that disabled her from accessing any special benefits at all, which we also discussed in the submissions. So when she was what happened is there was a lot of family violence. Her partner actually locked her up in a room in the house, and she attempted self-harm many times, and she was lucky enough with support services, to escape that violent relationship. But she had been granted her PR, and her children had as well, after a long battle, but she wasn't eligible for social security benefits. And in someone in her situation, even if we were to demonstrate that they should be able to access social security, special benefits, that process can take a really long time, which can really entrench a lot of poverty that people are already living in. In her instance, she had a lot of mental health issues, understandably, as a result of the domestic violence, and she wasn't eligible for social security benefits, so she had to work and she had to live away from one of her daughters. And, the last thing you can afford in that situation is seeing a psychologist or psychiatrist to see if you might be eligible for a disability support pension. So she was working despite all her concerns, and she was only able to cope with part-time work, because her trauma and mental health barriers prevented her from taking on more work, and also her sole parenting responsibilities. She couldn't, so I think the complication there is, it's really sad as well. In the ACT, even seeing, at least in the ACT, even seeing a GP, it's hard to see a bulk bill GP. So all her money just went straight to meeting day-to-day expenses. And in that situation, she didn't have the money to access the treatment that she required, including mental health support. A lot of people in her situation is horrible, but it actually could be worse. And we see that all the time in our work. She was somehow, and I always admire our clients for their courage and their resilience, but she was somehow able to work. But a lot of people in her situation are not able to work, and they do not receive an income. And when someone doesn't receive an income, at least from a public housing point of view, it can be difficult to get an application accepted, or at least accepted and placed on priority, because with no income, it's hard to demonstrate your ability to sustain a tenancy. And so someone in her position could also have that barrier to accessing public housing, which even if you're on priority, it's a 2-year wait. So she's probably going to be in tour for a really long time, even if she could get onto priority. And if she was worse in terms of mental health, it would be even longer, and with no end sight. And people who transitional accommodation in the ACT, because of supply issues in the broader housing market, is also extremely limited. And so someone in her position could easily have not been lucky enough to find a place at Tura and been on the streets, sleeping in a car with her kids. And in those instances, CYPS gets alerted and her kids would be taken off her. And so you can see how a small social security benefit reform that has to happen, that hasn't happened, can lead to this person being homeless, not being able to access public housing, potentially, sleeping in a car, having her children removed off her. And it sounds compounded as if, it's a hypothetical, but we do see cases like this all the time. And unfortunately, it's more common than we would think. And
how common is it? How many people in Australia are living in this situation, have just been completely on the edge and relying totally on the support of other family members or charity?
Yeah, Chair, I can, and Sarah can probably talk to this as well, but I think it's incredibly hard to know, really, because what you have is, yes, so you have the special benefit, the non-resident waiting period, you have liquid assets tests, you have the compensation preclusion period, that means that people don't have access even if they've run out of their compensation unless they're kind of going to the review. You then have people in remote and rural communities, particularly Aboriginal, Torres Strait Islander people who just have no faith in the system at all, so have given up trying to get onto these payments. And there's no real, and Sarah might be able to correct me if I'm wrong here, but as far as I'm aware, there's no study into how many people are not receiving payments, because our focus is on how many people are receiving the payments. And also our focus is more specifically on how many people are receiving payments that they're not entitled to.
Thank you.
Sarah?
Yeah, I would agree with Abby there that we're talking about people who've fallen entirely through the cracks a lot of the time, so it's difficult to measure. They're not actually part of the system. So for example, it's not just about them having no payment, it's also about them being not connected to the security system in general. So if you have access to special benefit, that's a small payment, but that also connects you to employment services, for example, that keeps you in the system and being able to transition into employment. And beyond, and beyond, the people that aren't on any payment at all, there are also people who are on the wrong payment, like people who have severe disability and should really be on the disability support pension. But because the eligibility criteria is so strict and because it's so inaccessible for people to navigate, they end up, and because of this sort of arbitrary program of support requirement that's built into the Act, they then end up on job seeker. And they end up really struggling to comply with mutual obligations because of their disability, because they are unable to. And then they are punished for that. Their payments are suspended, and then they might end up not on the system at all. So, and I think it's also just worth making the point here that a lot of these little barriers that we're talking about, they didn't exist in the past, and they're really easy to remove. And we saw that with respect to the COVID measures that were taken. The liquid asset period was waived, the ordinary waiting period was waived, the newly arrived residents waiting period was waived, and we also saw more support for Centrelink staff to help manage people through the system. So those things we've already can see are pretty arbitrary and can be quite easily removed. And they're also a kind of result of like creeping changes over the years. So for example, the newly arrived waiting period, initially, that was only, when it was first introduced, it was only for 6 months. It's now crept up to 4 years. And initially, it also didn't apply to special benefit. So you could still get special benefit. And special benefit, if we can hammer on this point, special benefit is absolutely essential. It's a payment of last resort. It's for people who really, they can't get access to any other form of income support. They need it for medicine, they need it for food. It's not a big payment, and these arbitrary barriers to it are really cruel, and they're contrary to our human rights obligations as well. But yes, back to your original question, it's difficult to measure because we're talking about people who are off the grid a lot of the time.
And of course, I mean, special benefit is even lower than job seeker. So in terms of a payment for supporting people, it's people living on special benefit. I'm sure your case studies talk about yes, how difficult it is even to be living on special benefit.
And I think it is important to talk quite a bit about special benefit, I think, because people don't realise as well that there is this waiting period, or that when you come to Australia, you are not automatically entitled for certain payments. But the other thing is that when there is those changes, and a change from 2 years to 4 years is massive, you have a whole cohort of people who have arrived in Australia who have been told in 2 years you can get this special benefit if you need it. And then they have gone to Centrelink and been told, oh, actually, sorry, that's now 4 years. You've got another 4 years you've got another 2 years to wait. And that's devastating for those clients, because they're not coming to Centrelink because they want to be there. They're coming there in really severe financial hardship. And there's that information, and it goes to what Sarah was saying, that they're not part of the system. So that they're not getting letters from Centrelink telling them these things have changed. It just changes. And then when they turn up to a service centre, that's when they're told, okay, no, you 2 more years, come back.
Still trying to sort of unpack just how many people. Do we know how many people, when the COVID supplement was introduced, then with the waiving of all of those periods, how many extra people, was there any, has there been analysis, do you know, of how many extra people then got income support because of that rather than because they were unemployed?
I'm not aware of any studies, but I'm happy to take that on notice and ask our member centres, see if we can get that information for you.
Thank you. Thank you. You also talked both in your evidence today and in your submission about the lack of resourcing of Services Australia for managing people's claims and problems they're having. Do you have an estimate of sort of how much extra resourcing would be needed, or how, what needs to happen in order for Services Australia to be doing their job well?
I don't know if we have a number, but I would say that it's not really necessarily a matter of a huge amount of extra resourcing. It's about prioritising that resourcing. So when you have a system that is really, really focused on compliance and on ensuring people pay debts and all of those things, that's where the resourcing goes, and it gets subsumed by the need for proper service provisions. So, for example, social workers, having social workers for people, it often will save the system money to give people access to social workers at an early stage, because they can see what certain issues are before they snowball and become much bigger problems or legal problems. And we see from our member centres that it's just really hard for people to access social workers, even when they're in crisis. They might be put off a couple of days, or especially in remote areas, it's very difficult to gain access to services. So I think that there needs to be a focus on the service provision and the types and a recognition of the kinds of vulnerabilities that people have, and for resources to be directed towards those priorities, I think would be a really important step.
And I think as well, in relation to a kind of prioritisation idea, is training of staff. Because currently, and we've moved away, it used to be that you had certain staff who were trained in certain payments, and now it seems as if it's going into this more generalised, you go into a general, you see a service officer. And I'm sure everyone on the committee is aware, after sitting in so many of these hearings, that the law around this is complex. And it's very hard for one person to have an idea of the entirety of the law. So often our clients are coming to us because maybe they haven't acted on something because they spoke to a service officer and that service officer told them a certain thing that may not be entirely correct. And they'll say, well, I expected Centrelink. One of the things I hear a lot, well, I expected Centrelink to know what they were doing. It's their job. Yes. But those staff members, they're not trained in every aspect of the law. So it can be quite complicated. There's so many different payments for them to have their heads around, and so many different situations, that I think an increased specialisation in training for people would also be incredibly, incredibly useful.
Thank you. I'm now going to go to Senator Smith, who I think has got a question or two.
Actually, Janet, you just covered off on the question I was going to ask. And that was a very comprehensive answer. So I thank you. But yeah, Janet, you beat me to it.
Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Just to echo Abby's comments, I think so many of the issues we see just don't need to become legal issues. They're administrative issues. And by way of example, my colleague was telling me this morning about a client she had with 6 children. She was a single mother after an experience of a history of domestic violence with another child she was expecting. And she had 2 debts raised against her. One was $40,000. And after she sought our support, she was actually paying off that debt. After she sought our support and we made some inquiries, we found that there was a coding error that led to that debt. And that's significant, and it sounds absurd. But those are the kind of things, and we see so many of those case studies come through. Those are the kind of things that a social worker can actually make a few calls and do. And it's one of those things where the less social workers you have, the more frontline workers you need to filter through an inquiry like that and unpack the complexity of it. And, you know, Abby was very rightly pointing out the fact that it's currently a compliance-based system as opposed to a needs-based catering and understanding the needs of people. People who are experiencing family violence, who are paranoid about ex-partners finding out things, people who have language barriers, people who have mental health concerns, people with intellectual disabilities such as ADHD, which makes it hard for them to interact and understand bureaucracy. Indigenous people with mistrust of authorities are not going to explain everything to a frontline worker with very limited training in legal support and social work support. They need to be able to sit down with a social worker, explain, build that trust, explain the complexity of their situation, and have that personalised support, which community legal centres quite often end up providing to these people. And that takes our resources away from what we could be helping people with more complex legal issues. And we definitely found, when there was a little bit more social work support, which we knew of in the past, we would just sometimes tell clients to go and see a social worker at Centrelink and their issue would be sorted out. But with that becoming less and less and harder to access, that's taking up a lot of our resources, and it's causing people a lot of distress, and it's entrenching poverty in the meantime.
Thank you. Your two final recommendations, M and N, are about funding. So just be interested for you to talk through both of those. The first one, providing funding to enable the establishment of a Centrelink nationwide specialist hotline for community legal centre advocates. So what would that look like?
Yeah, this is something that we have been advocating for a while, and basically the reason why an advocacy line is needed is because of the de-skilling of Centrelink staff in general. They often don't have the expertise or the discretion to deal with complex cases or to understand how review rights and processes work. And often when people come into a CLC, that is their one opportunity to handle an issue. Like, for example, if they are homeless and they don't have an address and the lawyer has to deal with it on the spot or risk them missing out entirely. If they could have a line to somebody with the relevant expertise that could really assist people in getting access to justice. And I'm sure Abby and Tabitha can speak to how difficult it is to get through to Services Australia when it's such a complex bureaucracy and it's so difficult to get the right person, and leaving it to individuals to do it, it's virtually impossible barriers there. So that's really a way for us to cut through and get that access, and yes, that's a really important ask for us. I'll leave that to Abby if she wants to add.
I have a lot to say on that. So there's a few things, and I do actually have a case study that really emphasises quite a bit of the issues here. But when clients come to us, particularly if they're not yet at the tribunal, it's almost impossible to have any information from Centrelink that allows us to even begin our job. So our first step, if someone comes to us before the tribunal, is to say, we're going to need to do a Freedom of Information request, and that's going to take a month. So straight out of the gate, you're a month waiting for the information that then allows us to give legal advice. So our legal advice could then be, you've got no chance, or this just isn't kind of happening. But it's a month delayed. And so some of that is EJA is providing a lot of advocacy also around the amount of information that's included in letters, like rejection letters and things like that, so that we can provide that advice without going through the process. But an advocate's line may also be useful in those situations where you can get a quick update. The other thing is, so I assisted a woman who was in a long and very severe domestically violent relationship. And at the end of that relationship, she came to us because she was incredibly concerned. She had extreme anxiety and PTSD. She was very concerned that Centrelink were going to raise a debt against her, which happens. She had been saying that she was single when she was in fact partnered, and there's also some submissions that we've made around those debt waiver provisions that are relevant to her matter. But the issue that actually came up is that we sent a letter through to Centrelink to say, here's her circumstances. We do not consider that she should be taken as a member of a couple, and a debt shouldn't be raised, because this was 5 years. So if it had have been raised, it could have been a criminal prosecution. It then took 8 months for me to talk to Centrelink, not to talk to Centrelink, it took 8 months for me to talk to someone in Centrelink who could give me an answer as to what had happened with that letter, whether they were going to do anything with it. And part of that was because they didn't recognise my legal authority. They were telling me I had to be a nominee for this client, which is horrifically inappropriate. And then when I did finally get through to someone through their complaints process who could tell me what was going on, what I was told was, yes, we received your letter in October last year. I can see that someone's looked at it. There's been no actions, but we can't tell you that we're not going to raise a debt. But people have looked at it. No one is currently raising a debt. They probably won't. We can't say no. So I then had to go back to this woman with severe anxiety who was worried she was going to go to prison and say, 90% chance that everything is fine. But that's as good as we can give you. And that was after 8 months of trying to get through to them.
Thank you. It's pretty sobering and very, very important information for us as a committee to hear, I think. Ms. Sivasamy?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Abby's case study was incredible, and I don't know if mine would do as much justice, but I do have an example that's springing to mind about which demonstrates the need for a hotline to ascertain those updates as soon as possible. I recently had a client, Miranda, who the community housing provider that she was with, they had already tried to evict her because she wasn't paying rent, and she was successful in getting a payment order instead of being evicted, which was a great outcome. Unfortunately, her job seeker payments fell through because, all sort of things happen. And she, the community service housing provider then took her back to the tribunal to try and evict her for breaching the payment order. It was so tragic, and it almost sounds crazy, but she didn't come to the hearing she didn't come to the hearing and she had been evicted for breaching the payment order. And she came running to the tribunal right afterwards saying, I was locked up in a watchtower. I got arrested at 11 o'clock last night. I had no way of contacting you. I'm so sorry. And then we told her the bad news, and she broke down crying. What we then did was we made an application to set aside ex parte orders on the basis that she wasn't, and we had to demonstrate as a part of that she had a reasonable excuse for non-attendance, and that her attendance would have made a material difference to the outcome. We emailed, before that set-aside hearing, we tried to contact Centrelink for an update on her job seeker payments, which she had applied weeks before. She applied actually about 5 weeks before, and then apparently the application didn't go through. And this is where her mental health barriers and intellectual disability barriers prevented her from making those inquiries and understanding the process and engaging with the system, which was very compliance driven. But she had to make the application again, which she still made about 3 weeks before this hearing, and hadn't received, every time she followed up for an update, she was not getting any meaningful updates. And we reached out to Centrelink, and in the meantime, her set-aside hearing happened. The member decided that because she was unable to give any updates about her Centrelink payments coming through anytime soon, there was no proof that she could comply with the payment order, and so the orders weren't set aside, and it was the case that she was evicted. We got the update from Centrelink later on, but it was too late. And it shows how, from taking a step back from a legalistic point of view, this woman couldn't make it to a hearing because she was locked up. Her phone was off her. She had no way of contacting us. And her bail hearing was just, I think it was about 15 minutes before her housing hearing. And it's sad because a simple update from Centrelink really could have changed that outcome. We appealed the decision, and it was found that even though it was open to the member to adjourn the matter possibly, that adjournment was likely, or on appeal it was held that adjournment would likely have not been granted because there was not enough evidence for the member to consider that there may have been a change in circumstances. And a Centrelink update would have changed that. And it was just a shame because we got the email a few days later and it was just too late. And, we have been, in the past, we have been able to get those updates sooner, but because those mechanisms aren't there, we don't, those are through informal contacts at Centrelink, which not everyone has, and it's just, that's just a very tragic example. And she's homeless now, so I don't even know where she is. But
it's awful.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing it, and thank you for all the work that you were doing supporting people. And I note your last recommendation of extra funding for one additional position. I think that's the least that, yes. I know that you'd be able to do an awful lot with that. So, look, thank you very much for your evidence today. I think you did take something on notice. So if you could get information back to us by the close of business on the 17th of March, that would be really appreciated. And we're going to be reporting to the Senate on the 31st of October. So thank you. And
Thank you, Chair.
We will now suspend for 5 minutes so that I can get a cup of tea. Thank you.
Worthy cause, Janet.
Yeah. And started ready. So I now welcome via video conference and in person representatives from the Australian Council of Social Service, who we've got people online, and Uniting Care Australia. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. So for the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today, starting with the wonderful people we've got here in person.
Ms Claire Little, National Director, Uniting Care Australia.
Mark Newton, I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Parramatta Mission.
Thank you, Mr Newton. And ACOS, who have we got online?
So it's Cassandra Goldie, appearing as Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Council of Social Service Centre.
Thank you, Ms Goldie. Or Dr Goldie, sorry. Have we got...
And we should be joined by my colleague, Charmaine Crowe.
Yes, I can see Charmaine.
Yeah, g'day, Charmaine. Sorry, Charmaine Crowe, Program Director of Social Security at ACOS.
Great, thank you. And have we got Dr Davidson? Doesn't look like it. Are we expecting him?
Yes.
Yes, oh well, he will join us, I'm sure. So thank you for...
There he is.
All right, great. So, Dr Davidson, we're just getting names and capacity in which you appear for the Hansard record. So.
Sorry about that, just unmuting myself. Dr Peter Davidson, and I'm Principal Advisor at ACOS.
Thank you very much. So I'll now invite both organisations to make an opening statement before we will ask you some questions. As well as myself, the chair here in the room, we've got Senators Smith and Brockman on the line, and we have got Senator Tyrrell joining us via teleconference. So, Uniting Care, would you like to go first? Yes.
Absolutely. Thank you, Senator Rice. I would like to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians, the Ngunnawal people, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and future, and recommit to working for reconciliation in this land. Thank you very much for the opportunity to appear before the committee today on this important issue. I have with me Mr Mark Newton, CEO of Parramatta Mission, as you'd heard, one of the many services within the Uniting Care network. Parramatta Mission has been providing vital support services for over 150 years, as it started in the late 1880s as one of the churches within the Parramatta region, and they see thousands of vulnerable people every day in Western Sydney. As the national body for the Uniting Care Network, our work is grounded in the value and vision of the Uniting Church in Australia, the expertise of our services and the experience of the 1.4 million people we serve each year. The Uniting Church pledged in 1977 at its inception to seek the correction of injustices and work for the eradication of poverty. We are here to continue that mission today. Senators, you have heard about the deeply concerning rates and impacts of poverty in Australia. A number of Uniting Care organisations from our network of 80,000 staff and volunteers have given evidence of the lived experience of people we support and what practical solutions should be enacted to end poverty in this country across other hearings. Our services are on the front line every day, doing the best they can to ameliorate the effects of poverty, often intergenerational, providing financial, physical, emotional and spiritual support. As one of the wealthiest countries in the world, it is unacceptable and unconscionable for people in our community to still be living in poverty. The existence of poverty not only diminishes those individuals and families that experience it, but it diminishes us all. We should not allow even one member of our community to languish without adequate means of support for themselves and those they care for. Poverty is the outcome of intentional policy decisions on issues such as taxation, social security, income support, housing, employment, education and community service provision. We are not just at a flashpoint of the current cost of living crisis. Poverty is a structural problem that needs structural solutions. We commend to you the policies and recommendations in our submission, which will enhance the dignity of people, especially those who are most vulnerable. We hope that the recommendations of this inquiry will inform the many important legislative and policy reforms underway in the 47th Parliament, especially the focus on a national wellbeing framework and economic equality and inclusion. And we also hope that the voices that have been heard through this process will echo through these chambers as a timely reminder that we can and we must do better as a country to eradicate poverty and set us all on a path of human rights and human dignity. Thank you. We look forward to the discussion ahead.
Thank you, Ms Little. Dr Goldie.
Thank you, Senator. May I thank the committee for the opportunity for ACOS to present evidence to you today. ACOS is the peak body for the community sector, and our core purpose is to work with government and with others to end poverty in Australia. And we commend the Senate for initiating this very important inquiry and at this time. No one should be living in poverty. Australia is, on some measures, one of the wealthiest countries in the world alongside Switzerland. And we have all the means within our power to end poverty if we choose to do so. ACOS advocates for policies, legislation and action to end poverty and inequality. We draw on the experience also of people who are directly affected and the deep expertise across the ACOS membership, including our colleagues from Uniting Care appearing with you today. And this inquiry has already heard a lot of evidence about the corrosive effects on poverty on the experience of people directly affected. Like Catherine, who agreed to be in the media last week with us as we released our latest survey about the corrosive effects of heat when you do not have enough to be able to cool your homes. As she said, due to there not being any affordable rents for a single person, I am currently living in someone's shed. The extremes of heat and cold are hard to take. It is currently 24 degrees outside, and yet it is 29 degrees inside the shed where I live. Can you imagine what it is like when it's 35 degrees outside? And in regional Australia, we have many areas now where over half the year we have temperatures of over 35 degrees. You will have heard how poverty removes people's agency and limits opportunity. It takes away our independence. It leads to a corrosive decline in health, both physical and mental, and it is a cause of deep social isolation and stress in terms of our human relationships. It places people in situations where they must make impossible choices between eating or getting essential medical care. And the research is very clear that women in poverty are more likely to be experiencing family and domestic violence. And I quote, "There is a real social aspect to the increased cost of living. Aside from getting to vital appointments, I can't afford additional fuel to visit family or friends, and I can't afford to buy additional food to invite them over, even for a meal or a coffee. I'm embarrassed and increasingly isolated. The lack of social contact is debilitating." This is the person living on JobSeeker. Another, "I can no longer afford my medications. I am in excruciating pain and there's nothing I can do about any of it." Another person trying to survive on JobSeeker. Another, "I was so sad when I realised that many of my health problems were due to not eating properly, and that was due to poverty." The voice of a single parent living in Australia today. As I hope senators from this committee will hear over and over again, we are very clear about the solutions to lifting people out of poverty. The federal government demonstrated it right back in the late 80s when it lifted and promoted family payments, which reduced child poverty by around 30% at that time. And when the federal government lifted the pension in 2009, poverty among people receiving the age pension dropped almost by half, from 27% to 15%. And in 2020, poverty among people receiving income support as their main income source was massively reduced, literally overnight, temporarily, however, thanks to the coronavirus supplement. And our research from our colleagues at the University of New South Wales, so the Poverty and Inequality Partnership, has a lot of detail about the evidence to establish just how transformative increasing income supports have been in tackling poverty. So we will again say to you today as senators, we urge you to be a strong voice to call for the lifting of income supports. JobSeeker and Youth Allowance, they are our top recommendations in this committee. Poverty is a lack of income in the face of the costs that you must meet to be able to live with a level of dignity. And the biggest risk to living on poverty is to be either relying on income support payments like JobSeeker and Youth Allowance and parenting payment. JobSeeker remains the second lowest unemployment payment amongst wealthy countries as a proportion of average earnings, and is currently just 42% of the minimum wage. In our view, these payments need to be lifted to at least the pension rate. The pension was comprehensively assessed for its adequacy back in the Harmer Review, and our view is it's very clear that the income support payments should be lifted to at least that level. We also call for the government to commit to a full employment target, supporting people to get into paid work, which is so essential to reducing poverty. We have a historic opportunity to deliver on full employment and continue to do everything we can to give people who are trying to get access to paid work the supports they need in order to do so. You will have heard a lot about housing. The lack of housing is such an essential problem when it comes to people who do not have adequate income. So social housing and lifting the adequacy of Commonwealth rent assistance. I do want to highlight that we also are very conscious of people on temporary visas who have historically too often been left in destitution. We need to put in place adequate social protections for people on a range of temporary visas in Australia, including financial assistance for people seeking asylum and for temporary migrants, benchmarked to a similar rate as access to income support. We have strongly welcomed the federal government's commitment to developing a wellbeing framework. This presents an enormous opportunity for us to focus policies and to get them right for the health of the people in our community. In our view, the wellbeing framework should include a national headline poverty measure and targets and we should, so that we can clearly understand the nature and extent of poverty in Australia and make sure that with every effort we take, we are helping to end it. With the establishment of the Economic Inclusion Advisory Committee, we consider that poverty reduction should be a core legislative purpose of its mandate, with its strong focus being on income support adequacy, which is so crucial to ending poverty in Australia. We commend you, Senators, for this inquiry, and we look forward to the discussion alongside our colleagues from Uniting Care. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Goldie. I'll start, just prompted by one of the things you just said to the end there, that we need a national headline poverty measure and targets. I was going to ask the question, do you think Australia needs a national definition of poverty? So starting with ACOS, I mean, you said we do. How should that be developed, and where, in ACOS's terms, do you think that, do you have a view as to where that should sit now, or do you think there needs to be more work to be done to determine what that should be?
Look, Senator, it's so crucial that we get a national government that is prepared to undertake the important work to develop the right measure of poverty in Australia. That was really crucial work that was done about the nature and extent of homelessness. That was done some time ago with the ABS to really do the proper inquiry to set the right measures on homelessness. And since then we have been able to, with the no debate about the trends and what we're seeing. We think the same kind of process is needed here. I will refer to Dr. Davidson. I think it would be great, Peter, for you to speak to some of our views associated with the measures of poverty in Australia. Peter has led our work with the University of New South Wales in the analysis that we've been doing about poverty and inequality, and I'm sure, Senator, it would be useful to hear Peter's views on this front. Thank you.
Thanks. Can't hear you, Dr. Davidson. You're still on mute, I think. Yes.
There, got me. Sorry. I'm muting and unmuting in the wrong order. Broadly speaking, I think we define poverty as insufficient income to meet minimum basic living costs, that is, socially perceived necessities. So that's not an absolute measure. It will vary from country to country and within Australia from time to time as living standards change. But if you can't afford what most people perceive to be essentials, like a decent and secure home, then because your income's too low, then you're in poverty. How exactly that is measured, by what benchmark, is a matter for discussion and debate, and we think there should be a process of public review, perhaps as part of the development of the wellbeing framework, to develop that, because there are a number of benchmarks for poverty, including 50% or 60% of median household income, with or without housing costs, and the Henderson poverty line. And then there are other measures, more direct measures of deprivation and hardship, which aren't set as income benchmarks. And finally, there are budget standards measures, which attempt to work out a minimum acceptable budget, looking at each item that a low-income household needs, from housing to groceries to transport and so on. And there's research around that as well. So I guess we think it's important to look at the results from each of those methods, each of those approaches, and if the same people come into view on virtually every one of those measures, then you'd conclude that they're at high risk of poverty.
Thanks, Dr. Davidson. Uniting Care. Do you have a view as to what the poverty line should look like, how it should be determined?
Well, pretty much agree with what ACOS was saying there around poverty definitions, etc. Last year, though, we undertook a piece of research with ANU to look at household financial stress and financial well-being in Australia, to look at whether there's a bit more of a comprehensive measure of what financial well-being looks like. There is absolutely no doubt that income is core and centre to that, but we looked at other issues such as a household's wealth, age, housing costs, family type, disability status, gender, education level and region. And we combined all of those factors with ANU into one index that was based on how they impact household financial stress. And that sort of, it measures how hard it is for people to meet their expenses and have some money left over, so that when the unexpected bill does arrive, they have the means to pay for it from their weekly income or savings. We thought it was important to consider those raft of factors just so that it gives us a bit more of a comprehensive picture. So what we found, of course, was, there was no surprise, and essentially found very similar to the other poverty research that's happened across the country, that 8 out of 10 people dependent on working age welfare payments such as JobSeeker experience the lowest financial wellbeing on that index. That 3 in 10 households earning wages and salaries are living in financial stress. It talked about lower income families are 4 times more likely to be in financial stress compared with high income families, and about 1/3 of households on the age pension are living with financial stress. Single parents rated very poorly as well, as we know from other research. They're twice as likely to suffer financial stress compared to couples with children. But this was just a way of looking at it a bit more comprehensively and saying it's not just about income, that if we are financially stressed, there are many other factors that can be combined with that. For example, 2 people might have an income of $65,000, but if one of them is a homeowner retiree with $1.3 million in super and the other is a single parent renter raising 2 children, their lived experience is vastly different. So absolutely agree with our ACOS colleagues. Poverty, we need a proper national conversation around poverty, which of course this Senate inquiry is very well and truly started, and we also need to look at how we measure that and look at that wellbeing index. We've called in our measuring at what matters submission around the social development goals and looking at how we can measure the proper measure of wellbeing, and the index that we developed with ANU goes some way towards that.
Thank you. Just very much hearing those recommendations that we need to do the work, we need to work out, and add in those factors and to have a benchmark or an index that is for the Australian context. Just wanted to go at the moment, with the 2 main measures of, 50% of median income or 60% and the Henderson poverty line, just your views. I've had it put to me that the 50% or 50% of median income doesn't take into account higher housing costs in Australia, and just be interested in your response to that, given that in the absence of that well-defined index, that's often what is being used to determine when people are living in poverty.
Sorry, looking at me? Yes, indeed. So that's why we did some of that work with ANU, really, when the Financial Wellbeing Index it did take into account higher costs of housing and higher costs of living in regional areas that had a demographic component to it as well, just so that there was a sense of balance in that. So absolutely think that we need to be a bit more nuanced now around that. We have a lot more people who are on even on double incomes who are what we would call the working poor at the moment as well. And so I think we need to really look at how we can be a bit more comprehensive. So would love to put the work that we've started into that mix and say, how do we have some of those measures that's a bit more nuanced than just income, knowing that income is actually, at the bottom, at the end of the day, if you can't pay your bills and you can't feed your children, then that is not acceptable. So I think we need to have a good, solid conversation about what we want to measure and how we want to measure it. The 50% of median household income has served us well. The poverty line has served us well, but I think being above or below a line may not be for now something that we could actually build on.
Thank you. ACOS?
I'll I'll take that if that's okay. Housing is the largest single cost that households face, especially low-income households, and it also varies very dramatically. For example, it's much, much higher for low-income households of working age than for the majority of older households, the ones who aren't renting. And so there is a tradition in poverty research to directly take into account housing costs, and that's what we do in our work with UNSW. So it's not so much about the level of the poverty line itself, it's whether you directly take into account housing costs, and we do by deducting median household housing costs from the median income measure that we've used in that research, 50% of median income, and then to set the poverty lines, and then deducting individual households' housing costs from their income. And so what that captures is the impact of different households' housing costs on poverty, and the resulting poverty measures are slightly higher than when you don't take housing into account, but we think it's important to do so, and we do that.
Okay, so the ACOS position at the moment of increasing income support to essentially what the age pension is $73 a day. How does that take into account those housing costs?
It doesn't directly. The component of income support that takes account of housing costs is rent assistance. So it's a question of to what degree you focus on the core payment and to what degree you focus on the rental subsidy, and of course other policies to boost low-cost housing supply.
I can add to that. So, of course, as part of our income support ask is the ask to increase rent assistance so that it better reflects the rents paid by people receiving income support. And we're calling for an increase to the maximum threshold for rent assistance of 50%, and that would in turn lift the payment. The data is very clear that the people most at risk of housing stress are people receiving job seeker payment, students, in terms of those households receiving rent assistance at the same time. And that's primarily because although they're receiving the same level of rent assistance, say, as their counterpart on a pension, their base rate of income is that much lower. And so there are a much higher proportion of people receiving those payments who we classify as being in rental stress because they're paying more than 30% of their income on rent, compared with people receiving a higher level of payment. So it's important to acknowledge that in terms of being able to cover the cost of housing, we obviously need investment in social housing to boost those numbers, but rent assistance obviously plays an important role. In addition to, very importantly, lifting the base rates of those very low and inadequate income support payments like job seeker and youth allowance.
Right, so you couldn't have oh, go on.
Oh, Senator, if I may, just as I referenced in the opening statement, we've come to that view about the benchmarking of job seeker to be at the pension rate, based on comprehensive consultation that we had to develop a clear position, including with our members, over the adequacy of the unemployment payment. The reasons are twofold. One is, as I said earlier, the most comprehensive work that we've had done on adequacy overall, it has been the Harmer Review, which set a fresh benchmark for the pension rate, and also agreed a much more adequate, in our view, indexation arrangements associated with that payment. Secondly, as you will be aware, we've had successive governments introduce or tighten rules associated with who gets access to a pension rate of payment and who gets access to an allowance rate. And the gap between those two payments has become unconscionable in our view. And it has also meant that people have been placed in terrible situations. For example, people with a partial capacity to work, of having to try and get access to the disability support pension because it is at least more than job seeker. And the rules associated with access to the disability support pension, of course, require you, for example, to say that your condition is chronic, ongoing, and you will never actually get your capacity back. We don't need to do that. The reality is, whether you've got a disability or you are, in another situation, the cost of housing essentially is the same. We argue for a supplementation for disability-associated costs, but there is policy coherence in us coming to essentially a universal income floor, regardless of your circumstances, if you're not able to be in paid work, and then we can have the debates about the so-called conditionality associated with remaining on that payment, depending on who you are in that system. Thank you.
And then what I hear you saying is then that income floor and then how much it would need to be supplemented,
Yes.
EGB
That's right.
with rent assistance.
We call for a supplement for disability costs, chronic illness costs, and you will hear over and over again the aspects of that for people in terms of going in without critical costs like medicines. And of course, if you have a chronic illness, your costs are much higher in that regard. And then also single parent supplementation. And I know we're going to talk a bit about family payments, I'm sure, in the context of family poverty.
Can I just we had some quite strong criticism of Commonwealth rent assistance, and I understand your position. You're saying we need to raise income support and then have Commonwealth rent assistance on top of that. But this morning, and a couple of things were that it's not payable until you have got your name on the lease, and that there are big barriers and the administrative burden of having these two processes that people have to go through with Centrelink. So I'd just like your response to those criticisms of CRA.
Charmaine, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, look, they're fair, absolutely. I mean, I think if we were to lift the base rates of those completely inadequate income support payments, that would definitely go some way to assisting people receiving them where they were trying to get a private rental. ACOS has policies in other areas to also ensure that people don't have to run down their meagre savings just to even get access to income support. So, for instance, we're calling for abolition of the liquid assets waiting period. That means that people have to deplete, as I said, meagre savings just to even get access to job seeker. We're also calling for the removal of waiting periods, like the 1 week wait, which just simply denies people in need access to support. And so if they do have any savings, they're normally gone by the time that people get their income support payment transferred. But as I said earlier, we also need to boost the supply of affordable housing. Now, we acknowledge that that is going to take time, and that is why, in our view, Commonwealth rent assistance absolutely has a role to play in our system of support to ensure that where people are in the private rental market, they are receiving a payment that acknowledges the higher costs that they face.
If we were asked what's the highest priority, it is absolutely lifting the adequacy of job seekers, Senator, for all the reasons that you've heard this morning. In the rental market out there at the moment, it is horrendous for people. And many people, of course, are in informal housing situations. They're not getting themselves on the lease because at the moment the landlord has the power, as we know, about whether to agree to that. And so there are many, many people in informal rental situations who are absolutely paying rent, but they can't access Commonwealth rent assistance. And so we think it's really important that we get the adequacy of the core payment right. And then, obviously we do have views about the need to lift Commonwealth rent assistance. In terms of the whole housing situation, no question for us, the big boost has to be in what's at the moment called social housing, the very, income tied to, rent tied to income, part of the housing continuum, because that is where we've got, declining stock. And to, our colleagues at United Care talk about, when you look at the back end of financial stresses, there's no question that, and, as our colleague Peter Davison highlights as well, housing is your biggest cost and everything else gets squeezed out until you finally let go of housing and become homeless.
Yes.
Hope your medicines.
About to go to Senator Smith, who's got some questions, but just one last question from me on that lack of availability of social and community and public housing. Do your organisations have a figure of what quantum of housing that needs to be committed to do some substantial work to alleviating that?
Charmaine, thank you.
I'll go with Ms Little first.
No, that's fine. I mean, we have been supporting the Everybody's Home campaign, and so the figures that they have are the figures that we think at this point in time, are probably the best guess. The lived experience of the people, and I might throw to Mark too on this one, the lived experience of the people who access our services is absolutely dire. It is a crisis, and our emergency relief programs are giving out tents. They are, people are living in their cars, going to their work, raising their children, in absolutely unacceptable situations. And so, the best guess at this point in time is the rate that Everybody's Home has been quoting. But I tell you what, I think it's getting worse and worse as days go by, and you can only talk to any of our services to know that. And someone like Mark, whose service works with the homeless population, will absolutely attest to that.
Thanks, Ms Little. Mr Newton?
Yeah, thank you. That's a great introduction. Parramatta Mission sees around 300 people a day who are either homeless or bordering on homelessness. And those people have a variety of challenging circumstances. They typically would have fallen through most of the government safety nets in their daily existence. There would be groups of them who would live couch surfing, who would be living in their cars, who would be trying to find whatever opportunities for a good night's sleep might be available. But their situations are not only dire but complex, typically because of a combination of mental health challenges, drug and alcohol challenges, disability, family breakdown and violence. There may be recent migrants. There may be all of those things in some cases, so that they come together, that those people would not only be interacting with the welfare systems, but probably the criminal justice system in many cases. And this is the most challenging end of poverty, and typically results in either complete homelessness and rough sleeping, or results in those people having to find accommodation which is absolutely suboptimal, that they have no security of either food or income or residence. So I think when we speak about poverty and we speak about homelessness, obviously there is a spectrum, and my organisation seeks to take care of those at the very bottom of that spectrum. So just to recognise that there is that profound need in many communities.
Thank you, Mr Newton. Ms Crowe?
Yeah, yes, we also support the Everybody's Home campaign. We've got in our submission, you'll see the call for at least 25,000 dwellings per year constructed over a 10-year basis. That's what we're asking for the federal government to commit to go some way to addressing the severe shortfall of social housing.
Great. Thank you. Senator Smith.
Thank you, and thanks to the witnesses appearing today. Just had some questions for ACOS, which go to pages 87 to 89 of your submission, just around early childhood and access to preschool. So I was just hoping to start with, you could speak to why you've included these recommendations in your submission to us on poverty. If we could start with the access to early childhood one.
Oh, thank you, Senator. I mean, you don't get. I think we have had a long-standing call for elevating the affordability and the sort of essentially universal access to early childhood education and care, because it is great for children, and it's also really great for a range of different kinds of families who are looking to be able to cover the costs of the essential, to be able to, as appropriate, to retain access to participation in paid work, so that there can be essentially a smoothing of supports for families as children come into the world, and then you are wanting to give them the very best of a start in life, and early childhood education and care is so crucial to that. We were strongly opposed, for example, to the activity tests that was put in place, which definitely penalised and blocked out access to adequate early childhood care for particularly lower income families, and we'll continue to call for that to be removed. We think this is one of the really crucial debates for the country, about how to best design access to high quality early childhood education and care. We are not where we should be, certainly in terms of global standards. And it's important for everybody. It's particularly important for families whose choices are constrained because of their need to participate in paid work in order to cover the essentials.
And do you see a role for access to high quality early education and care in tackling issues like intergenerational poverty and disadvantage?
For us, definitely, at the for all families, we think having high quality access to early childhood education and care really gives children the kind of capacity to participate outside of the home, for the families to be connected around the early childhood education and care. We've had a long-standing concern about the increasing sort of tiers of access to quality. We don't think that if we get this wrong, it drives inequalities. And sense of people's and families not having the same kinds of supports, that you've got to kind of buy your way in to something so essential as high quality early education and care.
Okay, and you included a separate recommendation around 3-year-old preschool, where you recommended access to 3-year-old preschool. Can I just ask you to expand on that recommendation?
I might just, Charmaine, are you in a position to speak to that one?
Look, our colleague Rob Sturrock can probably provide further detail if the committee is keen to get that. But in short, that is really about ensuring that young children have access to that, high quality early learning at a really critical time. And we also call for priority to be given to children who may be experiencing or be at an educational disadvantage, particularly children or Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children, children who are in rural and remote areas where there again is poor access, and also kids from or with a non-English speaking background.
Okay, I think if you could just take on notice for me, I assume these recommendations are in here because your research or your work either shows that lack of access to these things is a driver of poverty, or improvement in these things is a potential way to help overcome some of the intergenerational causes of poverty. So I'd just be interested if there's further detail you can give in support of these recommendations and why they are on notice. I'd really appreciate that. And I guess
the connection, just to clarify, in terms of it being a driver of poverty is obviously if you, for example, are a single parent and you don't have access to this kind of care in a way that's affordable, it is a barrier for you to be able to participate in paid work, but also essentially to have the kind of social connections and supports that are really meaningful for you as a member of our community. And so, you know, it's not like this is about fixing up kids per se, but it is recognising these are structural barriers that make your experience very different depending on whether or not you are able to, you know, have the kind of access to early childhood education and care for your children that you would want, in contrast to those who are really on, you know, in extreme situations in terms of their lack of access to income.
Okay, so from a policy perspective, these recommendations are in here more in terms of their impact on adults or parents living in poverty as opposed to the intergenerational preventative considerations of early childhood education. Is that what you're saying?
Sandra, if it might help, we know that families experiencing poverty are more disadvantaged when it comes to getting access to those early learning services, if I can put it that way. And so the kids are at a greater disadvantage. If that clarifies things a bit further.
That's helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'll return to Uniting Care, and you note in your submission that in addition to increasing income support, there's a need to fund service providers, and that many, as Mr Newton I'm sure would well know, aren't meeting demand, and we've heard a lot of evidence to this committee up until now as to the huge strain. So could you just sort of talk us through what is the gap that you are experiencing as a service provider at the moment, and do you have a sense of how much more support is needed? I suppose it depends on whether income support is increased, doesn't it?
Well, yes, thank you. So we know, and I think our ACOS colleagues mentioned it earlier, that when during COVID, when the COVID supplement was increased and job seeker was increased significantly, we noted a direct correlation to the decrease in the draw on emergency relief and food. So there is a direct correlation between having a raise to your income and your income support levels to the access to services. So it was really quite obvious at the time, and notably when those payments went down, so our demand on services went up. And it has continued to go up since then because we now also have a cost of living crisis. And so some of our emergency relief, particularly at that end, which is kind of the pointy end, if you like, of need, we're seeing 50%, at least 50% increase across the board in our services for demand for food and emergency relief, which is vouchers, helping to pay the rent, helping to pay utilities, etc. So we are seeing a big spike at the moment. There's also, a really strong increase in demand for mental health services, for drug and alcohol programs, for domestic and family violence programs. So there is a need. We haven't quantified that in terms of dollars at this point. What we are asking is that there is a mapping and that there is a proper service review about how much the need is going to be for the next few years, so that we can really fund it appropriately. And of course, we also have a workforce crisis, so our services are also under strain, and we know that we've also called for a jobs and skills. In the new Jobs and Skills Australia, we've called for a deputy commissioner for the care sector, so that we can address the workforce crisis that we are currently seeing within our programs. So we'd like to see a review so that there's a proper understanding of what that quantification is. We know it anecdotally, we know it from our data across various services, but a real national kind of picture of that, I think, would be very, very helpful at this point.
Mr Newton, did you want to comment about, the strain that the services that you run have been under with that increase in people living in poverty?
Oh, absolutely. We've seen as Clarence said, a significant increase, approaching 50% on some of our programs. There's obviously a professionalisation of many services. What Parramatta Mission now provides is an unfunded government service to those people in need. And we've seen around 50% increase in that. And we're seeing a new, I guess, cohort of people coming through seeking help. Those people who are actually not homeless and in some cases are employed, but because of the stress on family budgets, they come and seek food relief. So either meals in the morning or at lunchtime, or food parcels, things that they can take away, and also to be able to seek support in interacting with the complex array of government programs and schemes that are available, that they really otherwise would struggle to navigate their way through those programs. And so therefore we're able to provide a community hub. But it is salutary to realise that there are people coming who are in work and who do have a stable domestic situation, but really their income and expenses are so much under pressure that they're seeking food and other benefits from unfunded charities.
And I mean, so you say we've, in fact, for both of you, you've had an increase, massive increase in demand of the 50%. But what's happened to the funding from government to your services?
There was an increase in emergency relief funding through COVID, which is and also through some of the, of course, we've had weather events and other crises as well in our country over the last couple of years. So there was some increase. Essentially, we are, as Mark said, I mean, his service is completely unfunded. It is all voluntary and charitable donations that are feeding the people of Parramatta from his program every day. So we are, essentially trying to draw on donations, looking for other sources of funding. But essentially, at the end of the day, we have to turn people away. And that is heartbreaking. In fact, we have some reports from our programs that says that in some cases, the mental health of our workers, because they have to turn people away, it's really having an impact on service deliverers in that they're already exhausted. And having been through a pandemic, they're already feeling really overwhelmed. So we have a workforce crisis, we have an increase in demand, and we need to look seriously at what the level of funding should be for the future. At the moment, we're getting by.
Thank you. Yes.
If I may, just it is one of the reasons why ACOS has in our most recent budget submission again called for the federal government to undertake a proper benchmarking assessment of the adequacy of community services. It's been a very long time since that has been done, from right back at the sort of 2013-14 history with the so-called horror budget of the Abbott government, where there was a big amount of money cut out of community services. It's really been inadequate indexation, one-off, as Claire will know, we get sort of huge pressure and then the government will deliver some additional funds for particular purposes, but it's not necessarily sustained and ongoing. And the indexation arrangements are really crucial. Every year it's effectively a cut unless indexation is adequate. And of course, we're a predominantly women-identified sector. And predominantly driven by core values, which will be we turn up to help people. And it's time to call that out and say, and including in the crises we've faced, the pandemic, the bushfires, and on the goodwill of both paid workers, often not on very high pay, and the many volunteers in our sector. And it really is important that these services should not be taken for granted in this way.
I think the other issue that's really hit us in the last couple of years is the decrease in volunteers and voluntary contributions. We cannot find our volunteers now as we had before. But a recognition of the incredibly important role of the charitable sector is required because we have played a very vital role on the front line of fighting the pandemic, for the most vulnerable people in our community. But as Cassandra says, we need a proper review of where our service is at the moment and what is required. We've limped along for a long time on indexation, and there has been some extra money put in. There's no question about that. It needs recognising, but it's not.
Yes, demand has skyrocketed.
Demand is now skyrocketing. The cost of living crisis that we are currently in is a poverty crisis, and it's not going to go away anytime soon.
Thank you.
And it is, can I say, it's not reasonable to expect, and nor should it be, that frontline services responses are the ones to provide adequate incomes for millions of people, which is what our income support system is designed to do. And so, Senators, I think you will be hearing over and over from service providers also saying, fix the adequacy of income supports, deal properly with the structural problems driving a lack of affordable and social housing, and community services will be there in the way that they are designed to be for crises, that you get it right and they will pass.
Thank you. We've got about 6 minutes left, and I've got two questions I'd love to get a response to. One from ACOS, your recommendation for full employment, and just interested to see how you see that interacting with our income support system.
Peter, I might refer to you on that one.
Thank you, Cassandra. Full employment is, of course, critical to poverty alleviation. Everyone should have access to decently paid working hours that they need, and that will make a huge difference to poverty if we get there. We're not there yet. But so is the safety net important, and it's not an either-or equation. Of course, there's less need for people to rely on the safety net if we have full employment. But it will always be needed, and it should always be adequate. We have been advocating in the Jobs and Skills Summit and in our submission to the Reserve Bank review that there should be a full employment target sitting alongside the Reserve Bank's inflation target, and that they should be given equal weight, so that whenever we approach a situation of full employment, we don't retreat from that by lifting interest rates too much, and there's a great risk of that right at the moment. And I'd just add that an effective safety net does help sustain full employment, because it is the perfect automatic stabiliser in the economy. When there's a recession, if you have decent income support, it pumps money into the economy. More people are spending, especially people on low incomes who will readily spend, have to readily spend whatever additional income is provided to them. And then in the booms, of course, that automatic stabiliser pulls back because there are less people on those unemployment payments, as is the case now. If they were increased now, as we propose, the cost would be far, far less than would have been the case during the COVID recession, and that's as it should be, because it's helping to stabilise the economy as well as provide that safety net that people need.
Thank you. And look, my final question to both of you, but ACOS, you mentioned in your submission that the Economic Inclusion Advisory Committee could form the function of a Social Security Commission with appropriate independence. I'm just interested in your thoughts about what that appropriate independence would look like.
Thank you, Senator. We think the committee is an important development. We welcome the commitment to have it legislated and for it to be independent. We think there should be definitely a process for expressions of interest for the constituting of the committee members, it should be clear about the length of the terms of those committees, in the same way as other arm's length bodies from government, to have that that independence sort of embedded in the structure and design of it. We have had a consistent view that it should have clear, dedicated spots for people directly affected, the representatives of people on very low incomes. That's really crucial. And that it should have its own appropriation in terms of resources. This committee, in our view, should not be seen as replacing the work, of course, the federal government, the Department of Social Services. We, of course, need government to do policy development and to do the data analysis and to have a really crucial role in all of this important work. We think the committee's role is to provide that advice in a transparent, open way and independent, obviously, at the right stages, including providing advice on budget measures in accordance with its mandate. I would highlight that in the same way as ACOS is a very strong supporter of the Voice to Parliament initiative, as crucial to the structural measures that we have talked about in terms of lifting the adequacy of income supports, of dealing with social housing, etc., participation of people of and for with people on low incomes in policy and decision-making processes and in public debates is so crucial. Australia has to tell itself who it is. On the surface, we're a very wealthy country, and you will hear about the cost of living sometimes in the context of how much coffee has gone up. Well, we are talking about millions of people who have historically been at a point in time vilified. There is stigma attached to this experience, despite it being, widespread. And so we think the committee is an example of where we should have people on low incomes very much seen as the experts on this experience. We think that that's also a really crucial recommendation when it comes to, for example, debates about superannuation. Wouldn't it be great, actually, if we had people on low incomes, driving the debates about superannuation? Because I think if you look at the relativities of experience here, the fact that we're even having a debate about whether it's okay to cap tax, the concessionary treatment at 3 million, and here we are, talking about millions of people who are unable to pay for the real essentials of life. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Goldie. Ms Little, did you have any comments you'd like to make about the Economic Inclusion Advisory Committee and its independence?
We have called for a long time for some way of independently looking at income support payments that doesn't rely on the political winds of change or the political context of the day. So we know that since that nasty 2014-15 budget, we've been seeing significant ongoing and real cuts to social services resourcing. Payments and allowances have seen waiting periods introduced, revised and extended. Backdating has been removed. Entitlements have become less portable. Supplements have become less generous. Eligibility age ranges have narrowed and indexation has been paused, sometimes before being restarted and paused again. So what I'm saying is that it has been tampered with and tinkered with for a long time, but not raised in a way that it should be. And I think that we need an independent mechanism by which we can logically and rationally come to some sort of a sense of what our income support should be on an ongoing basis, and it should be reviewed properly, regularly, and then the government of the day respond accordingly and appropriately. And I think that would be absolutely our view. We've had that view for a long time. It's been 25 years of income support being just at the, let's put it up, let's put it down, let's change it. And I think it's time we stopped. If we wanted to be a country that genuinely believes that all its people have equal opportunity and genuinely believes that everyone has the right to participate and have opportunity in our country.
Thank you. Look, thank you all for your evidence today and your submissions and your excellent work on advocating for people who are living in poverty. So thank you very much. Any answers to questions on notice, if you could get them to the committee by the close of business the 17th of March, that would be appreciated. We will be reporting to the Senate on the 31st of October. So a bit of time to go yet. So the committee will now suspend and resume at 2 o'clock.
Thanks, Chair.
Excellent. I now welcome Mr. Greg Jericho from the Centre for Future Work and Professor Roger Wilkins. Thanks for appearing before the committee today. As well as myself here, we have joining us by video conference Senator Slade Brockman and Senator Mariel Smith, and I think we've got Senator Tammy Terrell who's joining us via teleconference. So, for the Hansard record, will you each please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Greg Jericho, Policy Director for the Centre for Future Work at the Australia Institute.
Thank you, Mr. Jericho.
Roger Wilkins, I'm here in a private capacity.
Great, thanks, Professor Wilkins. So I now invite you to make an opening statement and then we'll ask you some questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this important inquiry. It's very rare for an economy to have a real-world test on what occurs when welfare payments are increased. The experience of Australia during the pandemic was this opportunity. The raising of the job seeker payments through the addition of the coronavirus supplement and the easing of mutual obligations was an opportunity to gauge how the economy would react. But it was also, perhaps unintentionally, a damning indictment on the performance of the unemployment benefits at that point. Unemployment benefits should have two main roles. The first is to ensure those who are unemployed are able to maintain a livelihood that enables them to survive while they look for work. The payment and conditions should be at a level that does not limit their abilities to seek work due to an inability to pay for services or equipment that are crucial for looking for work. Likewise, it should not be at the level that punishes people who find themselves without work, almost always through no fault of their own. This is especially important given the current macroeconomic policies in Australia actually determine that there needs to be a certain level of unemployment of approximately around 4% to 5%. Secondly, unemployment benefits are designed to work as an automatic stabiliser, such that when an economy experiences a downturn, the level of household income does not crater, such that the conditions of that downturn are magnified and develop a cycle of lower incomes leading to greater unemployment, leading to lower incomes. As we entered the pandemic in 2020, the level of unemployment benefits failed both roles. The level of Newstart at the time had recipients living in poverty, which made vital job-seeking activities such as travel, internet and phone connection, let alone aspects such as deportment and clothing, extremely difficult. And the level of the benefit was too low to sustain an economy about to see an effective doubling of unemployment. And so it was not surprising that the government at the time sought to increase the level of the unemployment benefits. As I wrote at the time, quote, the harsh truth about the government's decision to effectively double the job seeker rate from a base of $565.70 a fortnight to $1,115 for a single person as soon as COVID-19 smashed employment is that were the rate actually at a decent level, such a special bonus would not have been needed, unquote. And so what was the result of this lift? Well, my colleague at the Australia Institute, Matt Grudenoff, estimated that the supplement in an instant lifted almost 500,000 Australians out of poverty, including 75,000 children. The experience of the pandemic has revealed what has long been known but not always tested, that poverty is a policy choice. Unfortunately, since the end of the lockdowns and the removal of the supplements, we have seen a return to similar narratives that were dominant before 2020 that lead to policies that keep people in poverty. It is a narrative we have seen dominate discussion of the Stage 3 tax cuts, where nearly half of the benefit go to the top 4% of taxpayers. And just this past week, we have seen the attempt to limit the level at which superannuation balances can take advantage of generous tax breaks at $3 million being spun as an attack on middle Australia, despite affecting less than 0.5% of all superannuation holders. In reality, almost all Australians are closer to the poverty line than they are to the likelihood of having $3 million in their super. We need to reset the conversation about poverty and support those on a low income, as well as the incomes of people in low-paying occupations, especially in the care sector, from one where they are most often presented as the other and away from treating the richest in society and the benefits they receive through the tax system as going to the middle class. We at the Australia Institute believe the addition of aspects such as an official poverty line, working in concert with a wellbeing budget, can help change this narrative and improve the lives of the most vulnerable in Australia. And I thank the committee for the opportunity to provide evidence today.
Thanks, Mr. Jericho. Professor Wilkins.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I am here as an academic economist who does research in this space, most notably with the Hilda survey data. In fact, Hilda is the only data source that allows us to produce annual estimates of poverty in Australia, being that it is conducted annually, and I have been producing annual estimates from the data source since 2007. In this forum, I can't do justice to the many things that I would like to say on this topic, so I'll just highlight a few things that I'd like to emphasise. The first is, and I'm sure this probably echoes what others appearing before you have said, but in terms of what poverty is, in the Australian context, we think of it as not being able to live what most Australians would consider a normal life, participating in the normal activities of Australian life, and that the reason for that inability to do that is because of a lack of money. So it's not it's not about all forms of disadvantage and injustice in a society that we would like to address. It's very much focused on not having the economic resources needed to participate in Australian life. I think there's a tendency to overcomplicate this and talk about poverty being complex and multifaceted, but it's actually not that complicated. Sure, the underlying causes of poverty can be multifaceted and complex, but the basic problem is quite simple. It's just not having enough money. I think three sort of themes from Hilda research that I'd like to emphasise is firstly that the most important way of ensuring adequacy of income for working age people is through employment. So any government that takes its eye off the importance of jobs, of promoting employment in the community, is being negligent in respect of attempts to reduce poverty. And that's very clearly comes out when you look at the Hilda longitudinal data, that employment is so often the route out of deprivation or out of poverty. But also importantly, what comes out of the data is that it's not the complete solution, that it doesn't work for people who have disabilities, particularly severe disabilities, people with poor health, particularly poor mental health, and people with significant caring responsibilities. For these groups, we see that poverty is very persistent, and an anti-poverty policy that's simply about using employment as your only tool will not work for those groups. And so our income support system is critical, as Greg has already described. A third theme I think that comes out of the Hilda data is that is an intergenerational dimension. We see very clearly that as a child growing up in a household in poverty puts you at much elevated risk of being in poverty in your own adulthood. And there are a whole range of reasons why we could see that mechanism at work, but a lot of them have to do with the adverse developmental consequences of poverty during childhood. And then the third thing I'd like to say, which doesn't come out of my research, but which I think needs to be said, and I would be surprised if others haven't mentioned this, is that we really do need an official poverty measure in this country. There's lots of hand-wringing about how you should measure poverty, and I think we end up in a situation where the perfect ends up being the enemy of the good. Governments measure a lot of things and hold them to and target a lot of things that are very imperfectly measured. Poverty should be no different. I would gravitate towards something that's a measure that's been used widely internationally, even though it is highly imperfect, and that is a 50% of median income poverty line. It is a fairly austere line, but at least if it's adopted by governments, it's something to which they can be held to account on. I would also add that such an austere standard is more defensible if we acknowledge that that's not the end of the story when it comes to addressing disadvantage, that we need to get housing policy right, we need to get health policy right, we need to get education policy justice, the justice system and so on. There's a whole other set of things that we need from policymakers to get right to ensure we have a just and equitable society for all. So that's why I would probably advocate for that rather austere standard. So thank you.
Thanks, Professor Wilkins. Look, I'll kick off just to get you both to expand a bit more on the link between employment and income support. And we had ACOS presenting this morning saying very much we need to have a full employment target. And obviously we know that a lot of people on income support are actually working part-time, and how, having adequate income support supports or helps or hinders people getting into employment. Obviously, there are people who say that, you can't have income support too high because it will disincentivise people from actually looking for work, versus what we know of people, the evidence when the COVID supplement of more people entering the workforce. So just wondering if you could both expand your thoughts on that link.
Yep. Well, firstly, I'd say that I feel that the debate around disincentives from a too higher income support are often more projected than actually based in evidence. Australia now, there are a number of ways in which you can measure it, but if you look at replacement income levels, Australia is about the second lowest in the OECD. We certainly don't have the second lowest unemployment rate. And in fact, if you compare replacement rates of income support with unemployment rate, across the OECD, there's basically no relationship. And if you kind of squint, there might even be a negative one, which is kind of counter to what we'd say. And what I would also say is that nothing that I've seen across sort of anyone even in giving evidence today, and certainly in what the Australia Institute has put forward when we're talking about increasing the level of support, is going anywhere near to something that would be a disincentive. For example, if we were to just go back to where we were during the pandemic, which essentially raised job seeker to the level of the poverty line, it strikes me as a rather bizarre argument that anyone would try to put forward that being on the poverty line is a desirable outcome that anyone who had a job would choose, to either go to, or if someone did not have a job would choose to stay rather than seeking more employment. I often feel there is a little bit of a weird sort of disconnect in the debates around disincentives and jobs, where we often hear, the best form of welfare is a job and the dignity of work and everything is praised. And there's this sense that, and certainly where the Australia Institute are very much in favour of employment growth and jobs, I work for the Centre for Future Work, not the Centre for Future Unemployment. But there's this sense that you often hear talk that, the benefits of work are so great, and they are, the ability to, if you're of a certain generation, be able to pursue home ownership and such forth. But then on the other side, there's almost this sense, we need to make unemployment so bad that people won't stay there. And I think if the benefits of work are so good, which I think they are, I think then what we should be thinking about with income support is not punishment or trying to incentivise how great work is, but actually to keep those people who happen to be unemployed in a comfortable standard of living. And by comfortable, I mean what Roger was talking about in terms of keeping out of poverty, enough to get by without, the vicissitudes of life basically knocking on their door all the time. Especially, as I stated in my opening statement, we essentially are assuming that we need 4% unemployment. If we start going lower, even where we are at the moment, we see the Reserve Bank starting to raise interest rates to stop inflation. Now, you may agree or disagree on whether that's good policy, but the reality is that is what the Reserve Bank is operating under. That's the assumptions it is operating under. And if that is the case, then we're essentially saying we need to have 500,000 people unemployed all the time. Now, if that is are we saying, yes, we need that for the good of the country, then certainly I would argue that we should at least not condemn those people to poverty while they're doing so.
Thank you.
A couple of comments. I think, firstly, yes, there is likely to be a trade-off here in that, if you're raising benefits, perhaps you probably are reducing incentives to work. But if that was your only consideration, you wouldn't pay any benefits. That would optimise the incentives for work. So it's not a complete response. You've got to think about, what are our objectives from a policy standpoint? And I think ensuring that people can live with dignity and at what we regard as an acceptable living standard is pretty much a non-negotiable, I would have thought, in a modern developed country. And so we should be prepared to accept what I would contend are fairly moderate disincentive effects. I think also there are things we can do to ameliorate those. So firstly, we can try to add more positive incentives for things like an earned income tax credit, which increases the benefits of working, working from a more positive perspective, a carrot perspective rather than a stick perspective. I think there are opportunities there that we haven't sufficiently explored. I think the other thing I would add is that when you do have an unemployment benefit low, sure, you might incentivise people to work, but you actually cut them off at their kneecaps a bit in terms of their capacity to make themselves available for work. They don't have the resources needed to make themselves a good option for employers, or they can't access transport, for example. They can't maintain good health. These sorts of factors will work against getting people in these situations into employment. I think one other thing I'd want to add is that we have an unemployment benefit now, which is paid to a lot of people who previously we might not have expected to work. So people with significant disability, people with significant caring responsibilities in the form of single parents. These are groups who have very constrained abilities to participate. So it's worrying about the incentive effects is rather odd in that context, and I think that's the part of the rationale given in the past for the low payment was it's just a temporary support. It's only a short-term payment. We see now a growing proportion of unemployment benefit recipients, job seeker recipients, are very long-term. They don't have any reserves left to draw on as a way of getting through a temporary unemployment spell. So I think that's another consideration in this context.
Could I ask you also to reflect upon whether there's the fact that we have got a situation of much more casualised, insecure work, a lot of underemployment of people not being able to get the level of work that they want but who are working, how that influences or should impact upon what the model of our income support looks like?
Well, you're right. I mean, and to be honest, this even goes right to the crux of how we measure unemployment, which is I don't want to suggest that we use a dodgy measure of unemployment, but it's a measure of unemployment which, while universally accepted, is one that comes from an era where most people work full-time.
Is it dodgy?
No, I don't think so. I'm very careful not to say it is dodgy because people then go into conspiracy theories that the government is fiddling the figures or something, which they certainly are not. And I have faith in the Bureau of Statistics is doing an accurate job. It's just that and it's certainly something I've been writing about and researching for a long time now, is that underemployment has become progressively more important in looking at the labour market and the tightness of the labour market than it certainly was when unemployment first began to be measured. You're right in that this also is a factor when it comes to unemployment benefits, because that interaction, the fall off from the fall off from working to not working and going on unemployment benefits is a steep drop. And when you have insecure work, that limits your ability, one, to bargain for better outcomes, for bargain for better, whether it be better wages or it be a longer contract or even to go to permanent work. And what we have certainly seen in our research is that the penalty of low unemployment benefits in a scenario where the labour market has a growing level of insecure labour, that actually keeps down conditions and wages growth, because what are you going to argue for? A wage growth or just another shift? And whereas if you're a permanent full-time, you have that safety and you have that belief that I can argue for a higher wage. You're going to think about something even as extreme in today's world as going on strike. Whereas when you have a great deal of insecure work where the conditions of whether or not you're actually considered an employee are up for debate, all of these things mean that the low level of job seeker becomes much more acute even for those who have a job, because the fear of falling off is great and it all flows through. So I think that's an underappreciated aspect of the current level of job seeker, is that it actually does affect how people on insecure work with few hours actually behave, because they can't risk losing their job and actually having to face living in poverty.
I don't have a huge concern about rising insecurity of work, in that the objective data we have on that, things like the casual share of employment, average job tenure, those things have not been, in fact, average job tenure has been trending upwards. But I do have a big concern with the bargaining power of labour, and I think we have a systemic problem there that I guess, Greg, you've probably written on how things like the wage share has been, let's say, suboptimal in terms of its level and growth.
Record low.
Yeah. Not unrelated to that is that a stronger safety net can actually be a contributor to workers' bargaining power. And it's very much related to what Greg was saying, that if you have a semi-decent fallback option, you might be a bit less prepared to accept really crappy jobs. And I struggle to see that as a bad thing, that we could actually drive up a bit the bargaining power of particularly low skilled labour. I mean, I've also formed the view that we just generally the costs of job loss in this country are more broadly too high. In fact, they can be very high for quite high income earners, because if their only fallback is the unemployment benefit, and you've got significant existing commitments, that can be quite dire. And the question that is in my mind is why we don't have a system of unemployment insurance that would potentially should help with bargaining power of labour, and also should make workers a bit more prepared to take risks and move to higher paying employers, and therefore that would help boost wage growth, I think, if workers are less fearful of job loss. So, I mean, it's all one big interrelated system. But that would be my take on that question, that issue.
Thank you. Professor Wilkins, going back to your comments in your opening statement about sort of the definition of poverty and the poverty line, and the Henderson poverty line, and the 50% of median income, 60% of median income. Would you like to expand some more on the benefits, the advantages and disadvantages of the measures that are being used, and how important do you think it is that Australia actually does have a definition of what the poverty line is?
Yeah, so I mentioned the 50% of median income as one that's been fairly widely used in OECD countries other than the US. And I mean, then another measure that's been adopted by Eurostat, the European Union, is a 60% of median. So it's very much this idea of being at some fraction of the middle income of the community in which you live. They're both still. Ultimately, there is not a definitive line at which you can say someone goes from being unacceptably poor to acceptably having an acceptable living standard. Yeah, we all know that for the vast majority of us, we're always feeling like we could do with some more income to have a better life, or just a more manageable life, and deal with all the expenses that are coming in, and so there's no, it's ultimately going to be somewhat arbitrary where you draw the line. And the 50% of median, it does seem to do well in terms of when you just ask people, is that an acceptable income? Is that an acceptable income for someone to have? It often, that the cut point seems to converge on that sort of half median without people even realising what that is. Just there's been sort of various surveys of people that have, so there's a little bit of support from that perspective. These income-only based approaches are problematic essentially because they don't take into account wealth. So economic resources isn't just a function of your income; it's also your wealth. This is why we see quite often a lot of older people who own their own homes can have quite low incomes and yet report low rates of financial stress, reasonable satisfaction with their finances, and it really comes down to, well, they have a lot of wealth, they don't have very high housing costs. They also have more time to do home production, like cook meals and so on, because they're not working. These measures are, as I was saying earlier, are by no means perfect. But the problem is that we get bogged down forever in the imperfections that we should correct. There's other adjustments in terms of how do we adjust for the size of the household, or if someone in the household has a disability, you can just there's no end of trying to finesse your measures to make them better. And I think that's just an unhelpful road to go down if we actually are going to adopt an official poverty line. You mentioned the Henderson poverty line. Now, this has two main advantages. One is it's the longest running poverty measure we have in this country. It has its origins in a study of poverty in Melbourne by Professor Ronald Henderson, the founder of the Melbourne Institute of Applied Economic and Social Research, where I work, and it was then, translated to a national, from Melbourne to a national measure with the Commission of Inquiry into Poverty. Now, that in itself was originally set at a rather arbitrary level, which was for a family of four, the level of the basic wage at the time, plus a child endowment, a government payment for families with children at the time. And the argument given was, well, it's just so low, no one could argue that if that was your income, you weren't poor. So it was no more or less arbitrary than the two I've given you. The other element of it that's probably, and it's been updated in line with basically improvements in a measure of average living standards since then. So it has no inherent advantages or disadvantages over a 50% of median, other than we can point to overseas countries and say, well, they do it, therefore that makes us look like we're not going out in our own strange path. And the other thing that's a little concerning is that the adjustment for household circumstances, for household size and so forth, was based on a 1950s study in New York, and relative living costs of different family types of New York households in the 1950s. Maybe in practice it actually doesn't seem to matter too much, but it's just a little bit hard to defend rather than using an established standard. So as I don't have a forceful answer to you on which is best or why you should choose one over the other. But I think for the reasons I said, I would go with the fairly austere one.
Thank you. I might come back to that, but I'm aware that Senator Smith has got to go, and a couple of minutes ago said that she had a question, so I'll just throw to Senator Smith now.
I do have to go, but I'll just put one question quickly, and then one of our other colleagues is joining in my place. We've spoken a lot about the rate of income support, and I note the evidence you've given to the committee today. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about any of the other drivers of poverty which you thought the committee should be aware about in writing our report, because that's one of the terms of references that we're looking at.
I think Roger would be best there.
I mean, yeah, I do tend towards something of an argument that causes don't actually matter that much to the policy prescriptions in this space, but there are a multitude of causes. I talked before about how the adverse developmental consequences of growing up in a poor family mean you are less able to, you become a less, more prone to poverty in your own adulthood, and there's not just adverse developmental effects. It's also things like role models and the lack of them, a lack of guidance into the options for and I guess a lack of support for education beyond the minimum at school. There's a multitude of factors. I think I mentioned that there are people with significant caring responsibilities, or with poor mental health, or poor general health, or disability. They are clearly, in the current policy context, causes of poverty, because they have inhibited capacities to participate in the labour market. I guess they would be the things that I would emphasise, highlight. But as I was trying to suggest, there's actually a multitude of causes. Because of the variety of, if someone was a victim of violence, for example, we can see that then may have all sorts of adverse consequences that mean that they find it more, for example, difficult to participate in economic and social life of the community, and that then puts them on a course to poverty. So that's just one example where you see that in the Hilda survey data, that people who report being a victim of violence, they are more likely to move into poverty subsequently. What's the exact mechanism? I don't know.
If I rephrase the question, if we were to make a meaningful dent on intergenerational poverty in Australia, where we have generation upon generation of families living in poverty, would raising the rate of JobSeeker be enough to do that? Or what other policy levers and responses would we need to look at to do that?
Well, I mean, as Greg said, it is a policy choice to have people in poverty. We could give people enough money so that there weren't children growing up in poverty, and there weren't adults living in poverty. It's totally within our power to do that, at least on a measure of poverty that of the austere kind that I gave, of 50% of median. We could pretty much drive that fairly close to zero. With the bonus benefit that for many of the children growing up in these otherwise poor households, many of them will go on to be well above the poverty line and not depend on income support as the mechanism that lifts them out of poverty. As in they become gainfully employed in their adulthood, earning good money. So I mean, it seems like you're alluding to this idea that, well, do we need, is that going to be enough to make people flourish and become self-sufficient in later life? No, I think I alluded earlier to the fact that you've got to have there's a range of other policy domains that you've got to work on, but you can make sure that no one, whether they're a child or an adult, is in poverty just by having adequate income support payments.
I wasn't alluding to anything. I was just asking a question because we're looking at, well, rates of income support are one part of the questions we have before us as a committee. The other part's around the causes and drivers of poverty, the intergenerational nature of poverty, intersectionalities with poverty, and the various policy responses the Commonwealth Government might like to consider. So I think that the evidence has been, quite clear from your testimony today around the rate of income support. I guess I was interested in if you had suggestions or policy perspectives on some of those other issues, but I've got to sign off, Chair, and I think Senator Pratt just joined. So Senator Pratt might have some questions.
Yes, I'm on the line. Thank you.
Great. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Senator Smith.
If I can just add to Roger's answer there, I mean, if we're talking drivers of poverty, we really would be remiss if we were not talking about Indigenous Australians and the weighted amount of Indigenous Australians who live in poverty. We can track this even just in terms of the percentage of Indigenous Australians who are on JobSeeker. I think it's, I had a quick look and I think it was around 12% of people on JobSeeker were Indigenous Australians, which is vastly outnumbered their actual share of the labour market. Also, I think we can sometimes get a bit too trapped into looking at income support and everything Roger and I have both been saying about, it's a policy choice. We can set payments at a certain level, but I think we need to, when we're looking at drivers, clearly one, and this is something Roger pointed to, was single parents, and we know that a vast majority of single parents are women, and we also know that women are lower paid than men, and that women are more likely to be in lower paid occupations, especially in caring sectors. And so if we're talking about alleviating poverty, it's not just keeping, lifting those out of poverty, it's also reducing the risk of those who perhaps are working from falling into poverty or just bumping along the line. And so in that regard, we can focus on aspects, especially with women's employment in areas like the care sector, where the government can actually have a significant role in the income of those workers, as opposed to industries that are overwhelmingly private sector. That's not something that occurs with the care sector. And of course, we can look at the parental payments, the single parent parental payments, and the changes that occurred there that now see mostly women go on to JobSeeker. Now, if we raise JobSeeker to an adequate level, that's not an issue, but it certainly is at this moment. So I think there are certainly two drivers that very much can be focused on and can be a focus of government policy.
Thank you. Mr. Jericho, I'm interested in your reflections on going back to raising the rate of income support, and essentially the response by government, and the reluctance to do that is because of the cost of the budget. And you wrote in a recent column about how the stage 3 tax cuts would have a direct, as well as providing benefits to the rich, would have a direct impact on the poor. Could you talk through more about what the what impact you think going ahead with the stage 3 tax cuts would have on people living in poverty in Australia?
Yes, thank you. Clearly the stage 3 tax cuts, I think, are a perfect example of the barriers we have to facing, I guess, ridding Australia of poverty, is because, and I'll give a prime example in the article that you're referring to. What I did was I used the Parliamentary Budget Office's new tool that they'd put out, a fantastic tool, which allowed you to actually change the tax rates, the thresholds. You could change the amount that would go to job seeker, the age pension, disability support pension, and you could work out what would be the hit or the benefit to the budget over the next 9 years, looking not just in terms of the budget balance, but in terms of gross debt and so forth. And the wonderful thing about that tool is it now enables you to play around with the numbers, and one of the things I found out just almost by trial and error really was that you could get rid of the stage 3 tax cut and just keep the income tax rates where they are, and you could raise the job seeker to $1,925 a fortnight, so go from $668 to $1,925, effectively $50,000 a year. And the deficit in 2032-33 would actually be smaller than if you kept the stage 3 tax cut. Now, when I wrote that, I wasn't suggesting that we should raise it. I suspect that were we to, there would be some fairly significant disincentives to work, not only for those people who earn less than $50,000 a year. But it was done just to highlight how massive the cost of these stage 3 tax cuts are. And it was the response I got from a number of people, both sort of in social media, and were, how could you imagine such a huge amount? You know, don't you know that's going to destroy the economy? And my response was, you didn't have that same response when we were going to have this huge whack of a tax cut where, as I say, about 4% of taxpayers earn over $180,000. They're going to get about 48% of the benefit of it. Now, to me, it showed how we talk about budget cost and how we talk about income support and how we talk about tax policy in this country, where when there are tax cuts that overwhelmingly benefit the rich, they are viewed as good for incentives. They will give everyone something to aim for, as though someone on $50,000 is contemplating getting to $180,000 one time. Whereas if we switch it and say, well, how about, and you know, I even pointed out that so massive are the stage 3 tax cuts that you could raise the job seeker to around $1,250 a fortnight, which is around what ACOS is suggesting, I think pretty much in line with the Henderson poverty line. You could still keep part of the tax cut, which drops the 32.5% to 30%. All you'd have to do is not raise the $180,000 tax rate to $200,000 and drop them to 30%, but they'd still be benefiting, and you'd actually be spending less money. And it was this case of, I think it is amazing to me that we have a debate in this country where we could have a stage 3 tax cuts that when they were first brought in were uncosted, were set off in years outside the budget, and the struggle for anyone, and certainly as the Australia Institute is an organisation that has been lobbying again, well, not lobbying, but certainly our research is that it will produce little benefit to the Australian economy in terms of growth. When you're presenting such arguments, you're hitting against people who are saying, oh yes, but you want to hurt doctors and nurses and school teachers, perhaps not so much doctors, but policemen and so forth. And yet, when we talk about lifting job seeker, it becomes, oh, you're creating a disincentive to work, and you know, you're helping people who will take advantage of that and not work. And I wonder, to me, it's just a sign that there's an inherent bias within the debate. And given the stage 3, whenever we're talking about costing of things, I have certainly been arguing that the stage 3 tax cuts are actually a once-in-a-generation opportunity in the fact that they have been budgeted. Those cuts are there in the budget. So the Parliamentary Budget Office, using that budget tool, comes out to around $300 billion over 9 years. So I sort of think of it, well, that means we could spend $300 billion over 9 years, whether that's through tax cuts or raising income benefits. It doesn't hurt the budget in any way. It won't reduce or increase government debt in any way. And so to me, it really highlights it is a policy choice. People have decided we want to bring in something that will give half of the benefit to 4% of the people, rather than, lifting JobSeeker, which we know from actual evidence during the pandemic reduced poverty massively. To me, it is a straightforward example that you can't hide behind the fact of saying, oh, there will always be people in poverty and we can't do anything about it. It's clear something can be done. We've had the evidence, and now we've even got the parliamentary budget officers kindly provided us with the tool to really be able to show just what we could do, still providing tax cuts to middle income earners, but actually taking people who are unemployed or on disability support pension actually out of poverty.
Thank you. Have either of you done, or probably Mr. Jericho, I'm not sure whether it's your area of expertise, Professor Wilkins, building on that, on sort of the guaranteed livable income, or sort of basic income and the benefits, or, again, in terms of the cost of the budget, but the benefits of that, and having a potential to have a clearer, more straightforward system than the huge range of income support that we currently have.
The Australian Institute, we haven't advocated a universal basic income, though we're not perhaps as willing as some other organisations are to dismiss it out of hand. One of the problems with the universal basic income is you need to define what you're talking about very quickly. If we're talking sort of a Milton Friedman negative income tax, I would be fairly averse to such a thing. I think one of the problems is that it's often pitched as being a replacement for all government support, which I can see as being problematical. But there's been some work done by Tim Dunlop and others at ANU, have termed it more a livable support income rather than a universal basic income, and something that would work in addition to other payments. And again, I think it sort of goes to that dichotomy I was talking about, how people always praise how great work is and how, it's so amazing, and yet as soon as you suggest something that would actually provide some level of support so that people don't fear going into poverty, everyone's like, oh, but no one will want to work. And I think, well, that's not the case. Maybe, as Roger was saying before, it might be the case that some jobs at the lower end of the scale, whose conditions are poor, whose tenure is weak and whose pay is dire, might have to look at themselves and go, actually, we need to pay people a bit more if they're going to encourage them to do it. So we don't really have a position on the universal basic income. I think it's certainly something that, given what we have seen over the last, especially 20 and 30 years of the increase in technology, has certainly destroyed some jobs and, as always happens, creates new ones. But it has also led to a concentration of national income in the hands of corporations. And so if that is a trajectory that is going to keep going, it might be something we need to investigate a bit more fully. But to be honest, I think it's, at this point, I would just, if we could just get JobSeeker and DSP and so forth to an actual livable rate outside of poverty, I'd take that as a huge win, rather than saying, well, let's bypass that and go straight to a universal basic income.
Thanks, Mr. Jericho. Professor Wilkins, did you?
Yeah, I haven't seen a case for a UBI or something similar in the Australian context that's at all compelling. I think that we actually have the foundations of a really good system of social protection here that I think we should just reinvest in. And so it's not that I'm adamantly opposed to a UBI. I just don't think it's going to... on it. In a way, I almost worry it's a distraction that it will take our attention on the fact that, as Greg said, it won't be enough on its own. We will need, and as I said, it's going to be it represents a massive overhaul of the tax and income support infrastructure, which is just going to be traumatic in itself. And I just don't see the payoff in our context from trying to go down that road. I think that if we just reinvest in our current system, make it work better, our system of targeted support, I think, is in my judgment, superior.
Thank you. And look, thank you both for your evidence this afternoon. It's been really useful to the committee. I don't think you took anything on notice, did you? No. But if there is further information you'd like to get to us, if you could do that by the 17th of March, that would be appreciated. We're going to be reporting to the Senate on the 31st of October, so we've got a bit of room to go yet. And yes, and thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we will now suspend until 3 o'clock. Yes. Okay, great. So I now welcome Professor John Altman via video conference. Professor John Quiggin is going to be joining us shortly, I understand, and Associate Professor Elise Klein, who's here in person. Thank you for joining, for appearing before the committee today. As well as myself here in person in Canberra, we've got Senator Slade Brockman on video conference, and we've got Senators Louise Pratt and Tammy Tyrrell who are joining us via teleconference. So, for the Hansard record, if you could each all state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today. So, starting with Associate Professor Klein.
Elise Klein in private capacity.
Thank you, Associate Professor Klein. Yes, Professor Altman.
John Charles Altman, appearing in a private capacity.
Thank you. And I don't think we've got Professor Quiggin yet. No, we'll wait for Professor Quiggin to join us. So I now invite each of you to make an opening statement, and then we will ask you some questions. So perhaps Associate Professor Klein to begin with.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I want to acknowledge the stolen and unceded lands in which we meet and acknowledge Elders past, present and emerging. My submission outlines what I'm calling policy-induced poverty. By this I mean that a lot of poverty in this country comes from policy by design, policy that induces poverty. We have a situation where the social security system, once set up to stop people falling through the cracks, has now been restructured to further entrench poverty. Two particular features are important to note: the low base rate of payment, which contributes to material deprivation, and the use of mutual obligations and conditionalities that stigmatise and disempower and can lead to the withholding of income. Together, they produce hostile conditions that is said to propel people into employment. However, this logic of deterrence completely overlooks either that people cannot work in that they have a disability or illness, or that there are not enough jobs, particularly in remote regions of the country, or people receiving payments are already working, undertaking the critical work of unpaid care, which is essential for the economy and society. According to ACOS, of the people receiving unemployed payments, 40% have a disability, 47% 45 years and older, 20% are from culturally and linguistic diverse backgrounds, 10% are First Nations people, and 13% are raising a child alone. We see from these numbers a very real ableist, racist and the gendered impacts of government's policy approach and those it subjects to poverty. Critically, instead of understanding the important care obligations people have or the very real situations that stop people from working, people are subjected to payments well below the poverty line and often mutual obligations such as Parents Next, CDP and its replacement, and Workforce Australia. There is a very strong evidence base that shows that this punishment model does not get people into work and actually reduces people's ability to work. What is also deplorable is that children are also punished through these policies, and it is hard to think anything else, that this policy-induced poverty could be anything but state violence against our nation's children. However, in the first 6 months of the COVID-19 lockdowns in 2020, the government increased social security payments through the coronavirus supplement and suspended most mutual obligations for many people, but not everyone. And this made a huge impact on poverty rates and people's lives. It was a major natural experiment in poverty reduction in Australia. Colleagues found that individuals receiving JobSeeker had the largest reduction in household poverty in this time, with poverty rates falling from 67% to 7%. Our research asked about the impacts of these measures, and their responses were overwhelmingly positive. People didn't have to ration medicine and food. People could afford to pay bills. People felt that they got their dignity back. People were able to undertake the important work of care without stigma, and people were able to plan for their futures, including prepare and work to get back into the workforce. From this research, we see very real steps forward to addressing poverty, at the very least, raising the rate and getting rid of mutual obligations. Thank you.
Thanks, Associate Professor Klein. Have we got Professor Quiggin? Have you joined us?
I have, yes.
Great, thanks, Professor Quiggin. Would you like to, for the Hansard record, state your name and the capacity in which you're appearing today?
My name is John Quiggin. I'm a professor at the University of Queensland from a private capacity.
Thank you. So we've just had an opening statement from Associate Professor Klein. I'll now go to Professor Altman, and then we'll come to you for an opening statement. So, Professor Altman.
Thank you very much, Senator Rice. I thank the committee for the invitation to appear today, especially as I did not manage to make a formal submission, although I'd be happy to follow up with something if required or requested. Most of my research focuses on the socioeconomic situation of First Nations people living in remote and very remote Australia, an estimated 150,000 people, according to the latest 2021 census, living in a massive jurisdiction with at least 60% held under some form of native title. A part of my focus on these people and region is based on social justice considerations. This is the place where First Nations people as a group are the poorest in Australia. More than 50% live in households below the poverty line. The causes of this level of poverty are systemic, structural, intergenerational, and most appallingly, despite the national focus on closing the gap, they are increasing. The explanation for this situation is straightforward. Using 2021 census information, it is estimated that less than 3 in 10 Indigenous adults in very remote Australia are employed, compared to 86% of non-Indigenous adults, a disparity approaching 60%. Not an employment gap, but a chasm. Unemployment results in government dependence and government support. This guarantees living in deep poverty. The high rate of poverty is exacerbated by the likelihood that most of the unemployed will be under the Community Development Program regime that will see many breached and penalised, despite the incoming government's commitment to abolish the scheme. Income-reducing penalties continue today, although I note that recent data on breaching is unavailable to the public. In remote communities, people live in places where basic foods are more expensive, an estimated 39% higher, and so experience extraordinary food insecurity and periodic hunger. Housing costs are increasing, and there's energy insecurity, even for those who prepay for power, as most living in overcrowded public housing must in a rapidly heating climate. The unsurprising and shocking results are high levels of social dysfunction, higher incidence of preventable diseases, higher levels of suffering, and premature death. Australia is failing to meet its Sustainable Development Goals, commitments to end poverty and to ensure freedom from hunger by 2030. It is not just emissions reduction targets that the country must meet in what is fast becoming the near term. The immediate palliative solution to this situation is for the government to provide people more income support. As Elise said, the payment of the full COVID supplement for about 5 months in 2020 provided evidence of unexpected benefit. But we need to do a lot more to address this dire situation systematically and structurally. First and foremost, we need to recognise that as Australian citizens, First Nations people in remote Australia have been and continue to be neglected on any objective needs-based assessment. And then we need to recognise that their circumstances are fundamentally different. I've said this to quite a few inquiries over the years, but I'm happy to repeat myself in the hope that things will improve. The nation needs a sensible remote work and livelihood policy for remote Indigenous Australia. A policy that ensures a stable economic floor to alleviate poverty, that avoids the myth that the private sector will deliver sufficient employment, that supports those who are unable to work, mainly for health reasons, and that ensures a flexible response to social fluidity. The humane government that Prime Minister Anthony Albanese purports to lead should not allow Indigenous people to be financially penalised for not being enthusiastic job seekers in areas where there are no jobs. The government should stop any forms of penalty. First Nations people should not be punished for living remotely on or near their ancestral country. A new remote Indigenous economic development policy is urgently needed to deliver publicly funded and locally determined forms of work alongside the expansion of successful programs already providing employment, in caring for country and biodiversity, abating and sequestering carbon emissions, caring for people and caring for culture. As the government focuses on constitutional reform and ponders how to grapple with deep social problems in towns like Alice, it should not overlook the current escalation of poverty that is occurring right now under its watch, under its policies. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Professor Altman. Professor Quiggin.
Thank you. I thank the committee for inviting me to speak. I haven't unfortunately had time to prepare a submission, and I want to make only 2 points. One, very brief, which is that research around the world, both in terms of policy within developed countries and the policy, has reached the simple conclusion that the best way to help poor people is to give them money. I think this has been established in a wide variety of settings that attempts at conditioning aid of all kinds are almost always counterproductive. And so I think this is critical if we're going to think about the reason people are poor in Australia is primarily because income support is inadequate. The second point I want to make carries on from thinking about the very dramatic temporary expansion considered by previous witnesses, looking at the more modest but permanent increase in job seeker benefit, the first real increase in, I think, 30 years, which occurred just after the withdrawal of the much more generous increase in benefits during the lockdown phase. This really provides an important natural experiment because to the extent there's any justification for holding job seeker benefits below other benefits and below the poverty line, it's the claim that this would in some way act as a disincentive to work. So we've seen this real increase in benefits occurring at a time when most wages have been real or falling, either constant or falling in real terms, which means benefits have increased relative to wages. At the same time, we have had a situation of very strong labour market demand. So a few rebates and incentives would suggest that we should be running into labour shortages arising from the fact that people are unwilling to work. And so we should see a kind of stagflation situation with a combination of high inflation and high unemployment. What we're seeing on the contrary is that unemployment has fallen to historically low levels, participation is high, and the number of people receiving job seeker benefits relative to the population has fallen. So this very strongly supports the view that the reason people are unemployed is because there aren't enough jobs. If we have sufficiently strong labour demand, providing unemployed people with a benefit sufficient to lift them out of poverty will not prevent the mobilisation of labour when there is sufficient demand. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Professor Quiggin. Look, might start asking all of you where you've just finished off, Professor Quiggin, in terms of the argument that increasing income support is a disincentive to work, and Associate Professor Klein, you mentioned that in your opening statement and in your submission, and just any further evidence that you're able to provide on that as an issue. So perhaps starting with Associate Professor Klein.
In our research that we did during the COVID supplement, so we were asking people about what the positive and negative impacts were for the increase in payments, the supplement, but also what it meant to have their time back when mutual obligations were suspended. And people talked to both of those experiences, if they had both. And having the extra money provided people with, they talked a lot about having resourcing to be able to get their bike fixed, or to buy new clothes, to think about, and then in terms of engaging into the labour market. But people also talked about time in terms of not being hounded by the mutual obligations regime, to be able to have time to think about how they want to engage, what kinds of engagement they could make, what they wanted their future to look like. I think that's, material deprivation I think is really important to talk about here, but so is the sort of time poverty, but also the ways in which the emotional and psychological impacts of the current regime, where we have, people made to feel less than human. And so that experience through the suspension of mutual obligations and the increase in payment made people feel like they were human again, that they could engage in society again. And that was, I think, really, really important. So the kinds of responses people were talking about were to do with, being able to plan now, being able to, think about how they could engage. So it absolutely, there was no, it was not a disincentive. People were not talking about, moving away. People were talking about moving to the labour market if they could. The other part of the research that our research was about the extraordinary work, unpaid work, that people receiving social security were doing, and then having the supplement and some extra time without having to do mutual obligations, being able to do that work, a bit more in a bit more of a dignified way, and not having to worry about, where money's going to come from for their children. For getting tuition for their children, or presents for their children, or food for their children, or paying the rent, or et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's the other important part of what that did, was if people were already doing unpaid work, it took the pressure off a bit of that important work that they were already doing.
Thanks, Associate Professor Klein. Professor Quiggin, would you like to comment?
I'll submit to the committee some international work which I think supports the conclusion that the disincentive effects of unemployment benefits have been significantly overstated. I think this is part of a general reckoning within the economics profession against the sort of folk wisdom that minimum wage, both minimum wages and unemployment benefits were bad for employment. I think, as it turned out, much of that was based on faith rather than actual evidence. I think Associate Professor Klein has mentioned mutual obligations, and I just want to maybe take that back to my previous point, that many of these mutual obligation programs are actually costly to run. The resources going into them would be better placed providing direct cash assistance to job seekers.
Thank you. Look, I'll come back to some of the issues there, but I just wanted to ask an opening question for Professor Altman. And you mentioned in your opening statement about the need to sort of have a stable economic floor for First Nations communities, and the need for, a relevant economic development strategy. Could you talk us through a bit more about what that would look like in your view?
Yeah, thank you, Senator Rice. Look, just back to the previous point, obviously what we saw during the payment of the COVID supplement was that people were actually in better shape because they had more income, and so they're actually able to participate far more actively in a whole range of economic activities. But they weren't necessarily mainstream jobs that weren't available. They were often jobs in the non-market or informal economy. So what I guess I see in remote Australia, and I am deeply influenced by historic research I've done on the Community Development Employment Projects scheme, which saw people being given a basic income, often without activity testing or income testing. And what that stable economic floor did was allow some people to participate in productive activity outside the mainstream labour market, but it also allowed people to, if you like, use that stable economic floor to work extra hours and find a flexible means of working in a whole range of commercial, social and community-based activities. I think what we're seeing now, though, is somewhat different, because we have got these programs like the Working on Country program, like people working on Indigenous carbon projects and people working in Indigenous protected areas, and of course in the arts industry and the tourism sector. So there is, people are participating in work, but there's never enough funding for everybody. So I think that there is a demand for extra jobs in those sectors, which I have to say are going to become crucially important if Australia is going to decarbonise by 2050, and if Australia is going to meet its commitments to biodiversity conservation that it made as recently as December last year at COP15. Commitments to expand the conservation estate, mainly on Aboriginal lands, and to meet biodiversity goals to ensure that we don't continue to lose species. So I think that we have this view and the reality that only 3 in 10 Indigenous adults in remote Australia are working, but if we provided more support for important work on a flexible basis, I think we could very readily increase that amount of time. And we really need to seriously consider the co-benefits that are generated through people being actively engaged. Those co-benefits can be economic in the non-market, for example, through self-provisioning, but obviously also there in the provision of, educational services to young people, cultural reproduction, the reproduction of language, Indigenous knowledge, and so on. All factors that are going to be very important if Australia is going to fundamentally change the shape of its economy from fossil fuel dependence to renewables.
Can I get you to respond to a criticism or a contention that some people make, and I don't, but some people do, that if you increase the rate of income support in First Nations communities, that you just get more of the impact of the disincentive to work and disincentive to take part in any of the sort of activities that you were talking about.
Well, again, I think that the historical evidence that we have shows that people, for instance, who historically were working on the Community Development Employment Project scheme, I say that in full to distinguish it from the Community Development Program, the current program, but the older program. When jobs arrived, for example, in Caring for Country, it was the people who were on CDP and were already earning more than what we now call job search allowance, who transitioned to what is in fact mainstream work. So I just don't think that there's any evidence that if incomes increase, like they did, for example, for people on CDEP compared to being on welfare, when a job came along, they didn't take it up. So I don't know if that helps to answer that. I understand that the sceptics who say that, But really behind that scepticism, I think, is a somewhat, racist, discriminatory view that Indigenous people are jobs shirkers, and I just think that there's no evidence to support that.
When you say you take the historical perspective and sort of on the experience of the community development projects plan, whatever, program.
Development project scheme.
Project scheme. Do you have some analysis that you're drawing upon that you could give to the committee that sort of outlines that?
I certainly do, and I'd be very happy to provide some exhibits, published exhibits, and I should say peer-reviewed published exhibits to the committee.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to get the view of all three of you on mutual obligations and the benefits and disbenefits of our current scheme of requiring mutual obligations for people who are on job seeker. I know you've all got some fairly strong views, so. Associate Professor Klein, would you like to start?
I mean, maybe I can just start by saying I think one of the major flaws of that ideology is that it assumes that people are not working, and people are. And although a lot of the work is unpaid work, so particularly I've done some work with some research with women who have been put on Parents Next, and that is, an obvious example. The women that I interviewed are working 18 to 24 hours a day, but it's unpaid care labour, and then they are sort of put into these conditionality programs that takes up more of their precious time. A lot of these women are already skilled, and have needed to take time out to look after their children. That is important economic work, which often gets overlooked, which has been, an argument long made by feminists. I think, John's work in working with First Nations communities also shows, communities that are passed off as, high unemployment areas, et cetera, huge amounts of important work has been undertaken in those communities. My own work, currently I'm working with various First Nations women's groups around the country, also documenting the extraordinary care labour that these women are doing in communities that often get passed off as high unemployment rate areas. Huge amounts of unpaid care work, literally holding the community together in the face of extraordinary challenges around, intergenerational trauma caused by colonisation, poverty, and these women are filling the gaps of failures of policy over the years. So, I mean, there's more to say about mutual obligations, but I think that is a fundamental point where policy gets it wrong, and the whole sort of discourse around, the deserving, undeserving, the way in which, these ideas of the dole bludger and these kinds of very derogatory ideas that have been weaponised against folks receiving social security have hidden the reality that people receiving social security are doing huge amounts of work, and that's got important social and economic benefits, but yet it gets completely overlooked and people are politicised.
Thanks, Associate Professor Klein. Professor Altman?
Thank you, Senator Rice. Under the Community Development Program introduced in 2015, you had a particular form of mutual obligation requiring Indigenous people to work 5 hours a day, 5 days a week, 46 weeks in the year. There is no Australian government that would be brave enough to put that sort of mutual obligation requirement on non-Indigenous people living in non-remote Australia. This was a particularly harsh regime. It was about disciplining people and punishing them if they did not meet these draconian work requirements, training requirements, or turning up for what people increasingly termed bullshit work because the mainstream jobs weren't available. The impact of this made people poorer because they were breached and penalised. It made people angrier. And there is certainly anecdotal and statistical evidence that young people increasingly left the social security system because of the mutual obligation requirements that they were facing. And what all this did was further impoverish their families. So really what this was, perhaps it was meant to be a virtuous cycle that got people into work, but the fact is that the work wasn't there, and so it became a vicious cycle that just penalised people. And that cycle obviously has altered after the COVID supplement period. Now the mutual obligation requirements are far less draconian. There is no requirement to work for the dole 5 hours a day, 5 days a week. But nevertheless, there are still mutual obligation requirements that require people to have job plans, to work, turn up to offices. And often, again, in extremely remote and difficult circumstances where, I've just been in Darwin last week and it didn't stop raining all week. Finding your way to the Centrelink office in a remote community, if you're living, for example, in the outstation or homeland, would be enormously difficult. But we have, robo-debt-like machinery that will automatically cancel people's income support and basically leave them with no income until they turned up to the Centrelink office perhaps several weeks later and got reinstated onto income support.
Thanks, Professor Otwood. Professor Quiggin, would you like to comment on mutual obligations?
Thank you, Senator Rice. It's important to remember that when this term first entered the policy lexicon, it was the time of the Working Nation report under the Keating government in the early 1990s, and the obligations were quite different. The government was making its last commitment to full employment, and the obligation was that essentially if the government could provide you with a job, you're obliged to take it. Now that, of course, fell on a heap when it became apparent for the last 20 years that the number of jobs falls far short of the number of job seekers. So instead, mutual obligation has become, in essence, a performance of a hypothetical willingness to take a job when there are no actual jobs. But we're now uniquely in many decades in a situation where, for a great majority of workers, we could potentially find jobs if we had an efficiently working job matching system. And in my view, that's the context in which we should consider mutual obligation, that having reached the point where there are labour shortages in many areas, we should be able to say to people, here is a job. If you haven't got the training you need for this job, here's the training. Go ahead and take it. And the obligation should be that people should take part in actual employment as opposed to jumping through hoops to demonstrate that they would be willing to take a job if they were.
Thank you. Associate Professor Klein, thank you for your comments about the importance of unpaid work. What would our income support system look like if it took account of the importance of unpaid work as it should, in your view?
I mean, I think at the very least the mutual obligations have to go completely. And of course, payments have to be raised because a lot of the unpaid work, but not all of it, is care work, and a lot of that is care of children. And I think that is, I think it's like 1 in 6 children in this country live in poverty. That is it is a deplorable situation, and it's needless. And these young people, their futures are, have been rendered precarious by state policy, government policy, and I think that is absolutely not okay. So I think the mutual obligations have to go. the payments have to be increased substantially because a lot of the people who are relying on them do have, caring responsibilities. And I think there needs to be some sort of work around redefining what work is. And I think, there's been a long history. The social security system has been called the workers' welfare state, and there's a history in the way in which deserving and undeserving has been discussed in terms of people's proximity to paid employment. I think we need to really look at ways to unpick that, and that's something that myself and John Quiggin on the call, with our livable income guarantee proposal, have tried to do in the proposal that we put forward, was to try and sort of socialise, ways in which we can socialise broadening the idea of what work is towards contribution, not just paid employment, because there's so many people that have been excluded and passed off as unproductive when that is not the case at all. So I think that point is an important one.
Could you talk more about the livable income guarantee and the impact that would have on poverty in Australia?
I mean, John. It was something that myself, John Quiggin, and Tim Dunlop, Troy Henderson, and others contributed to. But basically, it was a proposal, in trying to sort of take the current settings of the social security system and moving people into a more sort of a place that was less, it's more supportive. And so basically, for the cost of stage 3 tax cuts, that the proposal looks at ways in which everybody's rate could be raised at the age pension rate, which I personally think is possibly a bit low, but we were trying to think of ways in which that it wouldn't take that much to move from where we are to something a bit better, with the amount that the government's spending on stage 3 tax cuts.
Thank you. Professor Quiggin, would you like to expand add anything with regards to your livable income guarantee proposal?
I think Elisa's given a good summary. I think this is situated in the context of debates over ideas like universal basic income and so forth. And I think the distinctive feature of our proposal is that rather than seeking a radical transformation of the structure of the system, we've proposed something that can be built out of where we're starting now by reducing conditionality, increasing benefits, at least the poverty line, ideally returning to the pre-1990 situation where we didn't have discrimination against job seekers, and as Lisa said, redefining and expanding the notion of work, so that again we're looking at mutual obligation as something where people make a proper contribution to the community rather than, as we actually have it, essentially a system of theatrical conditionality whose only purpose really is to push people off benefits.
Thank you. Professor Altman, you talked quite a bit about the problems in terms of a good quality of life in First Nations communities at the moment. How can you just sort of summarise it, expand a bit more on how you think poverty and people being trapped in poverty impacts First Nations communities, and perhaps talk about what it would look like on the ground if we had people having adequate income?
Well, again, Senator Rice, historically, I have seen programs work very effectively, particularly the Community Development Employment Project Scheme. So again, just following on, I guess, from what Elise and John were saying, I have seen the CDP scheme work in part as a UBI, as a universal basic income, that has been provided to people particularly in the remotest communities where there is no labour market, as a guaranteed minimum income, but without any taper on their income. So it was basically an unconditional income, and people could then earn additional income from either work for money, for example, in the production of art, or in participating in other forms of part-time work, or they could participate in other forms of work that were outside the labour market, but nevertheless generated, imputed income for people, particularly in the form of food. So what you saw with those sorts of programs, I think, was just communities that were more robust, that people were healthier. I think some of the, just shocking, health outcomes that we've seen over the last 15 years or so, particularly in relation to people experiencing social trauma, and the escalating suicide rates and escalating rates of criminality are often linked to the fact that people not only don't have, income and work, and so some of that criminality is just down to the fact that people are hungry and are breaking and entering. In places like Alice Springs, but also in remote communities, there's enormous issues around security, around young people who are just not getting enough to eat. So how can we tolerate in Australia, people basically living in such deep poverty that their health is being affected? We're seeing extraordinary levels of kidney disease, from people having very poor diets associated with poor incomes. We're seeing extraordinary levels of rheumatic heart disease and other preventable diseases that, again, all the epidemiologists are telling us and health experts are telling us are often associated with poverty. So poverty alleviation would make an extraordinary difference to remote Indigenous communities. Poverty alleviation might see a slowing of some of the migration we're seeing from remote communities into larger urban centres, where people actually, part of the motivation for migrating is that, as I've said in my opening statement, is linked to the fact that you get better food security and cheaper food in larger townships than you're getting in the remote communities. And some of those very positive, productive activities that people are fundamentally proud of would continue in those places. So last week, I was in the North Australian Savannah Burning Forum, where we had, Indigenous carbon projects from across the top end of Australia tell us about the activities they're undertaking to abate and sequester carbon. And it's not just the pride that those rangers had in the work that they do, which is in the national and global interest, but also that they were actually being paid for that work, in part as rangers, but also in part from earning income from the sale of Australian carbon credit units. So you can open possibilities for income generation, for very productive activities in remote Australia through the improvement of basic income support. I don't have a figure on that, except I know that when people were undertaking work for the dole, they were expected to work for about 25 hours a week at about $10 an hour, which I referred to in something I wrote as modern day slavery. So at the very least, if there is an expectation that people work 20 or 25 hours a week, it should be at the minimum award rate, which would immediately double what they were receiving under the CDP, the Community Development Program.
Thank you. And could I, and thank you for your outline of the positive changes that could occur. I want to go to the current situation, which you've alluded to, of the increasing numbers of First Nations peoples who are completely outside the income support system. And just, could you expand on how much of a problem that is?
Well, I think it's a problem that is extraordinarily difficult to document, because we're much better at having statistics on people who register with Centrelink for support than people who fall outside the safety net. But if I can just give you a couple of anecdotal examples. Last week when I was in Darwin, I visited some households where people had moved into Darwin for medical reasons. Basically, the people at these households were all receiving dialysis treatment at Darwin hospitals twice a week. Now, but in doing that, these people, and at least two of them who I know, are basically on dialysis until they pass away. And part of what happens in terms of Indigenous relationality and the importance of kin is that they attract family to support them from the hinterland. And with that family come kids and youth who are part of the kinship group. When I talk to some of these kids and youth and ask them what they were doing, for example, were they going to school? The answer was no. And were they getting social security benefits? And the answer was no. So there is this floating population, if you like, that's highly mobile, that moves sometimes between the hinterland and urban centres, but sometimes also gets stuck in urban centres that I think is just completely outside the welfare social safety net. And I think, again, what that does in a way that's not really recognised is just further entrench and deepen poverty. And when I was with these people, I went shopping with them, and I saw the sort of food that they were buying, which was basically bread, flour, sugar, and 2-minute noodles. That was their diet. That was their diet. So the impacts of this poverty on people's health, including young people, just cannot be underestimated. It is extraordinary.
And if there was a guaranteed livable income for those people, how would you see that working, say, for those kids and the young people who currently aren't in school, aren't in work, in terms of engaging them in productive, satisfying activity?
Well, I think what you would do, again, and it's something that we are increasingly talking about at the moment, is you would co-design programs with community-based organisations. And in the case of those remote communities, what used to happen with the Community Development Employment Project scheme is that communities were given a lump sum that was equivalent to the welfare support that the unemployed should receive. So I think that there is an enormous opportunity, at the very least, to pilot or trial the payment of lump sum amounts to remote Indigenous communities, calculated perhaps on, how many full-time equivalent jobs they are in that community, minus the number of adults and younger people who are of working age. Pay that amount to the community-based organisation and let them then decide how to distribute that money, be it for work or be it to support people, particularly if, it's those community organisations who will know who's in community and who's out of community, and they will have the networks to decide how to distribute that income and ensure that people have what John and Elise refer to as just as a livable wage for living.
Thank you, Professor Altman. I've got some questions from Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask, in the context of people finding it difficult people coming off social security payments and disappearing, what you would think of a system whereby people aren't automatically chucked off after they've been earning and they stay inside the system rather than coming automatically out once they have reached a certain period in the workforce. So just the benefit that would give to people being less insecure about taking a job and then falling and and needing to, I guess, leave that job if, for example, sharing responsibilities or other things come back into the fore of their lives again.
I'm not sure if that question is to me.
Yes, Senator Pratt, would you like everyone to respond to that? Or?
Overall, I know that issue plays out in different contexts, depending where in the country and what the socio-economic circumstances are, if you're in a remote community or not. Okay. The issue plays out in different ways in terms of the difficulty of reapplying, etc.
Let's start with Professor Altman, and then the others can comment if they wish to.
Yeah, I think that in my opening statement I made a reference to flexible response to social fluidity. And I think that in remote Australia, we just have to come to terms with the fact that people move both physically and in and out of work. And I think the point that's raised is a very important one. And again, some of the ranger projects that I see operating very effectively, provide opportunity for people to work casually, people to work part-time, or people to work full-time. So they're very flexible in the way that they employ people. But certainly that question is very important in terms of people having flexibility to move in and out of income support. And I think that is a really important possibility. Again, if we're moving towards an income support system that is not necessarily punitive, but supportive, and is not income tested, it would actually provide opportunity for people to move out of work, often when they have very good reasons like funeral obligations, ceremonial obligations, or caring for unwell kin. And then, they don't get stuck in the social security system. Again, you have a flexibility where, again, they can move back into their casual part-time or full-time work without any fear of retribution from Centrelink.
Professor Klein.
I mean, the only thing I just want to add is just my opening statement around the deterrence principle and the hostile conditions to which the current system is. So it makes it really hard for people to move, just from, the bureaucratic processes to apply, to be eligible, the hurdles, the accounting, the personal accounting that you have to do, to the time it takes to call up, to be put on hold. I mean, there's just so much that makes it so hard to move. But that's, I mean, I would argue that it's by design, that the system is, set up on the principles of deterrent, of least eligibility, so that only the most, impoverished, rely on the system. I think that has to change, and for the reasons that you outline around the flexibility, but also just, for human rights.
Thanks, Associate Professor Klein. Professor Quiggin?
I don't think I have anything to add to those responses.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Can I also ask, in one of the feedbacks that I received from the increased income during COVID, and I absolutely recognise all the benefits that came with that, and I think it can probably be dealt with in the context of the income earning threshold, but in many parts around Western Australia, it was reported to me that people dropped out of their part-time jobs because essentially they have the equivalent of the minimum wage, which would have traditionally excluded you from any income support just by virtue of the social security payment at the time. And I'm just trying to unpack. So I think it's about $1,400 a fortnight, the minimum wage at the time, which has increased, which clearly created difficulties in terms of people's incentives to work, where people have been participating part-time to top them, use and on social security, and participating to get an income below the minimum wage still. But once the Social Security went up for that period of time. There was no incentive to work. Now, I'm not discounting that the payments need to go up, but I just want to unpack that question of income thresholds with you. Thank you.
If I could just make a comment there, Senator Rice. I think there was a lot going on when people had that sudden shock of getting double their welfare income and having no conditionality. You know, those things happened in April of 2020 quite suddenly. And so I think we've got to bear in mind that there are a lot of other things happening. There was a lot of fear around COVID, and a lot of people actually were fearful both of living in overcrowded conditions and of being in workplaces with other people. So I think what we saw happen was that a lot of people, I think...
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to contextualise my question, but we still, as you are doing, need to work out how to go through and refute those issues and then actually look at how we might resolve them if they do continue to come up.
Yeah, well, I just think it was a very complex set of circumstances, and yes, the evidence was that there was actually a labour shortage in a number of remote communities because of the payment of the COVID supplement. But what happened was that people basically dispersed where they could to the hinterland, particularly because, again, it was, in the top end at least, the dry season, and people could actually go to remote communities and live, in a more dispersed manner. And there are, again, some health experts that say this might have been a partial expander for the low incidence of COVID in remote communities.
How do we document that in order to discount those issues when they come up in any future context of an increase to income support? I mean, clearly we do need to look at the amount of money you can earn. What emphasis would you put on that?
Could I come in quickly and just make the point, which I did make in my statement, that for the non-Indigenous community, we have seen post-lockdown an increase in the rate of the unemployment benefit relative to the minimum wage and even more relative to other wages. And we haven't seen in aggregate any of the effects we've been worried about. We've seen unemployment stay low, beneficiary numbers decline, at least until unemployment started rising again. In general, very positive effects.
And I think Jeff Borland's work looked at that it didn't the first 6 months also wasn't a disincentive to work. So, yeah, I think there's research out there. Yeah.
If you wouldn't mind sending that through, that would be terrific.
That's fine.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Pratt. And thank you all for your contributions today. If any extra information or questions you've taken on notice, including that, if you could get that information to the committee by the close of business on the 17th of March, that would be much appreciated. And we're going to be reporting to the Senate on the 31st of October, so a bit of time yet to be gathering more information and evidence. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I now welcome Mr. Mark Gaetani from St Vincent de Paul, who's joining us. Unfortunately, the Brotherhood of St Lawrence aren't able to join us. So, Mr. Gaetani, would you like to state your name and the capacity in which you're appearing today for the Hansard record?
Yes, good afternoon. So my name is Mark Gaetani. I'm the National President-elect for St Vincent de Paul Society here in Australia, and I formally take on that role this coming Sunday.
Great, thank you very much. We've got myself, Senator Rice, in person here in the room in Canberra. We've got video conference. We've got Senator Pratt and Senator Brockman, and we've got Senator Pratt on teleconference and Senator Brockman on video conference. So look, would you like to make a short opening statement and then we'll ask you some questions?
Yes, I'd love to. Thank you. Firstly, I would like to start by paying my respects to the Kanamaluka people on whose land I am on today, and I'm actually in Launceston, Tasmania. I thank the committee for this opportunity to appear today. The Society is a lay Catholic organisation of around 45,000 members, and we've been helping Australians since 1854. The Society's governing documents all have a common theme: to alleviate poverty in our community. Much has been achieved in Australia over the last 170 years. We have universal education, health and income support systems. These systems and the assistance they deliver, if they weren't here when the Society first started in Australia. But if these universal systems are working well, our help would no longer be required. Yet we are currently facing increased demand in the Society almost month by month. And unfortunately, pockets of entrenched disadvantage remain and have not changed for many years and in many regions across generations. The poverty line, based on 50% of median household income, ranges from $489 per week for a single person to $1,027 per week for a couple with 2 children. Around 1 in 8 people, or 13.4%, including 1 in 6 children, live below the poverty line after taking account of housing costs. This translates to 3,319,000 Australians, which includes 761,000 children. So how do we fix it? Of those we help, that is St Vincent de Paul Society, most are aged between 30 to 70 years, in fact around 70%. Females are overrepresented, around 60%. Most are renters, 70%, and around 1/5 are homeless. Around 1/3 are single parent families, but many also live alone. Many are seeking our help multiple times a year, on top of seeking assistance from other charities. Most are on income support. In fact, 90% of those that we assist are on income support. Around 1/3 live with a disability, and more people are seeking help from the Society for the first time ever, and that's around 20%. People living in poverty are vulnerable and suffer the most during difficult times. They have access to limited resources and networks to call upon. Most income support recipients are on JobSeeker, disability support pension, and single parenting payment. These payments are clearly below the poverty line, and such government assistance does not meet the basic costs of living. The disproportionate impact of poverty on women, children, First Nations people, and people living with a disability is a national disgrace. It is especially dire for people seeking asylum, awaiting a refugee status determination, as they have limited access to any government support. So to us, the solution is simple. Lifting people out of poverty means helping them find work or giving them the right to work. But people can't be expected to find work if they're wondering where they'll be sleeping at night. And the work itself must be safe and secure, with fair pay and conditions. For those who can't find work, they must be able to access adequate income support. It must be sufficient to cover food, medical expenses, energy, utility expenses, education, training and transport costs. And given the negative long-term impact that living in poverty has on the wellbeing of children, we urge the government to commit to halving child poverty by 2030. This goal needs to be more than a stated aspiration. We can help make it a reality through partnering with the government. So how do we pay for this? We, St Vincent de Paul Society, commissioned the ANU to model reforms to the tax and welfare system last year, and this report is available on our website. ANU is currently updating the report, and we will make it available to the committee when it is finalised, which we anticipate within the next 2 weeks. The updated paper outlines 3 options. They are paid by reducing the capital gains tax discount, restructuring the superannuation tax system, and indexing income thresholds against income growth. We also are advocating for the proposed stage 3 tax cuts to be dropped, and the tax-free threshold should be increased from $18,000 to $24,000 so that lower income people can claw back some bracket creep. This would cover increases to the Commonwealth Rent Assistance, which we're calling for, Job Seeker, Youth Allowance, Disability Support Pension, Carers Payments, and Family Payments. Currently, 86% of job recipients, 13% of children, and 34% of single parents are living in poverty after housing costs. If we increase tax revenue by $20 billion, almost 1/3 of people on Job Seeker, half of all children, and half of single parents would be lifted out of poverty. This equates to lifting around 860,000 people out of poverty, which includes 260,000 children. The result would be that the majority of low and middle income households will be either better or no worse off. Only around 21% of high income households of the top 20% would be worse off by no more than $3,000 per year. That concludes my opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Gaetani, and thank you for the St Vincent de Paul submission as well, and thank you for all of your work advocating and working with people who are living in poverty. Your submission highlights, as you've mentioned in your statements, of the need for a target to reduce child poverty, and I'm wondering what mechanism you think is the best one to achieve that.
The best mechanism would be, in the view of St Vincent de Paul, would be to increase the supply of social and affordable housing, and also increasing the benefits that the families or individuals that are responsible for those children, those benefits are increased in line with reducing or increasing the tax revenue of $20 billion that's ultimately made available through families and single income families to those children.
Thank you. You also talk, I mean, obviously the cost of housing is a huge thing, and the cost of housing is, the skyrocketing cost of housing. I'm interested in your thoughts on, you said we need to increase the supply of social and community housing. You're calling for a increase in Commonwealth Rent Assistance, but you also note in your submission that CRA has become a necessary supplement that hides the inadequacy of Job Seeker. Could you expand on that?
Sorry, I missed that question, the tail end of that question.
Just that the Commonwealth rent assistance, you make the point in your submission, hides the inadequacy of job seeker. I'm just wondering if you could expand on that.
Yes, sorry, I'm finding that question a little bit confusing.
I'm thinking about we had evidence this morning from other organisations that were calling for an increase in Commonwealth rent assistance, who said that the first priority needs to be raising income support. And so just interested in your thoughts in the connection between raising income support and Commonwealth rent assistance.
Well, they are both related to alleviating the stresses of high rentals that families and single income families with children are currently facing. So we're calling for an increase in Commonwealth rent assistance also, and we're also advocating for an increase in parenting payments and job seeker payments to alleviate the increasing costs and effectively for people being able to afford to rent a social property, a social home. So we're calling for increases in both those payments.
Right, okay. And you talk about sort of the long-term unemployed and what needs to change. One of your recommendations is improved case management and employment support services must be prioritised. Could you expand on what you would like to see happen there?
Look, could I take that question on notice, please?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, look, and thank you for your thank you for the work and the research you've done in terms of how we can pay for these increased costs, and noting your position that the stage 3 tax cuts should be rescinded. Overall, do you have a view of sort of what the cost to the country is of the number of people living in poverty at the moment?
I know. Look, I wouldn't. I don't have those figures readily available, Senator. I'd have to once again take those on notice.
Okay. Look, I'm not sure whether any of my other senators have got any questions. But otherwise, look, thank you very much, and thank you for your submission. And yes, if there is further information you could get back to us, if you could
absolutely. I'll get back to you on that question that I've taken notice on. And likewise, I suspect that the ANU report that we're currently having completed would respond and answer that final question that you asked me. So
great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So if you could, yes, get that response to your questions on notice by the 17th of March, and we're going to be reporting to the Senate on the 31st of October. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So thank you. The committee will now suspend and come back at 5:15. I now welcome both via video conference and in person representatives from the Australian Unemployed Workers Union. Thank you for appearing before our committee today. You've got myself here in person, we've got Senator Slade Brockman on video conference, you've got Senator Louise Pratt on teleconference also joining us. So, for the Hansard record, will you each please state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today?
Julia Kelly, support person, representative of the AUWU.
Thank you, Julia.
Leanne Coots, I'm a member of the AUWU.
Thanks, Ms Coots.
Andrew Lawrence, member of the AUWU.
Thank you, Mr Lawrence.
Raymond Sutherland, member of the AUWU and the CFMEU as well.
Thank you, Mr Sutherland.
Daniel Levy, I'm also supporting our members to give their testimony.
Okay, thank you, Mr Levy. And online? Got you there, Ms Kane? No.
She did acknowledge us when we waved at her earlier.
Can you hear us, Ms Kane?
I can now, yes.
Oh, great, okay. Can you just state your name and the capacity in which you're hearing today? You are appearing today.
Catherine Kane, appearing for the Australian Unemployed Workers Union as the spokesperson for income support.
Great, thank you, Ms Kane. So I now invite you to make an opening statement and then we'll ask you some questions.
I'm going to go first.
Great, thanks, Ms Kane.
Most of us of a certain vintage had an older relative who stockpiled things. You'd open a cupboard and you'd find dozens upon dozens of toothbrushes or balls of string or packets of custard powder. And we all know that that was because they'd been through the Great Depression, and that kind of experience leaves marks even 6 decades later, and not all of those marks are as benign as an inability to throw away used wrapping paper. During this process and the ones that have come before, you've received an assembly of statistics and heard a number of stories, many of them very dramatic. And for people on income support, most of the stories that we have are not especially dramatic, but all of us, every single one, have a collection of what I call ordinary disasters. Firstly, because they're made out of ordinary moments at the fuel pump, at the pharmacy, at the checkout. And secondly, because after a while, disaster becomes ordinary, and that is when it does the most damage. As a species, we are adapted to survival threats that don't last longer than running from a tiger. But when you're on income support, your housing is precarious, food is precarious, safety is precarious, and we register that precarity as survival threat, just as if there were a tiger outside our door. But instead of lasting for 10 minutes, that threat can last for 10 months or even years. Years of not being able to think of much other than the tiger. It's next to impossible to study when there's a tiger at the door. It's next to impossible to perform any of the tasks that we are supporting people for, raising a child or caring for a loved one or searching for employment. And then the system punishes people for any lapse, thereby making the tiger bigger. This is made more pernicious as income support is designed to, in the majority of cases, last for a meaningful length of time. Study allowance should see someone through a 3-year degree. Parenting allowance is intended to at least get the kid from birth to kindy. Even job seeker, which is nominally designed to be a short-term solution, is increasingly of much longer duration, especially for women over 50, people with disabilities, and anyone employers often discriminate against. The age pension and the disability support pension are income support that people may well be reliant on for the rest of their lives. So when this income support is inadequate, it often creates a spiral. First, there isn't enough money to be secure. As a result, you're constantly stressed and overwhelmed, and you lose focus on everything except the effects of managing to live on not enough. As a result, you struggle to complete whatever task you're being supported to perform. As a result, you receive a penalty, lose more money, and begin the cycle again, but further down. Even when you're not caught in that downward spiral, the system still steals from you. When you are in poverty, you simply do not possess the bandwidth to read a complicated novel, or learn a foreign language, or volunteer at your kid's school, or join the SES, or learn to sketch, plant a garden, be a good sibling, a good friend, a good neighbour, or a good citizen. It limits what so many people are capable of and what they can contribute, and it leaves marks that their grandchildren will puzzle over if they are one of those fortunate to get that far. In a moment, I will hand over to some of our AWIM members to tell their stories of ordinary disaster, but first I will implore all the politicians present and those who are listening. Labor members, when you were in opposition, many of your members, including the current Prime Minister, made clear and unambiguous statements about the inadequacy of income support and the need to increase it immediately. Thousands of Australians do not have the resources to wait until next year's budget. Greens and Independents, many of you have already voiced support for raising all income support to the Henderson poverty line. We appreciate that, but we need more than your voices now. And lastly, I'm going to end with a quote. The purpose of all measures of social security is not only to provide citizens with some reasonable protection against misfortune, but also to reconcile that provision with our proud independence and dignity as democratic citizens. That's a quote from Sir Robert Menzies, founder of the Liberal Party. I beg of you to understand and remember that ending poverty is not and never has been a partisan issue.
Thank you very much, Ms Kane, for that opening statement. So, who others want to add to that?
Who would like to go first? I don't know. Do you want to get it over
First
and
on
done
the
with?
ticket, so...
You can get over and done with. Yeah, let's go this way.
Is there anything in particular I should do?
No, just talk, and we're all ears.
For several years now, I've wanted to learn Australian Sign Language. There is an entire section of the population of our peoples who I cannot communicate with directly, who deserve to have the very same ease of communication the majority of people with hearing have. Time and time again, I've sacrificed money that I really can't spare, foregoing stuff that I need, skipping food and medications, an attempt to save up enough to pay for even an introductory course, only to have it whittled away by sudden critical needs. Maybe it would lead to a job at some point. Maybe it would only allow communication when encountering those who need it in the community. But it looks like I'll never know. And all too often, some tiny qualification bars entry to employment. I learned years ago to not bother asking for assistance with any training. Anything other than in-house stuff just won't happen. Long gone are the days when they would actually do anything to assist. I have a tiny friendship circle, but even I hear it over and over again. They won't cover even the simplest unless there's guaranteed employment. But good luck getting that guarantee. And I'm one of the lucky ones. Rent doesn't take pretty much all of the pittance I receive. I am now only on 2 medications daily, neither of which could kill me if I miss a day. And all are on the PBS, which hasn't always been the case. Most have nowhere near that. Rent taking 3/4 or more of their minuscule income. Half a dozen or even more medications that can't be missed. Where the choice has to be made between food and fuel or medications or a dozen other things, all desperately needed, all just out of reach. And I still cannot scrape together just a couple of $100 to access training I would dearly love to do. I'm one of the lucky ones, and I'm still locked out of participating in much of anything. There are so many who don't even have that.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming and sharing your experience with us today. It's really important that the committee hear from you and the others here. Thank you. Mr. Lawrence, you want to go next?
Okay. I'd just like to sort of start by saying I'm buying my medications on Afterpay. All my medications are PBS medications, but I need about 8 different medications, and when you multiply the basic $7.30 by 8, that's $58, which basically after rent and all the other utilities and things like that, I'm left with $150 for groceries. And that's for a fortnight. So, and if you take out the $58 for that, I'm left with $91 for a fortnight's worth of groceries. Groceries, money doesn't go as far as it used to. I used to get mincemeat and chicken breasts in my groceries, and I can't afford that anymore. I'm basically living off of potato and Devon sandwiches at the moment. I understand that some people might look at me and think I'm a rather large gentleman and sort of think I could miss a meal or two, but eating healthy actually costs a lot of money. It's not cheap to eat healthy. Also, poverty is a barrier to employment as well. If I get a job interview, I can't just pull the money I need to get a haircut, get a nice shirt for the interview and get my suit dry cleaned. That comes to about $150 to get all that. And I just can't pull that out of the air, and the job networks won't help you with that. That they sort of act like they don't have the money, but I suppose that they're supposed to have it. They constantly say, "Oh, it's not our job to find you a job, but it's our job to facilitate you into a job." Yeah, what was I? Yeah. Sorry.
No worries.
Yep.
Take your time, it's fine.
Also, often people on benefits shouldn't have to make a choice between food, medication or fuel. I know a lot of Conservatives sort of think that unemployed people, if they get given more money, they won't actually look for work. Right, but that sort of is the wrong sort of attitude, because also like pensioners and disability pensioners and things like that are all in the same boat as the unemployed. It's like they're literally punishing us for being poor. There are probably millions of Australians on unemployment that should be on disability support pensions. I have a neurological and psychological. I have a neurological and several psychological conditions that limit my ability to work. Right. I have a little hypothetical here. Here you're an employer, you have a job vacancy, 2 equally qualified candidates. One candidate can only do 14 hours a week, may have to leave early, or on some days may not be able to come in at all. Or one needs to take regular toilet breaks and needs to not be able to have to deal with walking upstairs. The other candidate has none of these issues. Issues like, who are you going to employ? I know that you're not going to employ candidate 1 because I know my own capabilities and I know what employers are looking for. Sorry.
No.
And they're not looking for the guy who says, basically, I'll come in tomorrow if my anxiety lets me. And many people on the unemployment suffer from undiagnosed mental health disorders. Nobody on benefits can afford to basically just go get the psychological diagnoses they need. Like yes, lots of people say, oh yes, but you get 85% of it back. But I certainly haven't got $500 that I can just basically pull out to. That's about.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. And again, I really do thank you for making the effort to come here and to present this evidence to the committee.
I did actually put down in my notes that I was actually freaking out about this.
Yeah. No, well, you've done really well. Thank you. And like Ms. Cootes, really important evidence for us to hear. Thank you. Mr. Sutherland.
Yeah. I'm just here to put my point of view, my experiences across. I'm a 56-year-old man. And I'm not even unemployed, but I'm underemployed, but even then it's still pretty tough. I'm studying completed a Bachelor of Science degree at the ANU, and I'm currently studying part-time through Open University Australia, doing a part-time Bachelor of Arts at Macquarie University. I'd just like to outline the complete failure of the Job Active Network and Workforce Australia and job search provider in helping me get a job. It begins with Max Employment, where I was sent to BCS cleaning, and I was underpaid nearly $11,000 in the 4 months I worked there. And after I finished doing that, they tried to send me to a job involving the removal of asbestos from the floor of Woolworths in Tuggerong for only $28 an hour. Wow. So that's how all the trouble I had with Max Employment. And that's when the CFME became involved. They started to become curious about that job, and that led to me joining the CFMEU, and they became curious about that job. Tried to find out who was doing the work, because it's meant to be performed by somebody who's an expert for over $50 an hour. So because I was being bullied by Max Employment a lot, I had to go off the dole for a while, because I expected to work all night without any sleep. They just sprang it on me out of the blue. So I didn't have the chance to prepare for it. So I was expected to go all night without any sleep and work from about 6 o'clock at night to 6 o'clock in the morning. And I probably would have fallen asleep at the wheel on the way home and had an accident. So that's my experience as max employment. Then I moved out. Well, then I had to move out because of an abusive home environment. And when I got the coronavirus supplement, I was able to live quite comfortably. That was in 2020, 2020, when the COVID-19 supplement came in. So when the job seeker payment was raised, because of the coronavirus lockdown, I was able to live quite comfortably away from home. I didn't have to worry about surviving on charity meals like I do now. Free meals from St Vincent de Paul at Argyle House in Ainslie Village. So I got breached, and I got breached for not taking that job with max employment. Then after that, I got referred to Matchworks, to APC cleaning. And I was also underpaid and bullied. And they took a while to repair my car. And they breached me despite the fact that my car was broken down and I couldn't get to work. They didn't offer to find out what the problem was and provide me with any vouchers to get to work or anything, for taxi fares or anything. They simply breached me for not going to work despite the fact that my car was broken down. And in the 6 weeks I was sent to APC cleaning, I was in an unsafe work environment, which was investigated with WorkSafe, and they found it to be an unsafe work environment. And I wasn't paid any penalty rates or a travel allowance. So it looks as soon as job search providers just become a source of cheap labour for dodgy employers who don't want to pay penalty rates, no travel allowance, rather than finding people meaningful employment. So I was forced to leave home in mid-2022 because of a domestic violence situation, and I was not offered any crisis accommodation until later on, and I was denied a crisis payment, even though I only had $2,000 in the bank. It took me a long time to get the Salvation Army Employment Plus to repair my car when my car broke down again because of the power steering fluid dripping onto the alternator. I needed another alternator replacement. And it took over 5 weeks to get my car repaired because of an issue with trying to get a tax invoice. And now, so I managed to eventually get it going again, but it still needs a bit of work to get a misfire fixed. But they won't provide any more repairs to my car, which is often very important to get to work. So the best they could offer is topping up my MyWay card. That's the best they can offer at the moment. Then I still have to there's still things I have to go with because the rate of job seeker is too low, such as contact lenses, which cost $700 for driving it properly. I need a new computer, which is old and slow, needed to be upgraded. I'd like to be able to return to my university studies when I get a new computer. And I need some dentures for my teeth, for the side teeth. A couple of side teeth fell out, so I need some dentures for that. So there's absolutely no way that employment job search providers have not helped me gain employment in any way whatsoever. Have been more of a hindrance than a help. And that's mostly my story so far.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Sutherland. Again, thank you for presenting to us and being here and sharing that with us today. In terms of hearing your story, it's really important. Look, are you, the three of you happy to answer some questions? Yep. So look, I'll start with you, Mr. Sutherland. You said that you were breached a number of times.
Yeah.
Tell us what happened in terms of how you were able to survive having been breached.
Unfortunately, I was able to get around by being breached by max employment by inadvertently recovering the $11,000, which I didn't know that I hadn't been paid until the CFME got involved. I accidentally discovered when Jason O'Mara from the CFME asked, "What job were you doing previously?" I said I was working for BCS Cleaning, and further investigations found that I'd been underpaid nearly $11,000 in the time that I worked there between January and May 2017. So it's a bit by accident, a stroke of luck that I found that I was underpaid that much in that time. A bit of pressure from the CFME was able to recover that money. So I was able to live at home with my mother to support me in the family home, so I didn't have to didn't have to pay for accommodation or anything because I was able to live in the family home with mother. And we all supported one another and helped one another.
Right. And, I mean, you talked about the problems of keeping your car on the road with inadequate income to keep the car on the road and get the car repaired. How does that impact the jobs that you were able to apply for and to be in?
It's a catch-22. On the one hand, you can't get a job without a decent car. On the other hand, the job search provider don't want to keep my car don't want to help to keep my car on the road anymore. They don't want to repair the misfire in my car to keep it going properly, which would only cost about another $600 or so.
So what is there jobs that you would be able or would be interested in doing that you can't get to, that, you know, your My Way ticket actually doesn't work for you to get there?
Yeah, that'd be the jobs I wouldn't be able to get to without a car, and also I can't drive at night without proper contact lenses, which I can't afford at the moment because they cost $700. With the rate of job seeker being so low, I can't afford them unless I take an interest-free loan or something.
Yeah, and in terms of going back to your studies, what's stopping that?
My computer's pretty old and outdated, so I need to upgrade my computer. That'll probably cost a couple of $1,000s to get a computer that's any good, maybe at least $1,000 to get a computer that's any good.
And the job service providers aren't able to help you with that?
No. They've never offered me to help all that much. First they did repair my car, then they stopped.
Right. Mr. Lawrence, you said that you're putting your medications on Afterpay, which sounds like it's an awful situation to be in.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the fact that, you know, the chickens are going to come home to roost eventually?
It's basically I make it to about, I'm basically paying off like a third of it before I put the next one on, and it's just basically a continual thing. I get the pharmaceutical assistance thing, but that's only like $6 something. It doesn't even cover a single medication anymore. It's kind of a bit sort of silly.
So how long have you been doing that for?
About basically since the COVID bonus stopped.
Right. And do you know how much you're owing on your medications now?
Nothing at the moment because I sort of actually caught up and a few sort of little bits of things like sort of birthday money and things like that sort of allowed me to sort of catch up, even though I was probably supposed to buy myself a birthday present with the money, but yeah.
Medications for your birthday.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was really sad to hear that there's no way that you could afford to see a psychologist that would be beneficial to you. So what would need to change for you to be able to get the psychological support?
Well, just being able to claim a psychologist on Medicare and to actually have enough psychologists that would be willing to basically bulk bill would be the solution to that problem. And like a few years ago, like way back before COVID, I actually applied for the DSP, and they basically said, they couldn't basically give it to me because I didn't have the official documentation from a psychologist. I know in July apparently you're accepting a counsellor or a psychologist rather than a psychiatrist. Psychiatrist, no, but yeah, that's not till July, so...
Right. The catch-22.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what else was I going to...
Wish my healthcare card would cover contact lenses.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I did have another question that I was going to ask you, Mr. Lawrence, but it's just left my brain.
Yeah.
It's getting late in the day. But Ms. Cootes, tell me about your experience with your job seeker provider or your job services provider. You say that you've given up trying to ask for any training, such as being able to go and learn sign language, that they're saying in-house training only. Can you talk us through, have you tried getting that covered and been rejected?
It's been years since I've asked, but yeah, I have asked a few times. It's been years since anything like that has been offered that isn't in-house. Years and years ago, there was. And it actually led to my only decent period of time when I did have a job. But that training isn't available to anyone anymore. Not through the job seeker, not through the network. They just won't cover it anymore. Because I mentioned it to someone and they were like, no, that doesn't get done anymore.
Mm-hmm. Could I ask all of you to just reflect upon whether you see, is there any value in the job service providers?
No.
Perhaps, Ms. Kane, you might like to respond as well, but so perhaps the people in the room first.
Occasionally they pay for something like, they paid for a certificate for in construction and building. That's it. So occasionally they pay for courses to do, but that's about it.
Yep. So have they helped you get work other than underpaid cleaning jobs? That's what they've offered to you?
Mostly underpaid cleaning jobs.
Yeah. And, okay, how about the other, Mr. Lawrence, what's been your experience? If there's any value in the job service providers?
Well, they seem like I've had experience with several of them, and I found that a lot of them sort of aren't following the rules that are laid out by the department. I had a few issues recently with them trying to force me to do face-to-face appointments, and I am in 4 risk categories for COVID, and I'm not comfortable doing face-to-face. And the department definitely lays down that basically it's up to me how I do it, but I've asked to do courses and asked them to fund courses, and I've been basically, as Leanne mentioned, been given the answer of, we can only fund that if you've got a guaranteed job in after you get the qualification. And yes, I've got lots of people that will say, one of the best jobs I ever had was when I was a bartender. I absolutely loved being a bartender, but my qualifications expired. I had some medical issues and basically wound up in hospital for half a year, and sort of also spent a year recovering. So yeah, my qualifications expired, and I said, hey, I want to go back into bartending and gaming, and yeah, they basically said, if you can find somebody who will say yes, they will give you a job if you have those qualifications, we'll fund it. But if you can't find that, and basically much as I can find people that will say, we will give you a job if you had these qualifications, like basically it's getting them to put pen to paper and say they'll do that is almost impossible. So,
and so that's even the case now, where people are saying there's this massive labour shortage and people can't find work, and yet they're not willing to support you to undertake the training in that general field unless you had a guarantee of a job.
Yeah. Well, it was last year. That was the last time I sort of asked, but like I was trying to get into a course to basically become a cat groomer, and basically I sort of found a course over in Belconnen and said, I'm going to need help with fuel costs and things getting over to Belconnen to do this course. And they said, yeah, sure, not a problem. And then basically I said, I'm starting a course. And they go, oh, we can't get you the funding. We can't get you the money to get fuel vouchers. And I'm just sort of like, what? So I couldn't actually start the course because I didn't have enough fuel to get over to Belconnen from Queanbeyan.
Sounds, yes. Okay.
They're trying to get me into a security job now, but they expect me to pay to get the licence you need myself.
Right. Okay.
That's over $100.
How much is that?
Over 100. And then they say they'd reimburse me later on.
Okay. And so
The licence is over $100.
Right. So what's been your experience with job service providers actually helping you get jobs?
They've never got me a job.
They do get you a job. They want you to do what they want you to do, not what you want to do in many cases.
Can I add to that?
Yes.
There's an intrinsic and I don't think ever reconcilable problem with job service providers, which is that they're a for-profit business. And as is abundantly clear through the data and the stories, getting a job requires a bit of money. You have to have reliable transport and childcare and good shoes and all of the rest of it. So half of getting someone a job is making sure they have the resources to get that job. And if you're a for-profit JSP, then the incentives are very much there to not pay out money because then you make less profit. The idea that JSPs should be an investment into someone so that they have everything they need to find a job has gotten completely lost, and it's now just a series of tick boxes from the job. The only people who are succeeding in this system are the people who run the job service providers. Everyone else is, the incentives aren't there to actually help people.
Work for the dollar is a complete waste of time.
It's all but slavery, honestly.
Sorry, that's...
Work for the dole is all but slavery.
That's a complete waste of time.
Yeah. So, Ms Kane, has the experience of the AUWU been that has there been any improvements with the performance of the job service providers since Workforce Australia started? Or what's been the experience there?
None. All that's added is a number of extra technical difficulties and a few more equally arbitrary rules and uncertain enforcement of the rules. Particularly, we're seeing with disability employment services, a lot of our people are immunocompromised or at risk, and they want to do phone. They want to do phone appointments for a number of reasons. One, because of the COVID risk. Two, because it is infinitely cheaper to take a phone call than to take public transport or drive into your DES. And also because for anyone who has chronic pain or energy limitations, it means they can spend the day maybe getting something else done and not just taking care of this one errand. And it's written in that that should be something that's allowed. And over and over and over and over again, we're seeing disability employment services and JSPs refusing to do phone appointments, no matter how many benefits there are, for no reason that really makes sense other than someone is clearly further up the chain told them that that's how they're supposed to do it.
And they'll
We see a
lie
lot
about
of
it.
that. We see a lot of really arbitrary decisions being made with no justification other than because we tell you to.
And you're in no position to say, no, I don't want to do that.
I mean,
You get threatened.
would you like to starve to death though?
Yes, you get breached, yes.
I had a case where basically I literally pulled the thing up on my phone saying, you can't force me to do face-to-face as this is what it says, and I tried to, like, I wasn't happy with the job plan she gave me, and I even showed her the line where it says that I'm allowed to negotiate my job plan, and she goes, oh, I can make your job plan worse. I can give you even more jobs to search for I can give you as high as 50 jobs, and she said, oh yes, you can refuse to sign it, but yeah, you'll get breached in 2 days for not signing it. And
that's having power over somebody rather than helping somebody.
Yeah.
One of the other major problems we're finding as well is there really isn't a recourse for people who are, for anything other than being completely cut off from payments. If you're cut off from payments, there's an escalation process. You can go to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, all of those things. You know, like a process exists for if you've been completely cut off from payments. But if you're just having one of these things, you're being forced to sign a job plan that you are not okay with, you're being forced to attend face-to-face that you're not okay with, you're being given an impossible number of job searches per fortnight, you've been suspended, any of these things that make people's lives immensely harder, the only escalation path we know of is to talk to the manager of the person you've talked to and maybe talk to their regional manager. So all in-house, no external accountability, and no way to say, you're making the wrong decision, this isn't what the guidelines say, I need to talk to someone who can change this decision. There's no path for that.
The government's given them too much power over the unemployed.
Yes. And
it's really hard to disagree with that.
Yes. And presumably, although Ms. Kane, you say that if you get breached, there is a pathway. In order to follow that pathway, how long does that usually take before you would have your payments reinstated?
Ages.
6 months if you're lucky.
Have you had experience of that, Ms. Cootes?
Thankfully not.
Right.
I have had breaches, but I haven't actually had suspensions.
Right.
Yet, anyway.
I said 6 months. I'm not actually 100% sure on the timeline for those. I am probably somewhat influenced by the fact that my DSP appeal process took 2.5 years total.
And what was that appeal? What, that you didn't get the...
Yes.
Was that not being successful for...
Not being approved, yeah.
Not being approved.
I had to go through the entire process up to the AAT, and it took 2.5 years to get through the entire process. And that's for something with an established appeals process. Right, we know what that process is, it's all marked out, you know what to do. But if your employment provider is insisting you take a job that you cannot physically do, or isn't, making a bunch of decisions that are not in your best benefit, are going to harm you even further, leave a job because the manager is sexually, harassing you, and they won't let you leave it, there is no way to stop that from happening other than complete devastation, like putting yourself cut off from payments and going from desperate, grinding, ever-stressful poverty to homelessness and possible starvation.
Probably some people resort to crime because of that.
Yep. Have you got experience?
Yeah, crime is one. Suicidality is unfortunately one of the other ones. Financial stress, and I know you've heard this one before, is now the leading cause of suicidality. And income support is kind of an ideal situation for that kind of constant grinding stress that people just cannot endure forever.
Certainly.
Resort to theft and burglary.
We heard the statistics earlier on today of the increase in suicidality. Look, finally, we've just got a few minutes left, so I'd like to ask each of you what would be your top 2 things that you would like government to do to be improving your lives and addressing poverty in Australia.
The Henderson poverty line.
Complete up.
Yeah, Henderson poverty line.
Henderson poverty line, raising rate,
Right.
And
Abolishing
basically
job search providers and mutual obligations.
put the job search providers back into government control by basically bring back the CES.
Abolishing mutual obligations.
Yeah.
It's not mutual.
Full income support to the Henderson poverty line and make mutual obligations actually mutual.
Right. So you think so basically making things voluntary
and hold them accountable.
So they can't just breach you on a whim, almost.
I have had people in the job search providers. I've had them directly lie to me, know that they are lying to me, and know that I know that they are lying to me, and they still say it.
Yeah, because there's no accountability. They know that won't be anything.
Being for profit, they want to make money out of it. Anyway,
Honestly, you could completely dismantle mutual, like the job search provider system, and employment rates would probably go up.
Well, yes, and that was certainly the experience of during the COVID supplement.
Yes.
I mean, did.
Yeah, because people could afford to get a job. They were well nourished. They were less stressed. They were, well rested, and they had new shoes and a car that worked, and they managed to get their responsible service of alcohol ticket or whatever they needed. Yeah, people want to work if they can.
People do not like being idle. If anything, the lockdown showed that. People did not like being idle.
Certainly your evidence today of people that are keen to work.
Makes people take anything to avoid being breached, to avoid being on the dole, which drives down wages and conditions.
And now look, I'm on the DSP. I will be for possibly the rest of my life unless my illness is miraculously cured. I'm not struggling very hard at the moment, but so many people are struggling so needlessly when fiscally, economically, ethically, a far better system would just be give people enough money to get by.
Yeah. Thank you.
To feed themselves.
Look, thank you very much for your evidence today and sharing your personal stories, and yes, some very clear recommendations to what you think government should be doing. Thanks for taking the time out to be here to present to the committee today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for this opportunity.
So, I'm welcoming representative from the Ninunga Nimitsha Aboriginal Health and Community Services via video conference, the ACT Council of Social Service, Roundabout Canberra, YWCA Canberra, Helping ACT and Community Services number 1. Might just take us a couple of minutes to get everybody to the table. Okay, we'll kick off. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. I think Mr Muhammad Ali from Helping ACT is not yet with us, but is on his way. So for the Hansard record, I'd like you to each state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today. And let's start with Ms Andrzejewski.
I'm Hannah Andrzejewski and I'm the CEO of Roundabout Canberra.
Thank you, Ms Andrzejewski.
I'm Ava Darawala and I'm a policy officer at ATCOS.
Thank you, Ms Darawala.
I'm Gemma Killen and I'm the interim CEO at ATCOS.
Thanks, Dr Killen.
Amanda Tobler, CEO of Community Services number 1.
Thank you, Mrs Tobler.
Frances Crimmins, CEO YWCA Canberra.
Thank you, Mrs Cummins. Ms Crimmins.
Leah Dwyer, Director of Policy and Advocacy at YWCA Canberra.
Great. And on the video conference.
Chief Executive Officer, Woononga Nimity Jar Consulting Community Service.
Thank you, Ms Tongs. Now, you've got myself here in the room, Senator Pocock in the room. On video conference, we've got Senator Brockman and teleconference Senator Pratt. I unfortunately have to go at 7, so we've got an hour. And I know that Senator Pocock's got lots of questions, but I'm going to invite you each to make an opening statement, but probably I recommend that you keep it fairly brief so that we've got enough questions to ask, enough time to ask questions of all of you wonderful organisations. So I will invite you now to make a brief opening statement, and then we will ask you some questions. So should we start in the same order that we did the introductions?
Sure. Sounds good. Good evening, Senators. Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm from a small but mighty grassroots charity which rehomes safe, high-quality baby and children's items to families with children aged from newborn to 16 years. This includes helping with essentials such as cots, prams, car seats, clothing, linen, toys, toiletries, school items and more. We have 270 volunteers and the equivalent of only 4 full-time employees. Whilst I know the focus of tonight is on the ACT, I do want to highlight that we operate alongside a highly impressive network of independent charities that do what we do across Australia. We call them our sister organisations. In Victoria, there's Big Group Hug and St Kilda Mums. In WA, there's Little Things for Tiny Tots. In South Australia, there's Treasure Boxes. In Sydney, there's Dandelion Support Network. And in Queensland, there's Baby Give Back. Collectively, we support thousands of families living in poverty and many more who teeter on the edge. In addition to our work in Canberra, we are acutely aware of the substantial need that exists for a service such as ours in the areas of regional New South Wales that surround the ACT, such as Cooma, Goulburn, Wagga, Hardin, Young and the South Coast. We do what we can to support those areas and hope to do more in the coming months, as we certainly know the demand is there. We work with 108 social services and community organisations, all of who support families in the Canberra region. This number highlights the complexity of the space we operate in and the diverse needs of the families we support. When a service is working with a family in need of goods, they place an order with us. Our service alleviates both the financial burden and a mental load for the families we support, and we allow the services we partner with to address the other more complex needs faced by families, such as housing issues and domestic violence. And the same is done by our sister organisations across Australia. In 2022, Roundabout Canberra helped 3,121 children from Canberra and surrounding regions. This was a 50% increase in the number helped in 2021, and we've already seen a 50% increase on demand this year compared to the same period last year. Last year, 76% of the families we supported reported experiencing financial hardship. We've supported Canberra families through the challenges that came from COVID-19, job losses and stand downs, and now we're supporting them through the drastic increase in living costs. So I'm very pleased to be here today and to take part in this important conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Vendrewski, and thank you for the work that you're doing. So, ACT Colts.
The ACT Council of Social Service thanks the committee for the opportunity to appear before this inquiry. We advocate for social justice in the ACT, and we are the peak body for community organisations in Canberra. So our evidence to the inquiry relates primarily to inequality and poverty in the ACT, but also community sector service provision in the region. We're currently developing our cost of living report for 2023, so much of the answers that we'll give tonight and the information that was in our submission draws on last year's findings, but our preliminary research suggests that poverty is getting worse in Canberra. Over the last couple of years, we've seen increased demand for support and services from our underfunded, overworked and underpaid community sector. The withdrawal of JobKeeper and the coronavirus supplement saw the poverty rate in the ACT almost double to 9%, which represents about 38,000 Canberrans, including approximately 9,000 children. We also have the highest number of Commonwealth Rent Assistance recipients experiencing rental stress in the country at 54%. The cost of living has rapidly increased. Over the last 5 years, we've seen the price of fuel increase by 35%, housing by 19%, and electricity by 28%. And more than 2/3 of community sector organisations in the ACT have reported that levels of demand and complexity of need have increased in 2022, and almost half said the number of clients they cannot support has increased. So we're seeing more and more services having to turn people away. So
To deal with all of this, we echo ACOS's earlier calls to commit to a minimum income floor for income support system by lifting all base rates of payments to at least $73 a day. And we also need to ensure that community sector organisations are adequately and sustainably funded to support people who are experiencing poverty.
Thank you, Dr. Killen. Mrs. Tobler.
Thank you very much for having the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm the CEO of Community Services One. We are a generalist community agency here in the ACT. We provide everything from early education and care right through to aged care services, in-home non-residential services. We also work across 154,000 square kilometres of New South Wales, right down to the Victorian border and up to Goulburn and as far out as Hay. What we've seen over the last years is certainly a 100% increased need in our food insecurity programs, and that is based here in the ACT and services the local community. We are unable to keep up with the demand of the food that's required. We are unable to keep up with the demand of services that are required in our food insecurity programs. We would be able to open 5 days a week if we actually had a full-time employee working in that space, but we do not have that, and that is not funded. We get no fund or limited funding from the ACT in relation to our food insecurity program, and our staff member works part-time but also is our community development officer. We are seeing more and more people walking in our doors, coming straight off the street, who are now making decisions of, do I actually send my child to sport? Do I pay for medical bills? Do I actually have the ability to get to our service without running out of petrol? More and more people are walking in the door that we would call are the working poor. Those people who actually do have full-time jobs but are unable to pay and continue to pay for the cost of rent, which is astronomical in this town, as well as all of the other bills that are required for people. The one story I'll leave you with, and I'm sure there's lots of questions, but for my opening statement, we had a gentleman who walked in our doors. He lived in the area. He was in an ACT public housing. That was his most important thing. He had not seen a doctor in 18 months. He had chronic medical issues. He'd turned off all of the plumbing and all of the electricity at all of the faucets so that he didn't have to pay any bills, because he didn't have the ability to actually pay for any bills. When he walked in the door to our organisation, we were the first organisation he had actually accessed in years. We supported him to not only get medical assistance and also food, as well as working with him around budgeting and supporting him to be able to access different supports so he could actually turn those faucets and the electricity back on. However, for that gentleman, it was too late, and he later died due to not being able to access medical support for so long.
Very sad. Thank you, Mrs. Tobler, and thank you for the work that you're doing to support people. Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. YWCA Canberra is a feminist not-for-profit organisation that's provided community services in Canberra since 1929. Our work in community services provides a valuable insight into Canberra as a city of great disparity between comfort and poverty. That Canberra has the highest weekly household income in the country should not be conflated with the absence of poverty, but rather seen as a factor that exacerbates the cost pressures, crisis and poverty experienced by those on low and fixed incomes. We saw through our 2021 survey of Canberra women, which collected more than 1,200 responses and illustrated the stress many on low and fixed incomes were under during this time. This survey told the story of how 20% of respondents earning less than $45,000 a year said they did not have sufficient savings to pay for one housing cycle if they lost their job. For single parents who were renting, this rate was 61%. More than 1/4 of respondents on less than $45,000 a year told us they were either financially stressed or in a state of financial crisis. Accessing superannuation, using local charities or selling valuable items was common methods to cope with financial stress. Insights like this remind us of how many are close to crisis in Canberra. As what has been mentioned earlier, the 550 COVID-19 supplement brought immense reprieve from those who are struggling. We saw this in real time at our food pantry, which provides food relief to individuals and families on low incomes. Feedback from users at the time told us how the supplement allowed them to have greater choice over what groceries they purchased, meaning many were eating healthier meals. Recent demand from the food pantry has significantly increased. Between January 2022 and 2023, we recorded a 33% in increases to the pantry. In 12 months to February 2023, that has increased by a further 50%. With this also comes demographic change in our pantry members. Typically, users of the pantry have been older women in receipt of the aged or disability pension, but we're starting to see an increased number of young men in regular employment with parenting responsibilities accessing this service. For us, this signals a canary in the coal mine, that things are now particularly dire for this cohort that would have typically been the most hesitant to ask for help. Demand has also surged in the housing support program for women aged 50 and above in our program called Next Door. When Next Door launched in 2019, we supported 78 women in 1 year. In 2022, that was 110. YWCA Canberra echoes the calls for other welfare and advocacy groups to increase welfare payments. This shouldn't be seen as one piecemeal increase in entitlement, but as an opportunity for systemic review of payments levels, income caps and mutual obligation arrangements, particularly those which impact on single mothers like Parents Next. We know that single mothers are likely to be single and parenting due to violence, and many struggle daily with basics of survival. We see mutual obligation programs like Parents Next as simply entrenching poverty, anxiety and compounding the already low levels of well-being and health among single mothers. Further, we add our voice to the call for an added investment in social and supported housing across the board. While we support the policy direction to lift supply of affordable housing, for those in poverty, what they need is supported accommodation that will meet their needs. Thank you, and we welcome questions from the committee.
Thanks, Ms Crimmins. Ms Tong.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge that I'm on the traditional lands of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. I'd also like to thank the Senate Parliamentary Committee for providing me the opportunity to appear before you this evening to give you an insight into the struggles of First Nations people in the ACT. Too often the ACT Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community is overlooked when we have inquiries such as this, because there is a perception in the wider community that everyone in Canberra is well off and living the great Australian dream of owning a house, a car and sending kids to private schools. I feel that there is social cleansing happening in the ACT. First Nations people living in poverty, living in overcrowded housing, and if they're lucky enough to have a government house, they're being pushed out of built-up areas into public housing units in new suburbs where there's no infrastructure, not even a shop accessible unless you have a car, and the public transport in this place is not great. Most of us know that poverty is the underlying issue driving up the incarceration rates, kids in out-of-home care, child protection, non-attendance at school, domestic and family violence, overcrowded houses, people who are not coping emotionally or financially often turn to drug and alcohol to take away the pain. And for First Nations people are already suffering from the trauma of colonisation, dispossession and racism, just to name a few factors. All the recent productivity Commission reports once again reveal that the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander residents of Canberra experience either the worst or amongst the worst of any outcomes of any Aboriginal community in Australia, across almost all the subjects of focus of the Productivity Commission. New South Wales has the highest population of Aboriginal people in the country, and the ACT is like an island in the middle of New South Wales. We're a large regional health service with cross-border issues. I'd be interested to know How many regional communities have a population of over 9,000 Aboriginal residents?
Thank you, Ms Tongs, and thank you for the work that you're doing with the Aboriginal communities in the region. Mr Ali, if you would like to first introduce yourself, just your name and the capacity in which you're appearing today, and then if you'd like to make an opening statement.
Thank you very much for inviting me here. My name is Muhammad Ali, and I am founder and president of Helping ACT, an organisation which was established 5 years ago, and I'm here in the capacity of president of Helping ACT. Helping ACT was founded 5 years ago, and it was founded with only one aim, that we were working very closely at that time with Companion House for refugees and asylum seekers for years and years before 2018 when it was established. And we had the feeling that, number one, that the people over there who come on having some sort of medical help do always suffer from their specific food needs. And we, since then, have been topping up the small pantry over there at Companion House as one of the exclusive supplier, and our service is completely for free. We are a non-profitable charity. We receive funds from fundraising, mainly Canberra. All Canberra comes together and they support us, but the government grants are very few and far in between. Our aim is that no one sleeps hungry in Canberra, and that's what we are working for. Some of the things which we do is that we respond to individual requests from families, and that requirement is food, definitely most of the times, and organize regular breakfasts and dinners for homeless people. We work very closely with early morning center here. And for refugees and asylum seekers, Companion House is there. And then for students, school students, we have got a very strong program which was started last year for schools breakfast programs. And at the moment, we are having 2 schools, and I think that in the coming 2 weeks, we are going to add Braidwood to our list, whereby we offer either we bring all the requirements once a week for healthy breakfast, or we just provide them with our volunteers also. Canberrans really appreciate the homegrown, community-minded ethos of Helping ACT. What are some of our concerns? The extent of food insecurity in Canberra that we have noted that has doubled easily, because I remember that before COVID, it was very manageable, but since COVID started, the food requirement just not only doubled, but we were the only among 3 charities who are working out there supplying food, and we are having references from ACT Health and other agencies who were actually having the problem of volunteers, but our volunteers were working day and night during COVID. We were thinking that after COVID, there will be some sort of relief, but that was not to happen because everyone knows what was the problem. So at the moment, Canberra is seen as a wealthy city-state. We have identified that 1 in 10 Canberrans currently need food assistance, and that is true. And that, unfortunately, out of 40,000 who need it, 8,000 are children. Then between 2020 and 2022, the effects of flood, bushfires, and COVID exacerbated, and that actually cost of living pressures, but demand for food services across the charity sector has not eased, rather it has gone very high. It's not just those on welfare or extreme needs who are accessing food services. This demand now includes people who are employed. That means that a new terminology which is coming is that working poor kind of thing. And these are the people who are maybe employed, but their employment doesn't give them enough to just match with the requirements of the time due to increased cost of life. Food Bank's recent hunger report also supports our findings. Helping ACT also feels that there is even more demand in the community than is currently being met, as many people in need of assistance are not coming forward. And this is one of the problems with called community people, because because of the language problems and other issues with them, they find it hard to come out and open. So if there are thousands of people who are in need of food, there are hundreds who are needing it, but they are not coming forward. Helping ACT is provide a platform for CALD communities because they not only support Helping ACT for all the work which is being done, and we take our pride also in helping newly Afghan people, evacuees who came up. There were some 12 families which are referred by Red Cross to us, and for months and months we were providing food to them and other settling needs which they had. And then there are international students, because Ramadan comes and they need some sort of food for breaking the fast. They're all, or at least those who come over there, not only a ritual, Islamic ritual, but also they need our support. So Helping ACT certainly is only 5 years old baby. It has grown organically over the past 4 years in response to what it found to see as gaps in service delivery from both the government and charity sectors. Although it's agreed that there is significant need in the local community, that it is relied upon but not adequately being resourced. So these are some of the consideration. We rely on the goodwill of our dedicated volunteers to spend considerable personal time and effort. Adequate funding is a major issue as demand increases. Helping ACT could plan its services delivery more strategically if regular funding could be guaranteed. And then is the collaboration with Early Morning Center, Companion House. Then there are at least 7 or 8 other organized charity organizations who we are working. Sitara Story is one of them. Then, of course, Multicultural Hub is another one. And the dream is that no one sleeps hungry in Canberra. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ali, and thank you for the work that you're doing with the community. Thank all of you for the work that you're doing with the community and sort of people who are really struggling, living in poverty. I'm going to ask 2 questions which I invite any of you to respond to, and then I'm going to hand over to Senator Pocock, who I know has got quite a lot of questions. So my 2 are, you've all talked about the massive increase in demand. I'm just interested in your thoughts as to why you think that's the case. Why have each of you seen such a huge increase in demand in recent years? And then the second one is, what's your number 1 recommendation that you would like the federal government to do? So I invite anybody who wants to kick off answering either of those questions.
I think one of the things, if I'm allowed to, one of the things which we have noted is that there has been some sort of stagnancy, or at least the rate of inflation, right? That is not being matched by whatever you're earning. That is one of the main problems. Secondly, that there are health issues. Say, for example, homeless people, they have their health issues. One of the recent programs which we started is that homeless but not toothless. And that is one of the things which we have neglected for years and years and years. There used to be ACT government help in the form of a mobile van, dental van, but that is non-operational at the moment. So this is one of the things that, and secondly, that heart bleeds when we went to school. And there were, can you believe that in one of the schools which we went last week, some 40 students were there who were taking their breakfast. This is a failure of a society if some of the students do come, without having breakfast. So I think that lower wages, then rates certainly increase, gas bills. So basically it's between bills and bread on the table.
Thanks, Mr. Ali.
Is what we're hearing and seeing as well. I think, we've seen so much difficulty over the past couple of years, and it was COVID and job losses and stand downs. And I think right now it really is about that cost of living piece. And like many of my colleagues here, what we're hearing is that people are now having to make choices about whether they do buy food for their families, pay for petrol to get themselves to work or to important appointments, pay their rent. So, from our perspective, and I think in terms of the work that we all do, the role that we play is just alleviating one or hopefully more of those pressures to free up money to pay for other completely essential things.
Sorry,
Let's go on, Ms. Tonks.
I didn't know how to put my hand up, but anyway.
I've got you on the big screen, so yes.
Always
just
that
wave
I
at
want
me.
to put my hand up.
Yes, but go ahead.
I just think if we had the same response to poverty as we did to COVID, we'd be a lot better off. You know, during COVID, we got a lot of donations, a lot of funding from the government. We were able to provide food for our clients, particularly the elderly and the vulnerable, but also we could do home shops, and my staff, we didn't have a day off. I think one day for a deep cleansing when we had a COVID client come through the clinic, but other than that, we were at the front line all of that time. And my social health team, we delivered the food, we rang up, we made sure people were okay. We did a lot of work in that space. And you know, the billions of dollars that goes into out-of-home care, locking people up in prisons, if we had that same level of funding in the community, we could make a real difference.
Thank you, Ms Tonks. Dr Killen.
I was just going to say the statistics I shared earlier about 2/3 of organisations reporting that demand for services increased in 2022. That's initial findings from ACOS's State of the Sector survey and the ACT specific data, and 2/3 of organisations in the ACT said cost of living pressures were the central concern, and 60% said access to affordable housing and homelessness supports were another central concern. So I think those are the two big things, and half listed inadequate support, income support, as a significant challenge. But the other challenge that I think is really tricky in the ACT specifically is that 59% of organisations had increased difficulty in staffing or keeping staff in their organisations. And as cost of living increases, particularly in the ACT, it's hard for us to provide salaries for staff that mean that they can live here in Canberra. So we're seeing people leave and our services can't restaff, and then we can't meet demand. So it's kind of and then the staff that remain are experiencing high levels of burnout, and they can't provide the kind of services that we have been able to provide in the past, which perpetuates the problem.
I guess I would echo what's been said, but for us it's the entrenched levels of the low income, and the welfare has not shifted at all. But also people on fixed incomes that we're talking about, the working poor. But I would also like to point out that in the ACT in Canberra, it's the absence of any regional area that might provide a buffer that you might get. We don't have any. If you look at how the rent changes the further you move out in ACT, there's very little movement. And so we also have the lowest vacancy rate across the whole country, less than 1%. So the impact on and the wait list for public and social housing the number hasn't grown. So people are trapped here on the low fixed incomes, and I would echo Julie Tongs. When we responded to COVID, our organisation was in a unique position to provide support to homeless people. We provided them with housing. It was in a holiday villa that was converted, a place where you go on holidays. Place of dignity, 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a place to cook your food. They had support when they needed it. We were able to get them food. They also saw their income increase when we restored dignity and agency and provided a place that was safe and appropriate. People were able to heal. We turned that off immediately, and people have had to sadly go back to the position they were in. So we've seen that, we've lived it. We also received additional support to provide that support, and that's I would really echo that point. We know the difference that funding the sector and funding people to live with dignity in a safe environment restores their agency, and then they no longer need us.
Thank you, Ms Crimmins.
I think I might just jump on that just with regards to the second part of your question, which was about the one element that you would reform. I know that Francis and other people who have spoken today have talked about what the change that the COVID supplement meant to people who were on low incomes. I don't think that it's possible to de-link any conversation about poverty from talking about welfare. And I know that there's been, I guess, a hesitancy or a reluctance to engage in that conversation. But from our point of view, these two things are mutually inclusive and they have to go together. And when we talk about welfare, reforming welfare, it's not just about lifting the rate. It's actually about taking a whole root and branch approach to what is welfare. It's an income cap, it's mutual obligation, it's all the all the nuts and bolts that someone who's going through dealing with Centrelink or dealing with DSS have to go through. It's not just about the rate, it's about the system as it operates.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Before I hand to Senator Pocock, I did want to let people know that we've got Jonathan Davis in the audience, who's the ACT member of the Legislative Assembly, who's chairing the ACT inquiry, Assembly inquiry into cost of living crisis. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for all you do in our community and for being here this evening. Might start with ACCOS. We hear about 50% increase in people needing support. If you look at for want of a better word, the profile of people who are living in poverty in the ACT, how's that changed over the last couple of years?
Well, I think as people have mentioned already, we're seeing a real increase in working poor presenting to services for support, and that's what we're hearing from all of our member organisations more and more, that there are people who are in full-time employment who can't afford their housing alongside their health and food and electricity costs. So that's the main change that we've seen, is that there's more and more working poor people.
Can I add something to that? At this point, we know that there are people in Canberra earning 6 figures who are living in rental stress just to be able to rent a property with a backyard. And that's all people in Canberra. So it's really at that point where it's no longer just, a small percentage of people that we can name and point out.
I think everyone knows that if there is a family who find themselves in a situation like domestic violence and all that, so they will have to wait for any housing for at least 16 to 18 months. That is actually the standard situation at the moment. Now, without that, how can one afford, right, to live in shelter, especially if there are kids also? That is one of the problems. Earlier, I think there was a discussion that what can be done. One thing could be that short-term solutions, like there was a wonderful program of ACT government, which was CRN, that was Community Relief Network. A similar sort of thing, and I would strongly recommend that either it can come in the form of a SNAP grant from federal government for those families who are, and that can be executed by charities like us, or it can be spot grants, and somehow we can, but we'll have to take long-term preventative measures also, so that these things do not repeat themselves. And these preventative, especially for those who are vulnerable in terms of health, could be that educating, and we are working towards that with some charity organizations, and of course with food, I think you can't put it to any preventative approach, because that is something you need it, and you need it now. That's the problem.
I think to answer the question that you asked, Senator Pocock, from our perspective, what we've seen is a change from, as Francis had said, previously we'd get a lot of clients coming through, certainly our food insecurity program, who were elderly, who were on a pension or a support program, who would come and we would be the supplement to their groceries that they were already purchasing themselves. We are now seeing people who are young, who are married, who are both working, who have got multiple children, we are no longer supplementing their groceries, we are providing that entire family's full week or month or days groceries. We have more and more people now seeking to come in on shorter turnarounds to actually get more food. Because as some pantries, and we limit sometimes things what you can purchase, so people will say, can I come back in 2 or 3 days to actually get more food? When we do see that, certainly the thing that goes first in our food pantry is all the fresh fruit and vegetables, 100%, everything, that we can't keep it in the doors. But certainly that's probably the major change, from that much more older demographic to a much more younger demographic now coming through our doors.
You mentioned in your earlier staffing issues, and I know we've talked about even volunteering on the decline a little bit. Can you maybe talk me through, when it comes to the food pantry, what support do you get from the federal government and the ACT government for a service like that?
Federal government, nothing. ACT government, it is part of the ACT government pay part of the staff member's wage who runs our food pantry. And when I say part of, I mean a very small part of. The rest is actually all done through, so we do get obviously support from Food Bank. There was a concern earlier on in the year that the ACT government, who was paying for the freight to get food from Food Bank to Canberra, that actually ran out. So there was a mad panic because it's costing hundreds of dollars to get food from Food Bank to Canberra to actually have our pantries stocked. The ACT government has provided a bit more support to Vinnie's, who is the organisation that auspices that. However, that is a real issue that it continues to be one of those things that everyone's really nervous about, because we don't have the capacity to actually pay for the food that we are fundraising for now. We don't get, and then also to have the capacity to pay for the freight. So it is a very little support that we get. The majority of the support comes from the community, comes from people donating money, comes from us fundraising, comes from us providing and running events to actually be able to provide our food bank service.
Thank you. Can you just touch on health, and maybe for ACOS and YWCA? There's obviously a lot of pressures on the healthcare system in the ACT, lowest proportion of GPs, highest gap fees, lowest bulk billing rates, long hospital wait times. Can you just talk us through if you see a link between people living in poverty and access to healthcare, and I guess particularly early intervention?
I think the kind of starkest thing that we saw in relation to poverty and health was when the coronavirus supplement was in place. The number of people who delayed seeking help from a GP halved in the ACT, and that just demonstrated to us really quickly that if people had that little bit of extra money, then they would attend to their health and see the GP when they needed to, rather than delaying until they were in crisis.
I would actually like Julie Tongs, if I can ask, as a health provider of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander, to make that response before me.
Absolutely. Woononga provided 91,967 occasions of care, of services, to our clients last year. We also we don't receive any emergency relief funding from the Commonwealth or ACT government. Yet there's a lot of expectation from our clients to be able to support them. We had 5 doctors turn over during COVID, which was a big, huge loss to our service. And I've had to rebuild the clinical services. I'm happy to say now I've got 7 doctors, 3 full-time and 4 days a week. But the demand on our services is huge. The problem is we can do a really good job here at Woononga, but we hit the wall when we refer out. I have a doctor that comes to me from Ballina, and he said they had better access to services in Ballina than what we have here in the ACT. We call an ambulance, we send our clients to the hospital. They're back here the next day. We have a client that goes to an emergency department. They wait the longest and they're told to go back to their own service. We have to wait 9 months here in the ACT for a private paediatrician. So you can imagine how long that takes to see a public one. We just don't have the services. Woononga was funded for a psych registrar for child and adolescent mental health. We lost that position because ACT couldn't provide us with a psych supervisor. Things are really, really crook in this place. And I'm really, really concerned that people are going to start dying on the streets unless something happens, you know. We're fortunate that we are a bulk billing service, but I've had to now say that we can't take any more non-Aboriginal clients, because a lot of our Aboriginal clients that were in a position to go to other GPs closer to where they live, then GPs aren't bulk billing anymore and they're all coming back to Woononga. We're under a lot of pressure.
Thank you, Ms. Tongs. And outside of the issues that you just went through when it comes to health, how would services and support for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in Canberra compared to other capital cities?
There's no comparison really, because here in the ACT, we don't even have an Aboriginal housing policy, let alone Aboriginal housing, specific Aboriginal housing. We don't have an Aboriginal and Islander childcare agency like every other city in Australia. We don't have access to other services. We don't have regional teams of, psychologists or psychiatrists that can diagnose fetal alcohol syndrome. They do in New South Wales and other places. They have teams that go out and visit the communities and, regional communities, and that team can then do the diagnosis. We've got so many people in this community walking around with undiagnosed fetal alcohol syndrome and other serious health issues, but we just can't get the specialised services to be able to do those diagnoses. And, in Canberra, there's 2 Aboriginal community-controlled services, and that's Woononga Nimidijal and Googangulwan Aboriginal Youth Corporation. We're it.
Can I just interrupt? We've got someone in fact, Mr Davis in the audience who'd like to take a photo. Is everyone happy with photos being taken of you being there? Yep, great. Sorry.
No problem. Thank you, Ms. Tongs. I think it was your opening statement, you mentioned people being moved out away from services. Can you maybe just expand on that a little bit and your concern there?
I'm concerned that, the units in Civic have been knocked down to make way for, big flash units where people want to downsize and move into the city. And a lot of vulnerable people are being pushed out of the city into suburbs where there is no infrastructure, there's no schools, there's no shops, there's nothing. And they're stuck in these units, there's not even they have to go to the park. Well, some of them can't even, you have to be mobile to be able to walk to the park. And so they've got little kids, so they're pretty much stuck in these units. And I just think without that infrastructure, a lot of Aboriginal people don't have access to the internet. They don't have access to a car. If they've got a car, maybe they're lucky if it's registered. And everything, all the other services are in the city, like child protection, probation and parole, and all them services are in the city. A lot of people don't go there because they can't get there. The transport system isn't great. Then you've got, if you're lucky enough to have a car, you probably end up with a parking fine. Yeah, there's lots of barriers to access and, even just getting kids to school. I really, really am concerned now that this has pushed a lot of families over the edge. And I'm really concerned of where this is all going to end, and we really do need support in this community. I feel like we're the invisible people. Not all Aboriginal people that live in Canberra are physically black. We all come in different colours. And I guess for me, it's, when I talk about social cleansing, the cost of rent, we've got people ringing up that are $8,000 in arrears with their government housing and a $6,000 electricity bill. All we can do is try and work with Care Financial Services to try and stop these people from being evicted. And what we've done in the past, and we're probably going back there again before COVID, was to buy people that were homeless a tent and send them to the tent embassy. That's our answer to homelessness here in our community. It's not good enough.
It's not. Thank you, Ms Tongs. Maybe just on housing, probably best with ACCOS. What is the current state of, I guess, the shortfall when it comes to housing? How many people need a house in Canberra? What's the social housing wait list? Do you have those figures for us?
So we estimate that there's a shortfall of 3,100 social housing properties, and that we need another 8,500 by 2036 to meet demand. The standard wait list for public housing is 4.8 years at the moment, and the priority wait list, I think it's 337 days, so close to a year for those at the top of the list. So it's really dire. As others have mentioned.
Oh, I just wanted to jump in. It's the 3,000 shortfall of social housing is a number that's actually been going around for a few years now. And I think that when we talk about it now, we have to also remember that the census data for Canberra last year showed that there was, I think, was it 20,000 people who were living here that we didn't know about. So I think when we talk about the 3,000 figure now, we actually probably need to amplify it a bit.
Yeah, and in the previous census, not last year, we had 1,600 people who were experiencing homelessness. We haven't seen that data for the most recent census yet, but I imagine that it will have gone up by now. And we also have the highest rates of persistent homelessness in the country, at 43% of service users experiencing at least 7 months out of 2 years, homelessness for at least 7 months over the last 2 years. And that number is higher for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. As Ms Tongs mentioned, many of these statistics are worse for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, especially in relation to housing, because we don't have an Aboriginal housing provider in the ACT.
And can I just add to that quickly? Sorry. And I guess in addition to all those people not having access to housing, there's also an impact on people accessing other services that they might need. So a lot of the services that we work with who provide temporary accommodation or emergency support, because they're in a position where they're not able to transition their clients into permanent housing, they're not seeing the same number of clients that they would ordinarily see. So there's this backlog of people, they're not accessing those services that might provide them with some of those other care needs that they have.
And so what happens to people who are on that list for 4.5 years or on the priority list for almost a year? What do you do in that time? Where are they living?
It's a good question. People are experiencing homelessness, they're couch surfing. For some people who are experiencing family violence, they might be in respite housing, which often means a motel or a hotel room, sometimes with their kids. So they might be in one room with 2 kids for months on end waiting for housing to happen.
Can I say, as an aged care provider, under the new reforms that the Commonwealth have brought out, they have launched their new Care Finder program on the 1st of January, which is about supporting people over the age of 65 who are homeless or facing homelessness. At the 6-week mark, that program for us is now full, and we actually are starting to turn people away because we do not have the capacity to actually undertake any more referrals at this time.
Wow.
And we're certainly hearing stories about families sleeping in tents at the Cotter, sleeping in cars, sleeping in all sorts of, lots of couch surfing and, slightly more dignified circumstances, but some really, really sad stories that you wouldn't want any family to be living in.
Yeah, exactly. I support this because we always, in addition to food requirements and all that, these are the issues which they start discussing. And there is lots of people who are suffering. And especially our experience with Early Morning Centre has taught us so many lessons that what are the actual and deeper problems of homeless people over there, because everyone is homeless. And that is something which, how we can solve that problem, we don't know, but we have to do something. Definitely, we have to do something.
Ms. Crimmins, while we're on this, talking about housing and homelessness services, I understand that the Commonwealth has written to the state and territory governments to extend the NHHA for 12 months. but have not included the $65 million equal remuneration order funding in this extension. Can you just maybe talk us through what impact that's going to have on services and what that means for the ACT?
Correct. So the NAHA funding is the agreement with the federal government that funds state and territories to distribute to support services like many of us here to provide homeless specialist support funding. Without commitment to passing on the equal remuneration order, in other words, the wage increase and indexation to the sector, that means that it is a $65 million cut in real terms for us in terms of employing support services. So we are, I guess, deeply concerned that we will see it for the ACT, that's $2 million cut straight from our specialist homeless support, and that equates to people working in the front line. And so when you are providing support for people where there is no housing without the specialist support, and it's a terrible term to use, but we're actively holding people to provide them with wraparound supports while we are trying to find or transition them into appropriate housing, it's a direct cut to that frontline support. And we know if we're going to fix homelessness, it's not just about shelter. Shelter's one element of homelessness. We need to help people feel at home within themselves because of the trauma and the violence that many of our clients have had experience. We need to help people regain their sense of belonging in their community and reconnect them. And for First Nations people, working with specialist First Nations to connect them back to country. So there's 4 elements if you're actually going to solve homelessness. And by ripping away the equal remuneration order, that is the specialist support providers, that will leave a $65 million gap this year.
Can I just jump in as well? Sorry. I don't think it's going to be lost on anyone that what we're talking about is a cut to the sector at the same time that everyone here has said that there is a massive increase in demand.
Just wanting to add to what you just said is actually that particular portion of the society which are refugees and asylum seekers. I mean, especially the Afghan evacuees which came, they were for months and months in makeshift kind of residences. And then I think that the last one which I heard from last year, people came, some 30 families or so. The last one I heard was just 2 weeks ago when they were moved to a kind of permanent residence. And this is just a two-way kind of thing, because when they are kept for so long in motels and all that, government has to pay a lot of money. And and then when they go, they take another 6 months to settle into their new place, but they always are hanging there. So I think that in this whole gamut, we should include refugees and asylum seekers, especially the Middle Eastern people, and Afghan evacuees and Afghan people.
Thank you. And then just to finish on that point, Ms. Crimmins, I understand that currently that 1 in 4 women fleeing domestic violence are struggling to find accommodation. Can you maybe just talk us through the challenges and where you see that going, given these sort of compounding factors that we're hearing about?
So I do want to state for the committee, poverty is uniquely gendered. We see more women experiencing poverty, whether it is women with children who are escaping family violence, women over the age of 50 who we find after we've worked with them, there is a history of violence, but a death of a partner, that if they have one health crisis, they are unable to maintain work, and because they've led conventional lives, have very little superannuation to rely on. And so we know that they are the driving factors, and about 67% of people who present in the ACT as homeless would be an older woman, a single woman with children, and being impacted by domestic and family violence. The commitment to have 4,000 houses in the next wave of housing from the federal government for women who are experiencing domestic and family violence, that's across Australia. It's simply nowhere near enough if we're going to meet the need across the country. Homelessness Australia has done an analysis, and we say we need 250,000 social housings built every year for the next 5 years. 25,000 a year, sorry, for the next 5 years, if we're going to come anywhere near meeting that gap. And we've got the national plan to end violence against women and children. We need a national plan. We need our national plan to be homelessness and housing, and we strongly advocate that there needs to be a homeless and housing plan for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people.
Last question.
Yeah, we've got 5 minutes to answer it.
Okay.
I do need to leave at 7.
Ms. Andrzejewski, I'm interested to learn more about your work and the kinds of people that are coming to access these services. I guess both here in Canberra, but then you also mentioned that you had signed to service the wider region. You know, you I think you talked about Cooma, Harden, Wagga, Goulburn, South Coast. Is it a similar sort of family there, or is it? Are you dealing with different needs?
So we don't have a border to the support that we provide, but the primary focus of the work we do is in the ACT and Queanbeyan area. We're hoping to do more and more in regional New South Wales. At the moment, we never say no. If we're approached by a service, which does generally sort of happen by word of mouth, we provide support. We provide a fair amount of support to the South Coast, particularly through an Aboriginal service we work with down there, and it's mostly to single mums, women who've escaped domestic violence, who have young children. I think what we've seen this year in sort of the ACT region is that there's been an increase in domestic violence, child protection issues, and of course financial hardship, as we've talked about already. And we've seen like a really strong demand for those really basic essentials, like some of my colleagues have mentioned. So it's the lower cost items like nappies, wipes, toiletries, clothing, linen, and backpacks, school essentials that kids need, especially as we started the school year earlier this year. So yeah,
And are there federal and ACT grants that you can access or support? How does the funding work for the work you're doing?
We do receive funding from the ACT government, which is fabulous. It's a small portion of what we need to keep our operation going. We have found, in terms of federal government funding opportunities, we've found them quite limited. So we've received $3,000 or $5,000 here and there, which has not been directed towards programs. It's mainly about sort of providing some support to our volunteers or some simple capital works. We found that for a small grassroots organisation with a focus on a particular region within Australia, that we're not eligible for a lot of the grants that might have a national focus, although we do work alongside this incredible network that operates across Australia. And we've just found that the grants generally that might be available to us are just very complex, time-consuming. We have, a team of 4 full-time, the equivalent of 4 full-time employees. We all work part-time and casually. So that just hasn't really been something we've been in a position to look at. But we also have found that a lot of the grants are closed rounds, that, the funding's already allocated to certain organisations. So yeah, we think there's some opportunities there to reconsider things.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Pocock, and thank you all. And again, thank you for all of the such important work that you're doing, and thank you for your time presenting to us this evening about that work. And been very important evidence for the committee to hear. So that concludes today's hearing. We're going to be reporting to the Senate on the 31st of October. I don't think, did any of you take any questions on notice? Don't think so, but if there is any further information you'd like to get to us to add to anything you've said today, if you could get that to us by the 17th of March, that would be appreciated. So thank you to all the witnesses who appeared today. Thank you to Hansard and to Broadcasting for their assistance. Thank you to the Secretariat for their sterling work as usual. And the committee now stands adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.